Check. Yeah, cool. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here live in Johannesburg, live at Rage at the Ticket Pro Dome, and I'm here in front of a packed house. Can we get a view of the crowd quickly? One of the cameras. Look at these beautiful people. They are all here for some awesome... Are you guys ready for some COD? Are you guys ready for the MAG Cup? 120,000 Rand on the line here today. That is a lot of money, and we are giving that away this weekend to one of the top 8 teams playing here today. Today, we're going to kick off with the winners bracket semi-final to see who's going to be up against Energy Fear, who at this stage have had an unbeaten run through the tournament so far, not dropping a single map. Of course, today, we've got High Five, joined by the guys from Insane Gaming. But I'm going to throw over now to our very capable hosts, to Nick Holden, and of course, our guest all the way from MLG, Benson. Over to you guys.
Hey, what is up, everybody? My name is Nick Holden. I'm joined by the likes of Mr. Benson.
How you doing, bud? You having a good day so far?
I'm having a great day so far, but
Wonderful.
I think from yesterday, a little bit tired because the action just was so intense. I think day 2 is going to be just as exciting.
I'm really excited because as we kind of saw, we got a packed out crowd here today. Yesterday, the South African crowd was pretty loud. Hopefully today, the guys can get even louder when we see some amazing plays. Shout out to, of course, to all the South African community. Fantastic community. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, it is definitely a pleasure to be here at Rage. And 120,000 Rand, that got brought up a bit earlier, but we'll cross to that in a bit. Right now, on the game at hand, it is Insane Gaming taking the likes of High Five. It is a stellar lineup from each one of these teams.
Sure
and
is.
I'm pretty sure that we're going to have a great game.
I'm expecting big things. I'm pretty upset, though, because Drewski last night kind of tweeted at me saying, you know, this could be my last ever event. Kind of sad about that. Hopefully he comes out strong. From the other side, I'm keeping my eye out on Flames. As you know, because me and you were playing, we did a little bit of late night 8s here on the main stage. Flames is on the other team. May have world starred him, so a little bit concerned about his abilities today, but it's okay. It's okay, Flames. I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was a little tired. A couple of excuses come through, but hopefully we get to see the best of him today.
I do believe the guys ended up coming up on top of that one. That was my team.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Go world star. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
All right.
It's fine.
We'll put that behind us for now. But let's take a look at the action and the bracket of the winners bracket and seeing what's happened so far in the teams. As Gareth did mention, Energy Esports did manage to make it all the way to the winners bracket final.
Starting off with the losers there on your screen, you can see Mythic and Pain. I was very impressed with what I saw from Pain Gaming yesterday. An extremely resilient squad. I'm potentially expecting to see a little bit of a losers run from them because they really showed fantastic things in both the ban and protect, and when their backs were against the wall, I felt like they were a team that could clutch up. So potentially expect to see them progress through to losers round 3. Who knows? Maybe even make an appearance in the grand final.
How about that play? That play, though.
Dude, oh my god. I wish we had the highlight. Probably the most insane play I've seen all through Black Ops 3 season. A CTF goes to overtime. Oh my god, we actually have the highlight. We actually have it, but it's going to be played a little bit later on, so stay tuned if you're in the stream. If you missed it, as I said, you probably missed the greatest play in Black Ops 3 history. It was insane. A 1-second CTF cap in overtime. Me and you we went crazy. We lost.
I had no words.
I just wanted to give Payne the trophy there and then just say, congrats, you won the event.
It was literally past my descriptive powers. I could not describe the action that was on screen. It's just pretty much one of those moments where you just scream out loud and get excited.
Pretty much.
Then Concept Nemesis taking on Stone Age Gaming. That's a game happening behind us on the backstage. They're going to be taking on the likes of Royal. Very solid team in their own right.
Yeah, as I kind of mentioned before, you know, Royal, very talented squad. Excited to see what they can do. I believe Stone Age may have actually 3-0'd Concept Nemesis backstage. I'm not sure if that's correct, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, it is correct. So
well, if
you'll
that
see Stone
is
Age move
true,
on.
Mythic Gaming, Stone Age Gaming are 7th and 8th seed respectively, falling out of the competition.
Yep.
Now it comes down to the business end of things, as teams are going to be competing for the biggest prize pool possible. But when it comes down to the winners bracket, that's where these top teams are going to be fighting it out for their chance to basically set the tone for the rest of the tournament. Energy Esports have been doing so well as a squad. Coming up, big victors at top of Mythic Gaming as well as Royal Esports. And now, this game in front of us, or should I say, Insane Gaming taking the likes of High Five.
The thing I've been most impressed about from Energy is just the kind of experience that they've shown and the composure. It really is next level, and it's fantastic to see from them. you know, you look at this squad and you kind of sit there and say, okay, who's going to take them down? Like, is anyone going to be able to take them down? They've made it to the winners bracket final. I believe that they actually kind of have today off too, so they can just kick back, relax, hang out, watch some Call of Duty action. They'll be back in gameplay tomorrow. But they're going to be playing, of course, the winner of this, Insane Gaming versus High Five. So if I'm the guys from Energy, I'm sat, I'm taking notes, I'm watching, because you're going to be playing one of these two teams, and ban and protect for me is going to be crucial. If Energy can maybe learn something here, they could use it to their advantage.
Well, something we did pick up yesterday from the High Five lads, M8A7. In a hands,
yes.
Once they had to protect it. They literally had to protect it every ban. If it worked against them, you found the opposition taking the advantage in pick and ban phase. That's something maybe they got to go do a little bit more homework, maybe a little bit of warm-up after that. But when it comes down to exactly what the schedule is going to be for today, let's take a look at the action. Insane Gaming taking on High Five. That's a game happening right now at 12 p.m. Then we've got Royal Esports taking on Concept Gaming, more than likely. Then at 4 p.m., that's going to be our losers bracket round 3. So that's going to be a very, very interesting game to finish things off.
Yeah, that one should be a good one, actually.
Yeah.
With looking at the quality of the teams that we've seen so far, I really expect that 4 p.m. game to maybe be one of the best ones of the day. As you said though earlier on, I think this one to kick things off is going to be great. Of course, here's a look at the prize pool. The biggest prize in South African console history. It's a big one. First place walking away with 60,000 rand. I mean, that's a huge,
it's
huge chunk of change
for these players. I mean, playing Call of Duty and earning this much money, it's absolutely
feels
huge.
good, man. Feels good.
15,000 rand for each player.
I take it. And as well as that, let's not forget about the goodies, right? You get your Astro gaming gear, your control-free camper, and a case, yes, that's right, a case of Monster Energy drink. You'll be running around Hyper for like a month.
That's like the best way you could go into Infinite Warfare as the next season.
Just save it all, wait for IW to drop, and then just keep chugging and keep playing. Actually, you probably shouldn't do that. Ignore what I just said. That's probably not good for health. Don't do that.
Taking at a look, second place, 25,000, plus a case of Monster, third, 10,000. So all across the board, these guys are going to go away with some good money. Taking a look at what we go through to the finals. If both of these teams make it to the winners bracket final, going to guarantee themselves a top 3 finish, going to find themselves with some good cash money in their back pocket.
It's guaranteed prize at that point, right? You get the medal as well. The medals are fantastic. Of course, you can see the trophy, one of the best looking trophies I've seen in Call of Duty Esports for quite a while. I believe we can actually get the game underway as well to kick things off here at Saturday at Rage. High Five versus Insane. Jumping into the ban and protect in just a moment. This is something I've been very impressed by the South Africans. Something I haven't really seen all year is just diversity throughout ban and protect, and it's great to see people kind of adapting mid-ban and protect, but waiting off, looks like it's going to be a high cal. Shiva, I'm just going to say it right now, you should never, ever, ever, ever in a million years ban high cal or rapid fire first. For the simple reason, if you're good at ban and protect, you can force the other team to ban out them both. Yeah, exactly that. Now, taking a look at the ban and protect, nothing too out of the ordinary there, as Concussion and HCXD will get taken out. Now, Benson, when it comes down to what you see overseas, what is the biggest difference compared to the lads in South Africa? You see very similar bans, your flashes, your concussions, sometimes your HC, depending on the map. You know, the counter UAV, something I haven't really seen. I mean, I get it. The HVK being banned as well, that's something, speaking to a lot of the players here, they've kind of noticed. Playing online, the HVK is a very, very dominant weapon, and a lot of people have been going pretty big with it, so it doesn't really surprise me to see that banned out today. So when it comes down to the specialist draft, this is where we might see something different, usually pretty standardized. Tempest is going to be whipped up by Fatal Shot. We've seen him do some crazy damage with it in the past. I mean, you're going into a stronghold, right? You're going to want to take Purify. That's going to be so important for Bunker Hill. You see so many teams do it. I'd be very, very shocked if we don't see that. Something that a couple of people, I mean, there you go, Insane Tank takes it straight away. Camo's going to come through as well. I'm not a fan of rejack and hardpoint. I know a lot of people have been kind of testing it out, trying it. I feel like it just is not worthwhile in hardpoint. You know, your CTFs, your S&Ds, go for it, go crazy. But for a game mode like hardpoint, you know, the time that you spend waiting to pop it, it isn't beneficial. And it doesn't look like we're actually going to see it at all. Kinetic comes through from both teams. For me, I feel like High Five have won that though, simply because Insane didn't go for Heatwave. For me, that's a massive, massive loss. Heatwave on this map specifically can be so, so crucial to breaking a hill. You look at what they went, you know, the Scythe, yeah, okay, you want to go for a weapon, you've got your Kinetic, your Camo, and your Purifier, but I just feel like Heatwave is just so, so strong, it's almost a must. Well, it is a must in this map when it comes down to just how open-ended these hard points are, just trying to break them. Yes, we talk about the bunker hill, just trying to work your way in there, popping Heatwave, Kinetic Armor, if you're up against, take a look at a Scythe, that's going to really, really help you out. Very surprised as well to see High Five opt against Camo. Camo as well can be one of those specialists that you can just kind of make a play, right? It can be a very, very close game. You can pop your Camo, jump onto a hill, break it, and all of a sudden your team has control. You can use it pushing anchors. How important anchoring is on this map specifically when you're pushing over towards back satellite, you pop your Camo, and all of a sudden you have a great, great advantage.
Yeah, big rotations is got to be so important for these teams, especially with the AR control gameplay. We saw Flames actually pick it up a bit yesterday, also in that 8s game that we played a little bit later.
Don't bring up the 8s again. I don't want to embarrass Flames. I don't want to.
All right. We'll calm it down.
We have the highlight ready and waiting, I've been told, so you never know. If Flames get Worldstar again, we can put them side by side and we can do like a Flames Worldstar video. I don't know, that could do pretty well.
It could be good. It could be intense. But taking a look at these two teams, I would have to put my favorites. When it comes down to hardpoint, I'm looking at the lads from Insane Gaming. They're going to look to the captain, Mr. Tanker himself, controlling things with their AR. We're going to get a good amount of gameplay from Blizzard with that SMG in hand.
For sure.
On the other side, High Five. They really need to look to Era to pick things up from yesterday, hopefully get some momentum on his side.
All jokes aside, Flames is a fantastic player. Yeah. I feel like I have to mention that he is very, very solid. So I'm kind of leaning over towards Insane like you, but I feel like High Five coming into this, you know, maybe Drewski's got a little bit of emotion, you know, last event, he's kind of said that he's going to play at. You want to go hard in your last event, so I'm expecting him to absolutely just go off in this first map.
All right, we're going to get things loaded up here. It is High Five taking on the likes of Insane Gaming. And remember, if you guys want to be a part of the competition as well, you'll be able to get yourself some good prizes if you just hit us up on hashtag MagCupZA on Twitter. And we're going to be giving away some Infinite Warfare beta codes and as well as a great Astro hamper.
Yeah, the Infinite Warfare beta is going to be fantastic. Definitely recommend trying to enter into the giveaways. Just take either a screenshot of the stream or take a picture here at the event. If something crazy happens, you can catch a reaction from the crowd with a selfie, make a funny face, whatever it may be. My good friend Nick's going to decide who wins the giveaway.
All right, so High Five. Let's go across them and see exactly what they have got in mind here. So 2 ARs, 2 SMG kind of setup. Surprisingly, I think Stronghold very AR dominant.
Especially the first hard point, you know, for window control, you're going to want an AR base there, but it depends how you're going to play it, right? If you're going to be massively aggressive and you want to flood through, if you think you're on the unpreferred side, you're just going to rush it with the SMG, and I'm excited to kick things off here with Drewski. Going to be running the CUDA. Let's see if Drewski can go out with a bang.
Right, it is High Five taking on Insane Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, the game's about to kick off, and when it comes down to hardpoint, it's all about just trying to control the hill uncontested, earning points for your team. And at the moment, both teams contesting the hill with Drewski as well as Flames inside.
And this is smart play from Drewski, right? He doesn't need to move. He knows he has support from his ARs behind him, and now as soon as they get a couple of kills, he can start pushing up. He knows he's going to be in contested stuff. Nice play from Drewski. There's one, there's two. One away for Drewski. He's starting, looking for the third. Maybe a little bit kill hungry. No Tank's going to be over there. He should have some AR support, but unfortunately it just didn't come. But that's a nice start from Drewski. I'm excited to see what else he brings for the rest of the day.
That confidence going into the game might pay off in the latter stages. We see Drewski. He's a very emotional-based player. If he does get the kills, he feels like he needs to carry, and he does it. On the other side of things, take a look at Era. 3-0 at the moment. The start that he needed, he's going to need to remain consistent with his AR in hand.
And I like this play from Era as well, recognizing not to push onto the hard point. They don't have control of it, but this is a great sacrifice. With less than 10 seconds on the hill, you can just stay back, keep control of Mansion. The next hard point, of course, is going to be underneath, and Era now is actually working towards those streaks. He should be able to pick up one more, but unfortunately falls from the side. Just 25 points shy of the dart, but it doesn't matter. His team should still have some control. If they win these fights on the hill, they will be spawning in, just as you see on that minimap on your top left. Those blue arrows spawning right at the very back.
Interesting enough, Insane Gaming opting with the smoke grenade to assist them to try break the hill, removing those long lines of sight. How important do you think it is going to be for Insane Gaming to take on the IR gameplay of Insane?
I mean, you're going to need to, right? If you don't and you play passive, you're just going to be slayed by the ARs. We've already seen at the beginning of this game, it seems as if, you know, High Five are coming out with their ARs looking strong. Right now, the hard point should be contested, but Eros decides against it. Just waiting for that team support, pushing up towards Top Kitchen. He's already earned his dart, and you can see maybe playing there a little more passive for that Hellstorm would have helped him out, but unfortunately he does fall, and for now, Insane have the lead.
So far, a very close contested game between both of these teams as we start to work towards that third hardpoint. High Five currently in control, looking for those rotations, and the man that you got to look to is Mr. Fatal Shot himself, trying to get the kill there. Eventually does get the trade, so Hero's coming up strong there.
Oh, and Flames, that was so unfortunate. You see him tag of a player. I think he thought maybe he was going to pick up that kill. He tried to snap onto the second, but Tank just picks up a massive 3-piece in the kill feed, and that's going to be huge play for him. Unfortunately, he will fall, because for now, High Five still have those spawns, but Bullets and Blizzard going big. They're just going to be locking down this hill for Insane, and they're going to be building that lead and increasing it.
Insane Gaming now, as you mentioned, taking that lead and trying to assert some kind of control here, but Drewski comes up with a massive three-piece. Fortunately, we missed out on that action. I feel like Drewski, every time he goes big, he does it at the worst opportune moment for the casters.
Now, this is going to be an important thing for Drewski right now. He's earned his heat wave relatively early on in the game, so he's going to have that decision of when does he want to use it. Obviously, Bunker Hill is a massive, massive money hill.
Yep.
If I'm him, I'm thinking, all right, we know we have Purifier already, we have heat wave. Let's save our specialists. Let's play this smart, right? You can rotate early to Bunker and pick up so much time. It could basically bring you back into this game.
Yeah, talking about rotations, it looks like Insane Gaming doing some work. Fatal Shot looking to shut them down, however, he gets traded out in mid-map. Now, Spawn still currently in favor of the lads from High Five. Now just trying to shut them down as they walk outside the mansion. Potential pop of the heat wave there. Era actually takes out Drewski and picks up yet another two-piece. As now Era holding things down tight. Will he be able to come over the clutch kill?
There you go. Era really starting to heat up at 13-4 on a 3-streak. Can he stay alive? He can for now. Looks as if someone may be actually pushing straight through the middle of the map there, but Era should be good for now. You can see High Five, they've come back into this game. 30 seconds left on this hard point. You know, rotations for this one. You're going to start thinking about it. Kinetic's been earned as well. High Five are in a fantastic position. He's going to pop his Kinetic and get the kill. Now, I don't know whether that was necessarily the right play there from Era. He didn't earn his streaks from that kill, and now they're not going to have Kinetic on the rotation to Bunker. That, honestly, could be a little bit of a misplay. Now the pressure is going to be on High Five on that rotation. They should still have a couple. Obviously, Drewski has his heat wave, and I believe Eros should still have his Purifier. So, yeah, you have two, but it would have been so much more beneficial to have all three.
Now here, the all-important rotation. It looks like High Five are going to be able to dominate control here early on. It's going to be up to Insane Gaming to break it. And yes, they need to come at this as a coordinated team and use their specialists effectively.
And you can't stress enough how important that two-piece was there from Arrow, right? He kind of used his Kinetic. He didn't have it to play with, so he had to get those kills on rotation. He did just that. Now you have Eros with a Purifier. He should be able to go ham. There's one looking for more. Not going to be able to find it, but the players are still going to be pushing. He's utilized all of the heat wave. That's going to, or the Purifier, sorry, there's going to be the second. That's going to be Flames. And High Five have gone from being down in this game to two perfect rotations. Now they have the lead. Unfortunately, Aaron not going to be able to pick up that. Insane looking to break straight through on board with Blizzard. You hear the camo pop in the background. Looking to potentially find if it's going to be Flames with the camo. Should be good, but Blizzard challenging. And again, that's another one of those situations. Nick, I don't feel like you need to be challenging that. You have a teammate there. Why risk giving up the hill when you're making a comeback here?
Especially with an SMG down those ranges, you're just going to be facing the AR gameplay of High Five. But Insane Gaming, breaking it at the 30-second mark, doing well to hold on to the points and assert themselves the lead as things get reset all the way back into the middle here. And now Insane Gaming with a, I wouldn't say a comfortable lead by any means.
I mean, you said this game was going to be close, and you're absolutely correct there, Holden. Looking over at Era's perspective, he's 20-8. I really want to go on board with him because he's been playing so well. We'll see him just holding up this window, tagging up a couple of players, recognizing a player's going for Bunker. That's just fantastic knowledge, and just recognizing where the other players are going to be pushing from. Sadly, he will fall, but Insane, once again, starting to build themselves up a little bit lead. The hard point, of course, contested. Flames hit doesn't need to really do anything. Just wait for your teammate support, and unfortunately, he will fall, and it's just a massive battle of contention over this first hill.
Huge amount of contestation as both teams are feeling the pressure at the moment, but Insane Gaming seemingly holding on strong as Flames comes up with a big kill. Rotations currently in favor of the lads from High Five, who do have control of spawns over Mansion. Now it's going to be up to Flames and his teammate Blizzard to try come up with some big kills of their own. Era once again holding things down tight.
Oh, I believe, was that
a couple of kills get traded out here. Scrap points actually not being picked up. Now, Spencer, take us through why those scrap points are so important.
I mean, scrap points, you look at scrap points across an entire game, you know, those 5-10 seconds on, what, 7 hills, that's 70 points. Yeah. You know, it all adds up. You have to be thinking about that, and that's one of the toughest decisions in competitive Call of Duty, recognizing, should I go for a rotation? Am I going to earn more off the new hill than the old hill playing for the scrap? It's something which is so tough to decide in the heat of the moment. Unfortunately, Drewski will fall. Tanks uses Purifier here, and again, I don't know whether this is a good decision, because you have to think, is he realistically going to earn this Purifier again for Bunker Hill? That's the question. If he doesn't, this is a massive waste. If he goes off and he earns it again, okay, fair play, good choice.
He essentially has 2 rotations still to go through, so giving himself some time at least to come up with some big kills.
But I don't know, I just don't think he's going to be able to earn it again. And with a game like this, right, you have a 170 lead. If High Five lock down Bunker and you don't have the Purifier to break, that's a massive loss.
Yeah, massive loss. But just taking a step back, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Fatal Shot needs to pick things up. He's currently got 1 minute of heal time, which is fair play enough. But in the kills department, needs to try and hold things down tight for his team. We saw him yesterday coming in with a huge amount of defensive kills.
An error is going to be so important here. He has to shut down the opposition transition anchor. It's going to be from Insane. He should be able to clean up. Oh no, he's melee by accident. It looks like he's going to get destroyed. Oh, that was so unfortunate for him. He needed to win that kill, and unfortunately for him, it's going to be Insane on the hard point once again, extending that lead. It's going to be almost 100 points. Bullets is just going to easily be able to pick up kills from players, overextending through bunker. Nice play from him. Switches to the pistol, but not able to clean up the kill. It's going to be Era doing a good job of just trying to stay alive for high five. He will also fall though. But to be honest with you, Holden, I feel like Insane have done a good enough job to potentially close this game out early.
Yeah, they're holding on to the lead at the moment, and you can hear the momentum on their side, on our right-hand side. The players are communicating so effectively. On the other side of things, you've got to look at high five, maybe a bit more quiet. They need to turn things around here.
And this is the moment you need to look at high five, and you need to look at Fatal Shot. He has to turn up, and he has to do it now if high five are going to mount this comeback. They played for a little bit of scrap time here. That's okay, because for now, Insane are still spawning out. So realistically, high five should be able to jump on that hill, but for some reason, no one has. They're giving Insane so much time to rotate and wrap without picking up those free, almost 10 points there, to be honest. And again, those 10 points are going to add up when you look at the end of the score.
Eros now going to have such an important role to play. He needs to, one, hold down the hill, two, keep a hold of that purifier if rotations earn that way.
But this is where it gets tricky, right? Do you use the Purifier now, knowing that you don't have control and you're about to lose the game? You have to break this as a team, and High Five probably have 1 or 2 more pushes left. Flames doing big things on this hard point. It will be contested once again. Looks for the kill, not going to happen. Drewski pops a 2-piece on the hill over to him. He's going to fall as well. Back over to Era. He should be able to clean up one. Does so, gets control of the hill, looks up towards Mansion, but no one's going to be home just yet. But with 20 seconds left, if I'm Insane, I'm saying screw this hill. Screw it. We're going to bunker. We're going to set up. We have some specialists available that we can use. In fact, they don't actually have specialists. So this could be a little tricky considering High Five do, but it's all about this rotation. If High Five can win this battle, they have the Purifier, they have a heat wave. This could be the turning point in this game.
Here we go. Fatal Shot comes up with a big kill. It's going to be up to High Five to try and break it.
They need to go right now. They cannot wait.
Oh, and just like that, 3 players get taken out. Insane Gaming retaining the lead at the moment, and just seeing their players fall down left, right, and center. Eros falls down, and now it looks like Insane Gaming are going to be able to walk away with this one.
Maybe
but just
not.
in time, High Five walk their way in there, and Bullets comes up with a big 2-piece on that dart.
And Eros was so unlucky. He popped his Purifier to thinking maybe his teammates were going to control the hill, but unfortunately they all fell. He got shot in the back, nothing you could do, but High Five are desperately trying to hold on. 30 seconds left on this hard point. They need to stay alive because Insane are just 6 seconds away from walking away with a W. Couple of kills go down. Drewski keeping his team alive. Can he find another kill? No, he can't. It looks like Eros should be there to clean up. He's going to fall. 5 seconds left. They need to contest, but Blizzard's popped his kinetic. He's going to stay alive. No, he falls as well. And somehow High Five are hanging on, but Flames looking to put this game completely over. Not going to happen. Kills traded absolutely everywhere, and for now, High Five stay alive.
They staying alive, but it's only 3 points away from their death from map 1, essentially. Now it's all going to be about rotations, and it looks like Insane Gaming are in control of that at the moment. 2 points away. High Five jump into contest, come up with the 2 clutch kills. It's High Five trying to mount a comeback at the moment.
You got to challenge. You got to go. If you're Fatal Shot, you have to pick up that kill. They're going to be coming from because there's one. Can he find the second? No, he can't. He will fall. Insane desperately trying to contest. Eros doing a fantastic job of staying alive, but now, bear in mind, when this hard point is contested, time is going to be going down. You can't just lie here and allow the other team to contest because you're eventually going to run out of time. You need to play for these kills. Eros right now. 1, 2. Nearly looking for the third. Not going to happen. Flames is able to pick it up, but again, the kills are coming in. The hard point still contested. How is High Five being this resilient? I have no idea. Drewski's still on the hard point, trying to play his life. He's going to fall, and surely someone is going to kill Fatal Shot. He falls, an Insane win, and that was a crazy, crazy ending to map number 1. One thing I do really want to point out, Fatal Shot, sorry, not Fatal Shot, Flames from Insane made an unbelievably intelligent play. Heading into that last hard point, he pulled out smoke grenades. He made the last hill so unbelievably messy. He recognized a contest is perfectly okay, threw smokes in all of the choke points, and just completely allowed his team to contest in absolute peace. That play won them that game.
Just across the board from the lads from Insane Gaming. Bullets getting 39 kills. On the other side of things, Era coming up clutch for his team, 42 kills of his own. Biggest problem there, gotta say, just not enough kills in the department of High Five.
Absolutely, you need to be picking up those kills, and you hate to point the finger, but Fatal Shot, 17 and 39, just not good enough.
Not good enough, but we're going to be moving over to Search and Destroy in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hold tight as we're going to cross to a quick ad break and get things started with map number 2 in this game. Insane Gaming taking on High Five.
join Cell 7 in the upcoming Soma Worlds tournament. After so many league victories, switching teams this close to the tournament appears to be a deliberate move to destroy Koda's chance at the title.
Let's do this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the MAG Cup, and this is map number 2, where Insane Gaming are taking on the likes of High Five. So far, halfway through that hard point, both teams feeling each other out, and Insane Gaming just walking away with it slowly but surely. Now, map number 2, Search and Destroy, completely different game mode. We saw the frantic action of hardpoint. Things are going to calm down a bit.
Yep.
And we're going to kick off with Search and Destroy.
I've been really impressed by Insane, the way that they've kind of changed up the game when they needed to. Again, I just want to reiterate that smoke play that we saw at the end. Just really nail in how much of a good play that was. Changes the pace when you have the lead, allows the other team to contest and just kind of knock time off the clock, which is exactly what they needed to do. They end up winning map number 1. So looking at Search and Destroy, I feel like the team that can adapt the quickest is always going to have the biggest advantage. So I'm looking at Insane here to potentially come out in 2-0.
Well, the thing is, High Five have been renowned to be a great search and destroy team.
Okay.
We've kind of seen them fall off slightly though of late. We've seen in
Let 'em know,
search
bro.
and
Let 'em
destroy
know.
against Concept.
Okay.
I mean, Concept turned things around, and I mean, yes, you got to give credit there to Lala for clutching up when he came up with those big plays. But now, when
Lala's
it comes,
pretty good at Call of Duty.
Yeah, he's pretty solid at search and destroy. So I think it's pretty going to be evenly contested. High Five are going to really look to Fatal Shot to pick things up once again. This is going to give them the opportunity to do exactly that. Revert to their strategies, revert to their solid gameplay, and not get taken by the stage, taken by the atmosphere, taken by just the sheer pace that Insane Gaming is throwing on them.
Looking, obviously, heading into Ban and Protect for map number 2. Search and Destroy, you've seen a couple of thermal bans come in, Overkill bans come in as well earlier on in the tournament. Maybe that's something that we see again. Obviously, Infection sniper rifles can be so dominant. If you know the other team has a good sniper and you just want to lock him out, I fully recommend you do it, because the sniper can do some serious work on Infection.
Well, crossing over to those pick and bans, it's now time for Insane Gaming and High Five to play the battle, the strategy battle that is the pick and ban phase.
I love it. I really do.
I want to see oh, there we go again.
That honestly, every time I see that, a little bit of my soul dies. It really does. You should never, ever ban high cal or rapid first. Let it be the last ban. Shiva's going to come through from Drewski. That kind of makes sense. We've seen the Shiva ban several times throughout the tournament. I would be very surprised if Overkill makes it through. It's something that's been consistently banned throughout Search and Destroy this tournament. It depends how worried you are about the other team. Like, for example, is either team known for a good sniper in this matchup?
Well, on the side of High Five, I know Era has been spectacular with the sniper.
Overkill.
There we go. Overkill gets removed. So clearly, concerns from the High Five games for the Insane Gaming snipers.
I mean, it's just one of those things, right? You want to make sure that they don't have a sniper rifle VMP back pocket, because that's just so strong. If you're not too worried about the other sniper, you don't have to target, the thermal or potentially even a sniper rifle itself. So I'm actually a big fan of just banning out Overkill flat, because it really does deter so many people, because they don't want to just run with a pistol in there as a secondary.
All right, now Overdrive as well, still in play here. We've seen it banned out a couple of times just because of its pure rush and surprise ability on your opposition.
I feel like, for me, people use Overdrive incorrectly in Search and Destroy. What tends to happen is someone will earn their Overdrive, and the round will start, bang, they pop Overdrive and they try and get a rush. That's not realistically the best way of using it, because now so many people know the rushes that they're just going to sit there, wait. If you're smart, you're going to know, oh, okay, Nick has Overdrive, surprise, he may rush me, I'm going to sit and I'm going to watch the angles. For me, the best way of using Overdrive is actually in the middle of a round. Let's say, for example, you're on the attacking round, right? You've got 30 seconds left, the enemy know you're kind of edging towards A, boom, Overdrive B, last thing they're going to expect.
It's exactly what I want to bring up, that rotation. Just from one bomb site to the other, when they think they've got you on that spot, pop that Overdrive, work your way across, and take a look at the specialist draft. We've seen Reject picked up from Tanker, Glitch going with bullets, Flame's going to be using that active camo, Heat Wave from Blizzard. You're not looking happy with that.
I mean, you look at it, why have you not taken Kinetic? I don't understand. If you're Insane, okay, you've gone with Reject, just swap out Glitch, play with Kinetic. If the other team has Kinetic and you don't, you're at immediate disadvantage. But then what's interesting is, Insane do have Reject, High Five don't. So it's going to be interesting to see how that trade of specialists is actually going to work out. For me, Glitch is always nice if you're going to make a flashy play, but it fully depends on how you use it. If you use it quote-unquote correctly, and you kind of bait a little bit with Glitch, you check a bomb site, hey guys, bomb is clear, oh, bomb isn't clear, boom, Glitch, I'm out, I still have my life. But more often than not, you have players kind of wait for a 1v3, a 1v2, and then you're like, I'm the Glitch because I want to make a highlight play. And it's like, okay, cool. A couple of times out of 10, maybe you do get that highlight play, but for me, it's more about playing a consistent play style, because that's how you get wins.
Well, big thing that you do point out, I think what's going to be so important is how these two teams start this off. If Insane Gaming start things off well, if Tanker gets that reject early, that is going to be huge for their team. On the opposite side of things, if it is pretty much an even matchup of specialists, I've got to favor the lads from High Five on this one. I
feel I agree. As strong as Reject is, I've seen some very questionable Reject plays throughout this tournament with players, like, they'll die close up, the enemy is next to you and you're Reject, it's like, well, you're just giving him another kill, like, you're not going to be able to escape. The only realistic way you can use Reject in Search and Destroy, if you get picked by a sniper rifle long range, or you die from long range and you know it's safe to Reject, or if you're trying to completely bleed the clock. If you know it's acceptable to bleed the clock and then pop Reject, 100% that's the time to use it.
Absolutely, have to agree with that. Now, Search and Destroy, if you're not familiar with it, 2 bomb sites on the map. It's all about just trying to get the bomb down. If you do eliminate all 4 of your opposition members, that's going to give you 1 round. Best out 11, first to 6. Benson, going in predictions of this one?
I said before I thought Insane were going to come in strong, but after the ban and protect, the specialist draft, I would be very surprised to see High Five throw this one away. I think they have the advantage here simply because of that kinetic. I think it can be so powerful, especially on Infection. Think about that B bomb site, right, Nick? It's so small. You rush in with kinetic.
Who's going to take you out?
Like, what, the guy with reject's going to pop reject and kill you? No, it's just not going to happen. You have the advantage because it's so close quarters. So for me, that is a huge, huge advantage for High Five, but it's going to all be about this first round. Now, obviously, Search and Destroy, just to be wary of the players potentially hearing us, the casting will get a little vague at times. But for me, this first round of attack is crucial because it's going to set the pace of the game. Big fan of this, massive fan of this. We'll see if it works out. But for me, Infection is a map which traditionally players rush B, right? You go down B alleyway, you have those 4-on-4 engagements, great. But what if you throw a curveball first round? What if you full push A? What if you make the opposition kind of respect that A push for the rest of the game? Then you know when you do that B push, it's going to be a 4 versus 3 because you have to respect the A play.
Here we go. Now, players just trying to suss each other out. Remember, once again, I have to reiterate, we can't be too descriptive as they are on stage, and they can probably hear every word that we say. So, crossing over the action. It looks like a couple of shots will be traded as Drewski will be able to pick up the first here, bringing things to a 4v3, and that's so important on the attack.
That's such a big intro kill as Aero looking to try and find a second. Flames is going to find it. Oh, but Aero just swings a little to the left. Drewski with a nade kill on Aero, so that's a bit of a mistake. Forces the 3 versus 2 into a 2 versus 2. Now the pressure is going to be on High Five, coming from an advantageous position where realistically they could have been winning this round, but it doesn't matter. Fatal Shot should be able to help out with that pick on Blizzard. Now 2 versus 1, it's going to be all down to bullets in this 1 versus 2.
Well, let's see if he's going to be able to pull this off. A lot of pressure on the man as the bomb does get planted. Bomb down, 2v1. Never a situation you want to find yourself in.
Why do I have a feeling he's going to do something I disagree with potentially here. I hope he doesn't. Okay, good. We're good. For a minute there, I thought he was going to just kind of fly off the map. It's like, you're in a 1v2, bro. Go for it. First round. Just kind of set the tempo to the game, and that's exactly what Bullets is going to try and do, and I respect this a lot. Going up against Era and Fatal Shot needs to be quick. Now, there's one nice play. Now forces the 1 versus 1 engagement. It's going to be Era versus Bullets. He's and a 2 versus 1 clutch. Bullets is going to get the defuse, and that is exactly why in the early rounds, if you're in a 2 versus 1, just go for it. Just gun them. Just really set the tempo, because now what's going to happen? If Bullets is left alive, High Five are going to be like, hey, give a little bit of respect. Remember what happened last time?
Yeah, I gotta say that's a misplay from High Five. Really bad misplay. I think what they should have done is just let Era watch over with the sniper rifle.
Yep.
If he does get tagged up, you've got your man, point guard basically, essentially right by the bomb site, and he can essentially jump up whenever he wants to. I mean, play it sneaky. He still doesn't know your position.
There's so many other ways that you could have played, like play for the trade potentially, but I see what they're doing. There was hardly any time left, right? You should never be able to clutch a 1v2 with that little time. Looking at the round number 2 though, it's going to be Insane, of course, now on the attacking side. Bullets is going to be feeling pretty confident, I feel, after round number 1, so we should probably check out his perspective and see if maybe High Five is going to do something different. And just if you take a look at the radar, of course, on the top left, for any of you new Call of Duty fans, the blue arrows, that's going to be High Five. The red arrows, that's going to be Insane. And really, the minimap is going to tell you a lot of information about this round that potentially we can't actually say. So on board now with Drewski from High Five. And
oh, terrible! Just trying to hunt, and the hunt gets hunted. Now it looks
that
like
was so unfortunate.
Yeah.
He flanked 3 players, and he played that well. I don't disagree with not shooting. I think that was a smart play.
Yeah, I think it was a smart play. Got a lot of information over to his team, certainly from that. As now, High Five Gaming look to find themselves trying to get back into this one, essentially, as the bomb does get planted. 4v3. Same Gaming currently with a numerical advantage. Fatal Shot will get taken out. Now it's up to Eros and Aero, the 2 E's, as Eros comes up with one of his own. 2-0 in terms of kills, going up strong. The bomb planted on the right hand side, going to make it much more difficult for them.
That's a nice play from Aero, but time ticking, 22 seconds left. You have to be wary of a wrap here, and that's exactly what Blizzard is going to do. He comes on the flank, oh, Flame, sorry, comes on the flank. He's going to shut down Aeros. Nice play coming in from the Insane guys. They just kind of place themselves around the map very intelligently. You see Flames just playing the time, recognize, hey, we still have some time to play. I'm going to wait, then I'm going to peek, and pick up a very, very easy pick.
Yeah, made it easy on themselves. They're just essentially pinching them inside that bomb site. They knew that they needed to move in there to make the defuse, so Insane Gaming now with that comfortable 2-0 lead, and such a great start. And this is what we talked about when it came down to the specialists.
Yeah, the specialists are going to be key, right?
Yeah, well, they're going to be so much closer to owning them in comparison to the lads from High Five. On the other side of things, High Five now on the attack, and a couple of EMPs will rain down.
One crucial thing we didn't really mention about Glitch as well when we actually saw it drafted is if you get it early, you need to use it early. Don't sit on the glitch and wait till round 6 when you know you're not going to be able to get it again. If you have it in round 3, use it as soon as you possibly can. Obviously, don't waste it, but you want to make sure you're efficient with your specialist earnings.
All right, big trade happening there on Big Rock as Fatal Shot will be able to come up with a kill. That being said, it is currently a 3v3 situation as Era did get taken out. Drewski comes up with one of his own. Will get traded out by Tank, picks up a big kill to bring things back to a 2v2.
Looking at Tank's perspective from Insane, of course he's alive with bullets, going up against Fatal Shot and Eros. Looks like Eros trying to hunt someone down, but as of yet, unsuccessful. Time, of course, ticking, 28 seconds left.
Not a lot of time to play with for the lads from High Five. They need to make a move, and it seems like Insane Gaming find themselves in a good position here yet again on Search and Destroy. As now,
I mean, 14 seconds left. You've left yourself hardly any time to make a play. As Eros is going to go for the plant, Tank is going to shut down Fatal Shot, and Tank picks up an easy 2-piece. And that's just one of those situations where when bomb is down, you have to just be a little quicker, right? You're leaving 14 seconds to plant. Guess what? At that point, the opposition has a 50-50 chance of getting it correct. Tank read it like a book. New bomb was down B Street. Guess what? With 10 seconds left, they're probably planting B bomb. Fantastic play from Tank.
Good play by Tank. If anything I do disagree with there is that Tank didn't really have that support to trade. He would find himself in a terrible position if he didn't bring his teammate there, and he didn't, so left it into a 1v1 gunfight. Clearly the confidence showing through from him, but still very risky in my opinion.
Insane really dominating their Search and Destroy though in the early parts. You know, you kind of expected High Five to have a little bit more, but you just need to get those kills to start earning those specialists. Speaking of High Five though, they do draw first blood. Eros with 2. Nice play coming from him, and Eros could potentially find another one if he's quick, but not going to happen.
So let's jump on board with the man getting the kills. See what he's going to be able to do here. Spots on the player, makes it 3 now with the opportunity to get an ace for his team. Love
that bait and switch there from the High Five guys, just showing a little bit of composure and some experience, but now we'll see if Flames can try and make something happen in the 1 versus 4. You know, you're in the 1 versus 4, this is where you have to kind of weigh up, all right, the 4 other guys who you know are nowhere near their specialists are now getting free time. They're getting free time, free points earned on their specialists. So realistically, sitting and waiting, not the best play.
You bring
make something happen. Like, if you're on the attacking side, plant the bomb. Force them to come to you. Get some points of your own, because at this point, you're at a massive disadvantage, and it looks as if he's going to fall as well. So realistically, I feel like in those 1 versus 4s, you just have to pick something to do and just do it. Sitting in a corner, allowing the other team to earn specialists, not the correct play.
The team, especially at this level of gameplay, the guys aren't going to try hunt you 1 by 1. They're going to make sure that they've got a contingency plan. At the moment, it looks like the lads from High Five just held things by that bomb site, made sure that they had the cutoffs of angles, they had the vision. So, like you said, make a move, make it quick.
Eros currently top fragging the lobby at 5 and 2 from the High Five squad, despite being down 3 rounds to 1. And we're going to board with Eros and see exactly what he's going to be up to at the beginning of this round. Of course, High Five now on the attacking side, as Eros hungry to see if he can find a pick in towards that mid-map, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to find anything. And can we just get on board with Fatal Shot, if possible? Fatal Shot, fantastic play from him. Just as I say that, manages to pick up bullets from behind. A fantastic flank. He just ran straight through mid-map. And at that point, you have to kind of ask the question, what was Insane looking at?
Yeah, exactly. As now Insane Gaming find themselves in a terrible position, it has to be said, trying to work their way forwards towards this bomb. 4v2, as Drewski's going to be able to pick up the kill. Now Tank left in a 1v4 situation.
Complete the mission.
At this point, it looks like Tank is kind of lost, it feels like, but he's trying to make his way back over towards that A site. Should be pretty much good as dead. Era picks it up, and again, to go back to the very, very beginning of that round, Insane sent 3 players to B Street and then decided to play passively. You've given up mid-map control. If you're going to play B Street, get control of B bomb site. You can't just allow the other team complete control of the map, because then exactly what happened. You get blanked. You lose control of a bomb site.
Essentially forfeiting control there, as now we're just going to wait to see if teams are ready here.
Protect the objectives.
As jump on board with the attacking team. And we hold things down tight with Insane Flames. Alright, so we're going to have to call things as is. 3-2. As one of the players just had a disconnection. I do have to reiterate to everybody, just make sure that what we brought up a bit earlier, just make sure that's sorted out.
Yep.
as we're going to cross over to the game in just a second. Insane Gaming then, losing control of momentum.
Yeah, they started off so strong, right? You look at the beginning of that Search and Destroy, they're up 3-0. They have complete control, they have their specialists. And then what's so ironic is when they get the specialists, they start losing control of the game. Not using them effectively enough is definitely something that went wrong. Obviously, High Five starting to make a little bit of a comeback, now down 3-2. Looks a lot better than being down 3-0.
It's a little bit of a break of momentum from the High Five lads. You got a feel for them. But on both sides of things, I believe the specialists were up. So when it comes down to exactly how these teams are going to be able to handle this now, they're going to have to regroup. Maybe re-strategize on a couple of moves that they're going to have to make. But for now, we're going to cross over to the action just as soon as the lads from Insane. I believe it was Blizzard that did have the disconnect. But what do you think the lads from Insane Gaming need to do to try turn things around here?
To be honest, stay composed, right? You were up 3-0, and then all of a sudden the other team start coming back. You can't allow that to happen. And you saw kind of questionable decisions being made. So for me, it comes down to picking something to do and being confident about doing it. Like sending 3 players, as I kind of brought out, to B Street and then not pushing through B Street. Either in that situation, send all 4 of your squad and just hit it. Just go, right? Just hit it and be quick. Or watch mid-map. You can't allow players to rush through mid-map. So for me, maybe that was a little strategy issue.
Yeah.
So maybe just revert back to what you were doing in the earlier rounds, because clearly it was working.
I mean, especially under the defensive sides, you've got to question. I mean, traditionally speaking, Search and Destroy, people know their positions on defense. They know what angles they need to cover. They get assigned roles, and just giving over mid-map control, you're going to give over no information taken from the guys from Insane. They needed to make a move. Clearly a misplay from the lads.
Obviously the question now, of course, is, sometimes these things do happen. There can be a disconnect mid-game. It's esports. Sometimes it happens. There's no control over that. But what's interesting to me is the effect, how people react to the break. So you have Insane up 3-2, but how is this break going to act with them? Like, what is going to be their reaction? Is it, we had a good thing going? Or is it High Five saying, okay, let's just talk about what happened during the game, how can we react to that? Is there a way that we can kind of sit and use this time efficiently? You tend to find the teams that do just that come back after a break and make a comeback.
Well, the comeback, that's exactly what the lads from High Five are going to try to attempt, but I'm quite shocked that the lads from Insane Gaming, they just found themselves falling behind there in that momentum. I thought they were really going to potentially walk away with a 6-0. Good resilience being shown from the lads from High Five.
Again, it's interesting, right? As soon as you earn your specialist, you allow the other team to come back. That's not how it should have gone. You look at that 4th round, that was really, really key to use those specialists you'd already earned, secure the 4-row, because, 4-row disadvantage, the other squad is going to look at that. High Five's going to sit there and be like, oh, we're down 4-0. What do we do? What do we do, Nick?
Well, to be honest, it's all about just keeping your composure here. Fall back on your strategy, and that's what they need to do at the moment. We're going to cut to the specialist draft, essentially, but teams are going to keep things the same.
Yep.
We're not going to be going through the ban and protect, obviously, as things are going to remain consistent here. Currently, 3-2 to Insane Gaming.
Yes, bear that in mind. Insane do have that advantage, just a 1-round lead. So all Insane need to do here is get to 3 rounds.
Win 3 rounds, the lads from High Five need to win 4 respectively. Just seeing how things turn, I'm going to once again, I keep on reverting back to what your prediction is for the lads in this game at the moment. 4 rounds from High Five. I feel like you have to be optimistic going with them, but the way they turn things around, I wouldn't rule it against them.
Again, I think it's how they react to this break. If they've used this time well and they said, okay, let's analyze, what did Insane do when they were winning? Okay, they did this, they did that, they pushed down B Street, they watched map control. How do we react to that? Okay, we do this, this, and this. If they've used this time efficiently, yes, they'll come back into this. On the other hand, you look over at Insane and they were the one that... Is that going to tilt them potentially, or was that in actual fact a good thing? If you think about it, right, you're starting to lose a little bit of control of the game, then all of a sudden you get a disconnect. Can kind of work in your favor because it gives you that moment to just kind of recollect your thoughts. Because High Five were starting to mount a little bit of a comeback, as we said.
Well, the thing is, I think Insane Gaming, they clearly didn't have the time to recalibrate their strategies. I mean, they didn't have time to communicate. They're busy talking about, we had the disconnect, what are we going to do? How do we sort this out? Clear little bit of a panic from the team. The guys from High Five could recollect. They could say, you know what, they've got the problem, we're going to strategize, let's figure out ourselves. Now it's really going to come down to gameplay to see exactly how these two teams are going to be able to handle it. So,
Going to be.
Who do you feel like we need to jump on board with? I feel like Tanker, he came up with some big kills early on. Let's see how he's going to be able to do in this.
Been very impressed with what I've seen from Tank so far. Every time I've been able to just kind of check out his perspective when he's been playing backstage, it's always been a very talented individual, as he's going to throw out that nade, not going to connect. Interesting smoke. I don't know whether that was really the right place to throw that, but he's completely cut off one angle, so I guess that's going to work. But you need your teammates to be pushing aggressively when you do that, especially when you're down a man.
Well, maybe after the player went down, they just needed to essentially change up their strategy here. That smoke clearly not connecting with the correct area. And we are now holding on tight, still with Tanker, 3v4 situation. High Five Gaming currently looking strong as we cross over.
Looking over at Blizzard's perspective, of course, Insane down a man here, 3 versus 4. So getting bombed down here at B is going to be super clutch for them. Forces High Five to make moves towards him, and that's a nice little pick there from Blizzard as he shuts down Era. Now 3 versus 3. It's pretty much an even game. As Insane, as we mentioned, do have that bomb down. 30 seconds left. High Five have to make a play.
They need to make a play. I've got to question Tanker
Oh,
at that position.
go me.
Out of
no,
nowhere, Blizzard comes up with 2.
Oh,
and there we go, Bullets
Lord.
cleans it up. Insane Gaming now 4-2 in the lead, giving themselves a huge foothold on this game.
You kind of asked the question, you know, how are they going to react after a little bit of a pause? That was a pretty good way of responding, if I say so myself. Now, of course, up 4 rounds to 2. Insane just need 2 more rounds to close out the second map and go 2-0 up in the series.
Well, exactly what happened from Blizzard there. He spotted the player behind the rock. All he had to do was cook that grenade, throw it over, easy kill.
I feel like even though they're on defense, I want to see Blizzard's perspective. He started off so unbelievably strong. He's already earned himself something shiny and yellow, so that's always good, right? Can't complain. Has that trophy and a grenade at his disposal, and that's another beautiful nade, but I don't think it's going to connect. Drewski, meanwhile, has shut down
Once
Tank.
again, first blood. Drewski doing so well to pick up those initial kills for his team. Just no follow through from the rest of the squad.
See, at this point, I feel like you have to consider potentially using that RC car. You're a man down. You know you don't have B Street control. That would have been the perfect time to just kind of set the tone of this round and maybe give yourself an advantage back.
Get some knowledge for your teammates as well. I mean, it's like you point out, it's a portable UAV essentially. As now the lads from High Five on the defensive side of things, Blizzards are going to be doing some pre-firing, giving away his position.
He should have used his HC in my opinion here. But oh my god, Flames is going to ninja defuse. The reason I said he should have used his HC is because his teammate was defusing the bomb.
Yeah.
If he uses that HC, immediately everyone on the other team is going to say, okay, there's a HC. Guys, take a step backwards. So that's just relieving pressure off the bomb, and it kind of almost misguides the ninja defuse. But either way, from High Five's perspective, you just allowed a ninja defuse to go down. Not good enough. You can't give up bomb control. Throw a grenade. Do something.
5-2 now currently in favor of the lads from Insane Gaming, as you pointed out, just playing it well and actually maybe the break helping them there.
On board now with Flames. Of course, Insane just need 1 more round now, and they will go 2-0 up. Eros is going to pick up that kill, and just seemed like a little bit of mistiming there with the HC. As Bullets is going to shut down Fatal Shot, and the HC stays on the map for now. One of those red squares has just been spotted, but it doesn't matter. He's not going to be able to clean the kill, but there's going to be one immediately. Blizzard's pistol almost shut down Drewski, but Drewski doing a fantastic job for High Five at this point. 2 versus 3 in favor of High Five. So a little bit of pressure now on the guys from Insane if they want to close out this map.
As you point out, a lot of pressure on the lads. They just need that 1 round, and they need these 3 kills essentially. Still bomb in hand. 40 seconds left on the clock. A lot to play for the lads from Insane Gaming. This is going to, if they do secure this round, it's going to give them so much momentum going into that map number 3. We all know how High Five has struggled with uplink in the past, and Insane Gaming are looking really solid on attack.
Oh, Bullet's doing a good job of just getting out, but the problem he's going to have now is High Five have a lot of information, and you can see that mini-map, those blue arrows all of a sudden converging, but Tank's going to pick up Eros, and that's a massive play from Insane as they look to potentially try and clutch up the 3 versus 2. Bomb's going to go down as A as well, and I feel like High Five, they knew exactly where they were, and they just took their pedal off the gas, and this could be a massive clutch coming in from Insane. It's going to be Arrow 1 versus 2. Can't finish off the first kill, tagged up himself. Now, does he go for the push or does he just jump on the bomb? He's going to pick up 1, nice. Now the 1 versus 1. He's going to spot him as well with the pistol. Not going to be able to clean it up just yet. It looks like he's going to try and go for the push. He cleans it up in Arrow. A huge clutch comes in from him. But you have to look at that and say, Era should never have been left in that position at all. It was a 3 versus 2, and they knew exactly where the opposition were, and they just decided against pushing. That just seemed like a very, very scared high five.
They really could have just checked bomb as a unit, as 3, and just deciding, you know what, let's hold back and wait for them to have the bomb plant, giving them essentially the advantage. Gotta say it is a misplay from High Five. Thank goodness for them, that Era coming up clutch.
Yeah, fantastic 1 versus 2 there from Era, but again, shouldn't have been in that position in the first place. Maybe that could be a little bit of a momentum switch. Of course, 5-3 in favor of Insane right now, and it's worth mentioning a streak was earned. There's a couple of specialists there now. Bullets really could be a key play to keep your eye out for, as well as Era. So they're going to be the 2 players just to kind of keep note of. Bullets could use his specialist to really help out.
Once again, we've seen something all too familiar here.
I like this play from Era. I really do. Being aggressive, this is exactly what High Five need. They can't afford to just sit back, right? Because every time they have, Insane have just laid them out from distance. As now potentially, Era could find himself in a good engagement. Doesn't look like it for now though, so he's going to be okay. Of course, it's worth mentioning High Five 3 versus 4 in this situation. HC is going to get called in. He's going to get a little bit of information, and meanwhile, Eris has picked up Flames, and that should be a kill for the. Oh, Flex going to come out and save him, but Era was able to find out a little bit of information. So 3 versus 3, 30 seconds left. Bomb down. Realistically, this should be High Five's round, as Era really is the key play to keep your eye out for right now. He's going to get charged as well. 25 seconds. Oh. Era nearly managed it, but it's going to be Eros versus Insane. Tank and Blizzard. Doesn't matter. He is going to fall, and Insane are going to pick up that defuse and take map number 2.
Great break there from Insane Gaming. You have to feel that Era needed to take that opportunity. They weren't aware of his position just at that point, and he should have, I think, chased the kill.
The problem for Eros was when you call in the HC and you're in a corner and you're on the bomb, you don't have control of that mini bomb area, right? So you knew that 2 people were going to be pushing you from there, but you didn't have control of it, and that was just a fantastic play from Insane to both jump out, one from the window, one from the door, one at height, and one from ground. There's really not much you can do in that situation.
No, not much that they can do, but when it comes down to uplink, that's the next thing that is on the plate for both of these teams, and they've got to look at it. And I've got to feel bad for the lads from High Five at the moment. They don't have the momentum. They're losing out in the slaying department, as was a clear indication of that previous respawn. Search and Destroy was theirs to lose, and it seems that that's exactly what happened. They did end up losing that one, but credit is due to the lads from Insane Gaming coming up clutch. Bullets 5 and 3 in that second half when we did pick things up. He was going strong for his team. Flames surprisingly falling behind. He's usually quite a solid Search and Destroy player, but for now we're going to be crossing over to map number 3, getting things set up on our side. We're going to cross over to a small ad break, and we'll be back in just a bit.
Let's do this. Pre-purchase select editions and play the Modern Warfare Remastered campaign 30 days early, starting October 5th only on PS4.
Only smoke when I need to, and I need to get some rest. Yo, where's my? I confess I burned the hole in your mattress. Yes, yes, it was me. I plead guilty, and at the count of 3, I pull back my duvet and make my way to the refrigerator. One dry potato inside, no lie, not even bread. Damn, when the light above my head went bam.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the Monster Astro Gaming Cup, the Call of Duty World League, and this is the winners bracket semi-final. It is High Five Gaming taking on the likes of Insane and Benson. So far, not looking good for the High Five Gaming team.
Yeah, Insane have come out looking very, very strong. They're now going to be 2-0 up in the series. Heading into the Breach uplink, kind of feel like this is where Insane closed this one out. I know yesterday we had a very, very close game to start. Feel like today could be a 3-0 unless High Five come out, and this is where I truly look at Ban and Protect to come in. I've been saying it every single game just to reiterate how important it really is. And for High Five, when you're down 2-0, this is where you can throw a curveball. Do we see an M8 ban, a VMP ban? Do we see something protected? Pretty unusual. Do you think about specialist draft? How can you try and utilize things? Maybe you go for an overdrive protect. Yeah, okay, it could help out the other team as well, but it's something that you may not necessarily be used to playing with.
Well, that overdrive protect, like you did mention, I think High Five Gaming, they completely need to mix things up here. Hit Insane off of this momentum. Make them take a back foot and re-strategize and change their classes, and essentially maybe they're going to be able to make a mistake there.
There's nothing more tilting than after the Ban and Protect phase, you go to edit classes and you have to change everything on your class. It's the most annoying thing in the world, and it could be something which could have a mental effect. Something I've seen happen. Like it has happened before against some of the top teams where you can just see like one of those bans sneaks through, and all of a sudden you look over to your left or your right and you see kind of heads go down and like, oh really guys, you're gonna ban that? That's exactly what High Five needs to do right now.
All right, so now time for pick and ban phase as we kick things off, should I say.
Words are hard.
Words are difficult sometimes. As High Five Gaming, let's see how they're going to be able to challenge themselves here with the pick and ban phase.
I feel like, again, these first few bans or protects are going to be so important. Thank you, Eros. Literally doing exactly what I wanted to see. An M8 ban straight out the bat. Perfect. And a great response from Blizzard. I love that. He's basically saying, okay, that probably means you're going to be reliant on the Mano. I'm going to get rid of that as well. The Shiva goes and the HVK goes as well. 4 assault rifles just gone. And honestly, I think this could work out in High Five's favor because that's something that you just don't normally see. A flashbang's going to go, but at this point, who the hell cares? Ban the VMP. Get rid of the VMP, and I guarantee you this game becomes so messy, High Five could maybe make something happen.
The biggest thing here, as we saw yesterday, I saw too.
Subs only, baby. Subs only. This is what I want to see. A VMP ban right now would be just so unbelievably clutch. I really think at that point, you're making a point. The team that could do it would be really saying, I know I'm better than you. I know my players are better than all of your players.
Rapid fire still in play, high caliber still in play.
I don't want to see,
it does get removed. Both of those are going to be the last 2, but at the moment, if anything I want to point out there, High Five, this could either be their moment of genius or the moment where they shoot themselves in the foot the most because of the lads from High Five. Era is the guy I want to point out. Yesterday, when he got that M8 banned against him, could not use another assault rifle.
Well, now he doesn't have any assault rifles anyway. He can only use a sub, essentially. So it's going to be very interesting to see kind of what comes about. It was interesting because both teams didn't opt to protect an assault rifle, so it was kind of like a playing chicken in the street, right? Yeah. It's like, who's going to protect first? And it ended up no one protected anything. They just banned out everything. I really think that's good for High Five. Looking at the specialist, overdrive makes it through. Something you don't really ever see in uplink, and I'm so glad because again, it's just going to help mess things up a little bit, which is what I feel High Five really need. To mount a good comeback, you need a solid map number 3, and you know, throwing a massive curveball towards Insane is the perfect play. Now the question is, how good a high five with subs?
I love the fact.
Pray they're good, otherwise they may have screwed themselves.
I just love the fact that we're not going to be seeing defensive gameplay anymore. I think with the sub gameplay, we're going to see those defensive players pull back from those areas of control and basically push themselves into this middle of the map. Yesterday we saw a lot of defensive CTF and defensive
Extremely
uplink.
defensive CTF.
Yeah.
I thought it was in Europe.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I thought I was watching Marky B, just at the back of the map.
But now when it comes down to uplink, same sort of principle is going to be applied. Map control going to be oh so important. We need to see those ones.
Yeah, that was something yesterday we didn't really see too much of. It seemed a little bit of greed came through. So many players trying to force 2-point plays, which
Yeah.
you know sometimes just isn't the right decision. Go for a safe one, give yourself some points. But now with this many subs and Overdrive making it in as well, I feel like this is going to be a very, very high-scoring game, very, very scrappy game. It wouldn't surprise me if maybe we saw some smoke grenades on the map as well. That's really what you want to see from High Five. Mess up the map as much as you possibly can. That's something going way, way, way back to Black Ops 2 days when teams would go up against Complexity. Really, the success came from confusing the way Complexity played. Change the way Insane are going to play this. And you've done that in Ban and Protect. Now you need to follow it through and do it actually in the game.
They're going to have to look to their objective players. Eros, Drewski need to come up big here from the lads from High Five. And can I just point out what map this is? Breach. Remember what happened in Breach, CTF?
Stop.
Yep.
I'm not, my heart can't take it. My heart can't take it.
I feel
if we go to overtime, I may just leave and just let the gameplay do the talking. Otherwise, I could actually have a heart attack.
It
It's
is
a
possible.
possibility. It
We
is a
might need to
possibility.
call in a medic as soon as possible because this might be the medical game that team needs from High Five Gaming need to turn things around.
Luckily, the medical clinic is like right there.
Yeah.
Like it's less than like 100 meters away, so I should be okay. But I really want to see another close game because yesterday's game was absolutely fantastic. But I'm looking forward to this one. I'm curious to see, is anyone maybe gonna use a Pharaoh? And maybe put long barrel on it and try and use it as an assault rifle. On a map like Breach, you can actually get away with that, and the Pharaoh is a very, very dominant weapon on land. I don't know if the South African community have experimented with that. Is that something you've seen in the past or no?
Well, this is something I want to see now. ICR-1, still available as an assault rifle.
I don't think there's a point. I really don't think there's a...
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the
There you go, a
Grudge.
round of applause. People thinking outside the box here a little bit. Let me tell you what's about to happen. I'm gonna predict the future. I'm gonna be a prophet. Era is gonna get a kill. And what's gonna happen is Insane is gonna look at the kill feed and say, what in the hell was that? And everyone's head is about to go down because I guarantee you, Insane haven't made a class to even think about countering this. That is a fantastic play from High Five and exactly what I wanted to see when I'm saying mix it up, make it messy.
Make it messy indeed, as now we take a look at Flames with ball in hand, will fall down and the ball will once again get reset. Era surprisingly does get that kill on Flames, but falls off the map. Maybe that weapon was just a little big in his hands.
It's fine. The LMGs can be a little heavy, right? So sometimes it weighs you down a little bit. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Insane. I know that they've seen the kill feed. They're like, really? He's using an LMG? Really? This is going to happen right now? Well, yeah, it is. And most likely it could work.
Well, now Insane tanking with a numerical advantage. It looks like Eros coming up clutch with a big defensive play there. Now we'll be able to pick up the ball and work the way forward towards opposition side of the map.
Oh, beautiful movement. But this is the time where you need to go for the one. And unfortunately, just couldn't get it away. Era. 1 and 3, okay. At this point, I feel like you can't play aggressive with the LMG. This is a weapon where post up top broken, post up top top AC. Don't push mid-map with an LMG. Like, they're the gunfights you want, right? Long range. Don't be aggressive with it.
Interestingly enough, the Dredge does get dropped by Era as he decides, you know what, let me go with consistency with the ICR.
I hate the ICR. I just don't think it's worth it. At this point, I would say run 4 subs, flood the map, flood the spawns, flood the drone. Continuously apply pressure. For me, the ICR is such a low power assault rifle, it almost isn't worth it. To try and play a familiar style with no assault rifles in the game, disagree with that.
So, bullets now.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
I was gonna, never mind. We're good for now. We're good for now. I think, honestly though, Insane playing pretty well at the beginning of this one.
Yeah, they're starting things off solidly with that early map control. Now it looks like the overdrive will get popped. Will he be able to work his way forward? No, error comes up clutch. Looks like the ball, however, will get dropped. It's going to be Blizzard picking it up, not being able to come up with the 2. Tanker, it's up to you as he works his way forward, pops the camo, says thank you very much. Insane Gaming with the lead.
And of course, let's not forget about the KN-44. Interesting assault rifle weapon. You can kind of get away with that, but I feel like you do need to play a little more aggressive, and that's exactly what you saw. Tank doing a good job of just blocking out those spawns. Should be able to find another couple of kills. There's one. Can he find the second? He knows he's going to be to the right. Just needs to buy Flames time for another 2-point play, and he is going to get it. And more importantly, the streaks could come in from Tank. He's 25 points away from a dot. And interestingly, look at how low he's aimed for those streaks. No Hellstorm, no Lightning Strike, just gone very, very low.
As it looks like he also whipped out the counter UAV. That's just going to make High Five completely. It's got to just put your heads down when you don't have any information on the map. If somebody, you got to rely on those callouts, and at the moment it looks like it's gone a little bit quiet on that side.
No surprise, really. You're completely blind. And shout out to Flames. Look at how close to overdrive he is again. This is what I wanted to see from High Five. Instead, it's Insane who started off stronger. And when you start linking together those overdrives, it becomes a very scary thing. If I'm Tank, pass it. Beautiful play. Now Flames, just pop your overdrive and secure another 2-point play. Perfectly done. And that's a 7-0 lead in favor of Insane. Playing it so well. As Flames, once again, starting to cycle those streaks now. This is perfect play from Insane.
Got to give credit where it's due to the Insane Gaming lads. Now trying to turn things around on the High Five team, as just trying to reassert some kind of map control as they have been flooded almost entirely. Active camo will get popped. Active desperation seemingly there from Fatal Shot, as Insane Tanker will be able to pick himself up a kill. Bullets assisting there. And you got to feel for that lad from High Five at the moment, just not coming up strong and defensively, but looking to Eros to come up with a clutch play.
He's uses overdrive so quickly there that I don't think he's actually going to be able to get out the door. Oh, he gets it! Eros with the juke at the last minute. Fantastic stuff. And I'm actually curious to ask you this, Holden. How often do you see overdrive within kind of South African Call of Duty? Is it something that you see often?
To be honest, you don't see it too often. It's usually a consistent ban when it comes down to public, just because of exactly what we saw there. It's so difficult to challenge a player that is juking like that with overdrive in hand.
So do the South African players know about the advanced warfare dash that you can do with overdrive? Is that something you think they may have experience with or not?
When you come off a ledge and you just basically shoot forward?
No. So if you actually have overdrive, what you can do is you can jump up in the air, pop your overdrive, mid-jump, and dash to the left or right. It looks exactly like the advanced warfare movement where you dash to the left and right, and you can absolutely world stop people, which is why using your overdrive at the very beginning can sometimes be risky, because you can actually make some serious plays with it. But looking at the score, 7-4 in favor of Insane, you know, High Five doing a little bit of a good job coming back into this one.
Yeah, getting 4 points essentially in quick succession. Now Era looking to try and make some plays of his own.
Use your kinetic, go, use
kinetic. Now going to be able to run this one. Will they be able to bring this back?
Has support, this should be a 2-point play.
There we go, High Five Gaming right back in this one. We have a game on our hands. I was scared this was going to be a runaway one from Insane. High Five turning things around.
And that's a big momentum shift as well towards the end of the game, right? Insane had the lead, High Five come back. Once again, High Five showing that resilience. And this game is by no means over at all. That overdrive is going to be a huge game changer if used correctly. That's the key. I want to see some kind of almost passive play with overdrive, as weird as it is to say. Like, I don't want to see someone grab drone, pop overdrive, and run. For me, that isn't effective. You want to kind of push, get control, and then use your overdrive to try and make a nice play.
Now that is going to be a big play for Eros. There's that shiny yellow thing. I just also don't want to give away too much information.
So shiny and yellow.
As it looks like High Five going to try and find themselves a couple of kills before they decide to pop that. And now that's going to give them a lot more running room and a lot more angles to work with. Why not go on a completely different route than you traditionally go?
I don't understand why you haven't used it at the start. The start of the game, like, use it right now. You're running the drone. Use it. Help make a play here. But it doesn't seem as if Eros wants to. He's going to pick up one. He has his overdrive. He's going to be able to use that pretty effectively, but now he has to try and track down the enemy drone carrier, and I'm still so surprised that we haven't seen his score streak used. This doesn't make sense to me. Like, the start of the game is where you can really make the biggest play. You can get yourself a little bit of a relay going, like, utilize it. You're 200 points away from getting a HC. You're going to lap your streaks. Like, this is the time to go.
The only logic I can think about this is that he hasn't now popped, and he also still hasn't used his UAV, so... he's got support though, so 2 points go over to him. but I feel like that play still could have been a little bit better executed.
He gets the 2-point play. Now obviously High Five are in the lead, so it's a little difficult to say that was wrong, but using his overdrive there was a little crazy as now. Oh, HC, is he going to spot the camera player? He gets it! Beautiful driving from Eros now. Can he get the drone out? That's going to be the question. Could just go for the reset, and that's exactly what he does. Has teammates in mid-map control, so that reset is definitely going to be worth it. Now, Fatal Shot does have camo available. Also the dart, but not going to be able to get away. Over to Eros' perspective, he's working over towards some streaks of his own. Heat Wave's going to come through. He's on the wall and he stays on it as well, but should fall. Player bottom broken. Surely not. Finally does go down. Over to Eros' perspective, there's going to be one. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. Looking for more.
Three players currently down.
Mid-map. He has overdrive again, but you want to see him use it properly. Oh, what a pick that was. Bullets looked as if he could be around the wall, but High Five now taking control of this game.
Yeah, taking control, but you got to feel that they needed to take that numerical advantage when they had it. It was a 4v1 situation. 3 players down from Insane. Still way too slow to push, but now they're going to be able to look to a couple of kills from Drewski. Going to be trying to work his way, and unfortunately didn't end well for Eros there, and just essentially wasting their map advantage.
And more importantly, he's suicided, so he's going to have a longer spawn delay there, but you have overdrive. Wait for your teammates to get the kills, then push. There's no point trying to force something. In a game this close, you have to be patient, as unfortunately Bullets is going to drop. You see Flames, he has his overdrive as well. Eros, can he now be the player to make the play? He's going to pop his overdrive way too soon. No one's died, but he's going to get the 2-point play anyway, and it just seems like Insane can't pick up those defensive kills. They're relatively easy because you have only a guy with a drone running at you. You should be able to clean it up, but for now, High Five had themselves a 3-point lead.
Got to look to Flames here, 6 and 18, needs to pick things up in that department. Let's jump on board with him. Currently has overdrive in hand, and now looks like Fatal Shot will take out a teammate. Team kill for the win.
Beat him down.
It looks like
he threw the drone at him. He threw the drone, and unfortunately Fatal Shot called the drone, so he couldn't actually kill him. And Flames able to find that pick. Now can Insane try and go for a wrap? Again, overdrive is available for Flames if he so wants to use it, but he needs to wait for his teams to slay out. There's 1 kill. That's going to be Drewski down. There's 2. Now go. Now you want to use it. You want to go.
4 players in hand for Insane Gaming, have a big opportunity to get a 2-pointer. Thank you very much. They're right back in the game. It is a 1-point game with 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock. Still anybody's game here as Insane Gaming pick up the ball. I love this play here, passing over to Flames.
I don't know whether maybe going down bottom could be the right play. Fatal Shot's going to pick up 1, but that's going to be another 2-point play. Flames is, I love this. Flames is waiting for his teammates to get mid-map control, so they're going to be able to get the drone. There's a 2-point play. Burn some time down. Highly, highly intelligent play coming from Flames. I love that. Can't praise that enough.
Especially in the heat of the moment. I mean, it's so much pressure, and they come up with these big plays like this. But High Five now, getting 3 kills in quick succession with an opportunity to try push forward. Counter UAV has been called up from Insane Gaming.
I don't know whether that was the correct route to go. You had a teammate bottom broken who won a gunfight. Why are you taking the drone palace to an area you have 0 control over? Now you're left to try and go for 1. You're not going to be able to make it. 42 seconds left. He goes in from Drewski. You need to clean up the kill before you go for the drone. There's 1. Can he find the second? Drewski not going to be able to do it. And it doesn't look like High Five have anyone else. And then they do. Eros is there. Eros is actually on the other side of the map. He's got it. He's got the drone. He gets a 2-point play as well. Huge play goes around. And he's going to continue it as well. That's going to be a HC. But now the drone is in the opposition hands. It's going to be Bullets. Bullets trying to make something happen. 20 seconds left. He's not going to be able to. Still though, the drone down mid-map. Time is ticking. High Five need to get control of this drone. They cannot give it up. I believe they are going to have it. They could run this one back or play for 15. I think they got the 15-second reset. And what an ending to that matchup.
What a game from High Five, coming back from that 6-0, 7-0 deficit initially and turning things around. 12-11 into their favor. Huge plays being made by the lads there. And Eros coming up clutch there. So good.
Massive play. Managed to get all the way into behind enemy lines and make a huge play. Not only that, 25 and 16 with 4 dunks as well. That's massively impressive play from Eros. And you have to think, go all the way back to the ban and protect. That game was obviously very close, but the messiness that you had, the overdrive, is that something which realistically Insane are going to be used to? Probably not. So I think ban and protect, when you look at CTF, you need to see something similar. You have to continue with that scrappiness.
That being said, I know the lad from High Five, CTF is one of their go-tos. So, maybe is this the reverse sweep? I mean, I don't think they would have a problem playing it straight up. I think, if anything, Insane Gaming now are going to have to be the ones who mix things up when pick and bans come into favor. And you know what? They seem game to do exactly that. When High Five said, you know what, let's get rid of the M8, guess what? Insane answered right back with some potentially huge bands of their own.
Very true. I love the way that we just saw Ban and Protect in that last map. Cannot stress it enough. And I'm kind of happy it worked out for High Five, because now we actually have a little bit of a series. Curious to see what happens next, though, in terms of Ban and Protect for the CTF.
Yeah, CTF is going to be huge as we're going to be crossing to an ad break. We'll be back with map number 4. It's going to be some capture the flag action, and we've got a great game on our hands. Stay tuned. What's happening with the front? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is map number 4. It is Capture the Flag. And Benson, we have a series on our hand.
We do. You're pretty evident that maybe High Five take this one. You're saying they're a very, very solid CTF team, and
yeah.
Now maybe we see Insane have to try and adapt in the Ban and Protect. But talk to me a little bit about why High Five is so good at CTF and a little bit of backstory to it.
So taking a look at a competition that I believe was held in April.
Okay.
Astro Gaming Cup. High Five taking on the best team in South Africa at that point.
Okay.
It was a best of 3 series, and just due to the map structure that it was in that series, there was Search and Destroy, Capture the Flag, and Hardpoint. Capture the Flag was their go-to.
Okay.
And they dominated the best team in South Africa.
Like, define dominated. Like, what was it, like a 5-0 or like?
I essentially classify domination when it comes down to Capture the Flag 3-0. So
fair enough. A little bit different definition of domination. Like I'm looking double digits.
Okay. Capture the flag, though?
Yeah, why not, right?
All right.
Let's be aggressive.
all right.
Let's be adventurous.
Fair enough, as we're going to be crossing over to capture the flag on Fringe, and now this is a great map to kick things off. It's a very traditional 3-lane map when it comes down to it, and the pick and bans, as we were talking about before we came back, it's going to be huge.
I feel like if you're right and high...
Ooh.
Okay, that's interesting. Considering you're saying High Five is the more structured, balanced CTF team, I feel like you don't need to go at the ban and protect again. Yes, okay, it worked when you just did it and you won the map, but if you're playing a game mode which is your strongest, force the other team to make the move. Like, play around your own strengths. Don't necessarily play around your weaknesses. Overdrive's gonna go because you saw how much of an effect that had. Insane's like, nope,
no
not playing with that again.
Nope,
don't want any of it. Shiva's gone as well to mention, and as I said, the M8 ban. Now, this is a really important ban coming in from High Five. It's going to set the tone for the rest of this ban and protect. If they go after another weapon, okay, they're going after another weapon. So that's just showing you they're more than happy to play the exact same playstyle they just played in the uplink. And now when you look at from Insane's perspective, it's like, okay, what do we do? Like, what do we ban? Do we go after weapons again? Maybe do they protect something?
Well, I feel
HBK protect?
I feel like these bans are specifically...
Never mind, HBK's out as well.
I feel like they're specifically targeting Tanker at the moment. He's the AR dominant player from Insane Gaming. The man essentially has a laser on his weapon all times because he just picks them off.
Please ban out the VMP. I would love Eros to ban out the VMP. I said it last time. I feel like this is a great ban which just messes up the map even more. Force the Kudo upon people who may not necessarily be comfortable with it. You have 3 seconds, you got to ban something.
Ooh.
Get them back concussions. I can see that being very worthwhile in CTF. Obviously, concussions are very, very powerful. But overall, in terms of the ban and protect, I feel like, again, just to reiterate, if High Five is the better CTF team, I feel like they should have allowed Insane to come at them.
Well, also considering, I think Insane Gaming have been prevalent on CTF with that rejack ability. They have been using it in the past.
I mean, I understand why it's so strong in CTF. Like, for me, rejack CTF and S&D, yeah, okay, definitely go for it. But other game modes, not really been too impressed by it. Whether we see it now, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Heatwave comes through, a Camo for High Five, a Scythe, Kinetic comes through for Blizzard, a Scythe from Era.
I think the Scythe is a decent pickup, to be honest. I'd either go with a Scythe or a Tempest. Of course, the lanes are going to be locked down. You got the top grannies looking all the way over to red. And then on that railway as well, long lines of sight. So that's where your Scythe as well as your Tempest is going to come into play.
Wolf Flames grab rejack. Nope, he's going to go for Camo. So
ooh,
pretty bog standard,
yeah,
if you will. Specialist draft. No rejack being used. I feel like that suits High Five. I feel like if they're that kind of straight up play style, then that's going to be more beneficial for them, not playing with that, and especially considering Insane haven't really done anything to mix things up, right? They're playing with roughly the same bans as last game, and the Specialist is straight up as well, so realistically, High Five could take this to a Game 5, and potentially reverse sweep is on the cards.
I think that's what everybody wants to see here, is that Game 5. Let's get excited for that one, because I can't wait.
Don't jinx it just yet.
Yeah,
we have to get that first.
But when it comes down to Fringe, I think it's one of your favorite maps of all time. Just in terms of search and destroy, I think it's your go-to.
I may be pretty good at Fringe, just throwing that out there.
So when it comes...
Ask Flames. Flames knows.
Yeah, Flames
wasn't even on this map, but he still knows. I destroyed him anyway.
Yeah, you did decently well. Let's give it that. We'll have our rematch as South Africans. You're just trying to come here and dominate all of us. I see how you do it. As when it comes down to Fringe CTF, it's pretty much box standard. There's going to be 2 halves on either side.
Yep.
It's your job to get the flag from the opposition, return it to your flag, but remember, your flag has to be there too before you can actually score a point.
I guess the question I want to ask you is, yesterday we saw very defensive play. Throughout every CTF I saw, there was always one player playing passive. It's kind of the European playstyle, if you will. Is that something High Five are known for? Is that something Insane are going to have to play around? Or is this going to be more fight for mid-map control, push up, grab a flag, and get it out?
I feel that's exactly what we're going to see. Much more fight for mid-map control, but you got to keep in mind that the overextend is a huge opportunity for both of these teams. Just trying to get that cutoff past Cubby is going to be so difficult. So you got to make sure that your AR plays are really up to scratch in mid-map.
Pretty tough to have your AR plays up to scratch when pretty much every assault rifle you're used to using has been banned. It's like, you're going to use the ICR? Really? You're going to try it? Like, I don't know. Like,
maybe we saw the dredge.
Could you maybe run 4 subs and try and flood? Is that something? It's a very kind of high risk, high reward strategy. I guess it depends on how comfortable you are with your sub players. Is that something maybe we see?
If there was a map to do it, this is it.
This one?
this is Fringe. Much more close quarters, confined areas, confined spaces. Match that with a smoke grenade, and you can do a lot of work for your team with submachines in hand. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 3.
I would be curious to know if anyone maybe put a thermal on it. I guess there's no assault rifle, so actually that wouldn't even work. But
Well,
with how kind of prominent smokes are, it can sometimes be useful if you have an M8 to put thermal on it. Thermal M8 is something I've ran, and it is actually very, very powerful.
well, we do still have the Man in War in play. Interestingly enough, we still have an ICR coming up. I'm not too sure if that's a pick that I agree with personally. On the other side of things, let's just browse across the lads from Insane Gaming. Looks like a pretty much stock standard. 2 assaults, 2 submachine guns. As we cross over to capture the flag, teams are going to get things kicked off. And this is going to be a huge game for High Five.
Absolutely, of course. Insane still lead the best of 5 series 2 maps to 1. But a good performance from High Five here could completely switch the momentum and potentially give us an insane sweep. CTF yesterday was absolutely insane. And speaking of insane, Insane started very, very well before Eros replies. There's going to be 1. Can he find a second? No, he can't. Blizzard there to support. And now you could potentially see Insane go for a flagpole.
They've got the map control now. It's all just about controlling your lanes, and it looks like High Five going to be able to come up with some good defensive kills of their own there. Going to return and make sure that they can get control of their own flag here and push out and essentially get the Insane Gaming working away from that map control that they had.
That was a huge waste push there from Insane. They got 3 players down, they had full map control, and no one looked back alley. That's exactly where they're going to spawn. You need to get your line of sight on back alley and block that spawn completely. Then you're going to force them all to spawn train. You take the flag junk. That's a relatively easy flag. Now, though, it just seems like a couple of flags coming in, going out. Blizzard's already in himself a HC. Used that one pretty efficiently. Drewski trying to be a thorn in the side of Insane, but it's not going to happen. And once again, a couple of kills coming. Eros needs to go big defensively. He's found one. He's actually nearly jumped out the map. Tagged up. The flag carrier's going to challenge.
Big play.
Blizzard showing so much confidence there. I love that. Really saying a High Five, hey, I'm going to take this gunfight and I'm going to try and beat you.
Yeah, well, High Five coming up with some huge defensive kills there. And now with the map control, this is where they really like to take advantage in CTF. Taking up bottom grannies. Will you be able to pick up the next one?
Oh my God, Drewski. You naughty man. Okay, it was almost insane. Fatal shot, though, should be good to pull the flag, but needs to be careful. Doesn't really have the support. Oh my God, Flames! He did not expect him on the wall, and can he get away? That's the question. Slide! Run! He has Era in support. The flag is still at home. High Five could go 1-0 up. Drewski with a big win. It's going to be basically down to bullets to try and put a stop to this. I don't think he's going to be able to, and High Five, in part thanks to Fatal Shot, are going to go 1-0 up in the CTF.
Huge plays there from High Five Gaming, taking a 1-0 lead here on CTF. I told you, Benson, you got to watch out for these guys when they get on the attack. And now pushing them back into the spawn. However, Insane Gaming, they got to rely on their assault rifle gameplay here, and they got to look to tank it to try come up strong. That's exactly what they're doing. They do have map control, not going to be able to pick up the kill there as Drewski comes up strong.
I love that. Drewski basically in the last place you would ever think to see a sub player, and he's just being such a nuisance defensively so far this map. It's been fantastic to watch on that mini-map. For now, though, looking at Blizzard's perspective, he should be able to find 1. That's going to be Error. Can he find the second over towards mid-street? Camo was popped, a little bit wasted there from High Five, and despite Insane getting a lot of kills mid-map, whenever they're pushing up towards that the High Five flag, it doesn't seem like they can get it away. Once again, Blizzard's going to turn around, expecting the challenge to come through, wins it, and that's going to get his kinetic. He pops his kinetic as well, runs through the smoke. He may actually be away here, but meanwhile, look at the other side of the map. It's going to be Eros. He's in a HC, though. This is so tough. He's right next to the flag. Why are you in a HC? But he gets the kill anyway. Has kinetic of his own. He can go for a catapult and just run straight out of the map. That's going to be 1 kill. Big play. He shuts him down. The second, the flag's been returned. Surely it has. And Eros, once again, can just run. This is the perfect time to use your counter UAV. Just call it in. Make sure you secure this second flag. Instead, though, he is just going to go through barn and should be able to grab it. That's going to be 2-0. And more importantly, Eros, we have to stay on board with 25 points. This could be the difference of this entire game. He is so important right now. He needs to get this 25 points, and that's smart play.
Yeah, that's a smart play. Perfect time to call that in now. Oh, it's so unfortunate for him. Drewski, however, with the opportunity to run this one home. Go, son, as he puts it in, and that's
Heatwave wasted as well. Heatwave was wasted as well. He tried to Heatwave Drewski, but Drewski too quick with the slide. He's going to cap the flag. That's a 3-0 lead to High Five. I guess you could say they're dominating, Nick.
Oh my gosh. I'm done.
You said 3-0 was dominating. I'm just saying they're dominating.
All right.
No,
Fair enough.
They are kind of dominating. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
So, Era now currently 11-7, and he's turned things around essentially for his team and got a Kuda in hand. Or should I say, crossing over the ICR, still has a sight. So, Insane Gaming now on the attack. They need to at least secure one flag cap for their team before they can go into the second half. And now that's Tanker running with flag in hand. Oh!
That's your teammate. He was going to try and keep you alive. Not sure that was the smartest of moves. Meanwhile, High Five have completely flooded the opposition spawn. And honestly, if I'm High Five, just run that flag train. Exactly like you're seeing Tank do. Run towards your teammate support. Tank realistically is not in too much of a difficult position to shut down. You have Drewski in a very, very high clutch position. And honestly, you could try the pinch here as Blizzard desperately trying to keep his teammate alive who has the flag. You don't need to be pushing through 10. You don't have anyone in a position here to get the return, so just play around your player. Drewski could go so huge. If Drewski times this correctly, they could get an extra flag.
Stays alive, and Era comes up on the top of that one.
Oh, Drewski's not going to be able to get the kill.
Not going to get it in time as High Five Gaming at halftime, 3-0 up on map number 4. Reverse sweep, question mark?
Maybe. I want to see close games. I really do. Game 5 doesn't get much closer than that, of course. As a fatal shot, you round any kill cam. High Five. This is the big difference, right? Map 1 and Map 2. They were playing. They were, maybe, I don't want to say nervous, but they were just playing. Now you look over to your left-hand side, there's smiles, there's laughter. They're enjoying their time, and you can see it actually in their gameplay. They're enjoying it, and they're, as you would say, dominating the CTF.
There we go. I'm not going to hear the end of that as we cross over to the attacking side. Well, essentially the team dominating at the moment, and we're going to be on board with Drewski with that BMP in hand. He's been doing some great work. Oh, not timing that correctly, unfortunately, as Era now with size.
A little slow on that one, but you are 3-0 up. You're playing well, so mistakes do sometimes happen within the game. As Tank is currently in his HC.
Just trying to get that information out, and remember, when it comes down to CTF, it's so crucial. As here we go, one player gets taken out, some damage is going to be spread across his teammates, so maybe Tanker might go for the challenge here.
I feel like he's just going to play this one slow. I mean, yeah, obviously 4 minutes, you're down a flag, you're down 3 flags. You don't need to be massively over-aggressive. You just have to make sure you pick up the kills, and that is exactly what I'm talking about. There's going to be 3. Fatal Shot is able to pick up 1, but now he's going to have to do some defensive work because Insane are going to be just tearing down towards his home flag. And speaking of tearing down, it's going to be Flames on your screen. Has the support of Blizzard. This is the time that where you need to make something happen. Fade out with the flag, and that's exactly what Flames is going to do. Can he get out towards Trains? It looks like it. Meanwhile, there's only going to be one player from High Five. It's Drewski, and Drewski's dead as well. So realistically, Insane are going to be able to cap this one. They're going to be down 3 flags to 1, and High Five doing the smart thing. They're all trying to backtrack. No one overextended. They all ran back to their base. They need to win these gunfights, and it's going to be Blizzard who's doing a good job of just stopping it. Fatal Shot just putting himself in such a clutch position, but Bullet's still doing work with that side. Can he find the second? He's going to be challenged, and that's a big win from Fatal Shot. Stops the rally. Can he find the second as well? Ooh. Yes, he can. Nice play coming in from him.
Coming up big plays, and I like that. Like you pointed out there from the lads from High Five, we don't need to chase more flag caps at the moment. Let's get defensive control over our base. Let's pick up some kills. Active camo will get picked up there. Not too sure about that use. He just want to make sure that the gunfight was comfortable. As Eric comes up with 2 big kills, Drewski now going to run towards his teammate. Flames, you got to come up clutch, son. And he's in a good position to do that. Oh.
I'm very surprised to see absolutely everyone from High Five track back. You could have blocked off that back alley spawn and completely screwed off the push. Meanwhile, Flames is going to go big. Bullets as well with a pick. Counter UAV is going to be called in immediately. Both flags away. The HC is going to come in. And the flag is down. The flag is down. Someone could surely try and jump on that on the return. I believe Blizzard is going to get it. And just like that, Insane are making this one a game. 3-2 now, the lead to High Five. And honestly, a little bit of misplay coming in here and there.
Yeah, Insane Gaming turning momentum into their favor at the moment. Flag in hand, it looks like it will get returned. High Five Gaming trying to hold down on defense, but it's got to be up to Era, as now things are turning, it has to be said, into Insane Gaming's favor.
And this is where you need to see High Five completely slow down the tempo of the game. Right now, they're losing complete control of it. Look at the kill feed. Insane. That's another 3 down. They need to just play passive at their base, win the first wave of gunfights, and then push up for mid-map control. Right now, what you're seeing is High Five come off spawn and just charge. And by charging, all you're doing is giving away free kills and score streaks and then specialists. It can get scary when you start doing that.
Really does get scary. I can't stress how important enough that kill from Eros was. Being rushed by 2 players from Insane Gaming. Fatal Shot's going to be able to come up with the HCXD.
One player from High Five have OE'd all the way through train to the enemy flag. It's Drewski. He's done this time and time again. The past 2 times he's done this, it has not worked. He's waiting for his teammates to pick up a couple of kills, then potentially going to try and go for the flag. 2 players down. Drewski, if he can get around the corner, maybe he's away. If he can slide off the ledge, he's going to get around the corner surely. Go, Drewski, run like the wind. He's trying to juke and dodge. He has teammate support. This is going to be massive for High Five.
Huge flag run by Drewski. He's going to double the lead essentially for the lads from High Five Gaming. I gotta say, I can't give him credit enough. Using the obstruction behind him, using that ledge to get a boost. made it really difficult to try and chase down the flag.
Oh, but Drewski actually tagging up his own teammate there. So Insane do get 2 down. They're gonna need to be quick. They can't afford to waste time. The smokes have been thrown out. Both flags away though. Bear that in mind. High Five Era has pulled the Insane flag. Eros has shut down Tank. So realistically, it's gonna come down to Blizzard. Can he make the play? Eros has called in the HC. He should be able to shut down the flag.
Oh, big play
And he's gonna get the
by
return
Eros.
as well. He's gonna jump on that one, and High Five are gonna cap another flag. That is gonna be a 5-2 lead from High Five. When the game started spiraling
So
out of
clutch.
control, they
So
controlled
clutch.
it. Unbelievable CTF from High Five.
Yeah, you got to say that HCXD, perfect planning on that timing. High Five coming up huge there. Eros coming up massive. And now, High Five once again on the attack. Insane seemingly with no reply. 27 seconds left on the clock. I don't see them getting 3 flag caps.
They would need it like overdrive times 3. Like, it's just
Exactly.
not going to happen. A fantastic CTF performance from High Five. Cannot praise them enough. They had a fantastic first half. Then in the second half, you saw Insane start that comeback. The game slowly started to spiral out of control, but they did exactly what they needed to. They slowed it down. They won those gunfights. Drewski overextended, managed to get the flag, and now we're going to a game 5 with a reverse sweep. A massive, massive possibility.
Huge game there from the High Fives, ladies and gentlemen, taking that 5-2. We're going to map number 5, Benson. We're going all the way to round 11, hopefully. That's what I want to see. And,
Why you gotta jinx it, bro?
hey, I jinxed it all the way to this way. and
Actually, yeah, I
apparently
guess you're
no
right.
jinx.
Keep
I
jinxing it. Keep jinxing
It's
it.
just a touching of the wood.
Okay, the
That's all
touching
you
of the
have to
wood.
do.
Okay.
That's all you have to do.
We're good. I
And
believe the S&D is going to be fringe as well for game 5.
do you think
So,
that mentally is going to play into the favor of High Five? Do you think
mean,
that's insane?
For me, High Five, it's the classic it's the classic reverse sweep kind of conversation, right? Like, you have a team who was 2-0 up. Now all of a sudden, High Five have won 2 maps. They have the momentum, but guess what? You look back at the first Search and Destroy, it was Insane who won it. And if you remember, it was a 6-3 victory. Insane looked very, very good at Search and Destroy. So it's that classic kind of Search and Destroy talent versus momentum. And once again, I feel like Ban and Protect, it's worked when High Five has messed it up. When High Five has gone at Ban and Protect and completely screwed over Insane, it has worked. They have won those maps. I kind of want to see them do it again.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that in that map 5 Search and Destroy. Going to be so crucial for both of these teams to try play that mental game, to try set them off. Maybe protect your player, protect Tanker, protect that M8A7. So we're going to be crossing to a break. Or you want to say one?
No,
more
I was just going to say that honestly, good call.
Yeah.
Good call.
All right, so we're going to be crossing to a short break, and we'll be back with map number 5. It's heating up between both of these teams, the last map to play for, and we'll be back in just a bit.
Zero would join Cell 7 in the upcoming Soma Worlds tournament. After so many league victories, switching teams this close to the tournament appears to be a deliberate move to destroy Coda's chance at the title.
Welcome back, everybody. It's game number 5, map number 5, should I say, between Insane Gaming and the lads from High Five. They've given us a treat. They've given us a spectacle so far, Ben.
They really have, and I'm looking forward to this game 5. As I said before that commercial break, how is the ban and protect going to work? We're jumping straight into it. Don't want to waste any time, and the M8 is gone as well. Drewski not wasting any time about that, not allowing it to be protected, but the XR2 has been protected, and that is smart play from Insane, saying, hey, last couple of maps we haven't had our preferred assault rifles, been kind of railed, let's be honest. So they need to protect that.
We know how important high caliber is on assault rifles sometimes. Would you think that maybe a protect there from Insane Gaming, it could completely mix things up here?
It would mix it up, but at the same time, you're basically giving High Five high cal as well.
Yeah.
So it's like, especially with a protected XR2, I mean, the Shiva's going to go, so it seems like Insane just going to ban that one out because they don't want to go up against that. We'll have to wait and see exactly when high caliber is going to get banned out. I'm curious to see what the next ban.
High caliber does get banned
ask and
out.
thou shalt receive, apparently.
Apparently so. So we cross over to our final 3 bans. We see Smoke's actually going to get removed from Eros there. Something that I've actually seen.
I would immediately right now ban Thermal. Thermal needs to go.
Yeah.
If I'm Insane, I've just wasted that last ban. I think that's such a waste. Getting rid of overclock is...
It's almost silly on this map. I mean, you don't need it, essentially. Maybe they're considering that attacking run down railway. If you jump over there, you use your overdrive essentially to pick off or break lines of sight. That could be a big play for the teams, but when it comes down to the specialist draft, so far, we've seen Heat Wave being picked up from Drewski, kinetic armor from Eros, active camo on either side by Flames and Arrow, Rejack being picked up by Tank.
Pretty standard stuff, to be honest. Glitch is going to come through from bullets.
Kinetic armor is the same thing that you keep on pointing out.
I really did not want to see him take Glitch. Like Glitch, again, to reiterate, is one of those specialists. It's either going to get you a 1 versus 3 and you're going to feel like on top of the world, or you're going to sit on it for 4 rounds and never use it. Meanwhile, on the other side, you know, you have Kinetic, so it's Kinetic versus Glitch. There's no argument in this world where Glitch is better than Kinetic. It just does not exist. Especially with both teams taking Reject this time. Because in the last search and destroy it was Reject versus Kinetic.
Yeah.
This time they both have
that Reject.
Sorry, they both have Reject, and this time it was Kinetic versus Glitch. There's no argument in the world.
I feel bad for the team that has to face a player that rushes with Reject, follows up with Kinetic, and then still can trade out that player for Reject if they need to at that point.
That's the perfect strat. It really is. If you want to run Reject and you have Kinetic, that's exactly how you want to use it. Let your Reject player be the overly aggressive player. There's no point having someone with Reject being passive. The whole point of Reject is, surprise, it brings you back to life. Use it that way. Use it as if it's a 5th man.
Well, talking about 5ths, we are on map number 5. It is Fringe Search and Destroy. Now, Benson, we pointed out previously, this is your Search and Destroy map.
I'm a big fan. I really am.
Why are you such a big fan?
I feel like there's so many different ways that you can play it. You can be very intelligent with your strats, and that's what makes this one just a little bit more dynamic than other ones. As well, there's very, very quick rushes that you can do. You can hit both bomb sites. I feel like both bomb sites are completely feasible, and you have to look at train rushes. Train rushes for me are going to be what separate them. How do you defend those train rushes? For example, if we see Insane on the attacking side, if they all hit train, you need High Five setup. They need barn control, because the last thing you want on defense is someone getting behind barn. That is the worst, most detrimental thing that can happen in the game.
We still have Overkill in play.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. No smokes either, so Overkill's in play. I mean, if you go Bond and you run a VMP with a sniper rifle in your back pocket, you have full control of mid-map, and if anyone tries to rush you, they're getting gunned.
Do you know what I want to see? I want to see the sniper rifle pulled up, and South African community, some of you that have been tuned in, a player called Mickey, one of the younger players, under 18, runs around silos, picks off the sniper rifle. I love it. I want to see one of those. Let's see some swagger between both of these teams. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a round of applause for High Five taking on Insane Gaming? It's going to be a massive one, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go all the way to round 11, hopefully.
Hopefully. Keep touching the wood. Thank you. You touched the wood. All right. Well, looking at the players when they spawn in, we've got a Man of War, VMP. I don't think anyone is using Overkill just yet. It doesn't seem like sniper rifles are going to be in play for round number 1. If you remember, though, in the first Search and Destroy of the series, it wasn't until the later rounds that we really saw the sniper rifles really, really effectively. So maybe that's something we see switched out. But of course, it is worth mentioning once again, Search and Destroy, our casting may get a little vague, just in case. Better safe than sorry.
All right, now a High Five on the attacking things to kick things off. Always you would consider that the attacking team would be the ones that have the disadvantage going into things, but so far from the previous Search and Destroy, more attacking rounds were won.
And this is the perfect play for your first round of Search and Destroy on this map, in my opinion. Hit something and hit it quickly, trade out kills, and that's exactly what High Five have been able to do. Force a 3 versus 3. Now at this point, you put so much pressure on that B bomb site, you can do whatever you want, because you're going to force a rotation out from Insane, and unfortunately there for Eros, Flames does win that gunfight, so now a 2 versus 3, but that one should be traded. No,
big
Flames!
plays by Flames!
Drewski, you cannot allow him to do that to you, my friend.
Got a feel for Fatal shot. He needs to try and make a move here. And unfortunately for him, Flames coming up big.
What a round.
That is going to give him such an advantage going into the next rounds.
I mean, that was three kills, I believe.
3 kills, yeah.
Flames is going to be feeling himself. I feel like he's the player we should definitely watch at the start of round number 2. But a big defensive hold. I like the push from High Five. They just weren't able to trade out those kills efficiently enough, and you could argue maybe just pushing straight through train and going towards back rock, get control of the back spawn, that could have been a little bit more beneficial for them.
As we see on screen, Shiny, it's
yellow. Oh, that was the ace. Yes, you got all 4. Flames,
he got all 4.
What a first round for a round 11. He's actually immediately going to call in the RC.
Love this play from the lads from Insane Gaming. Now with the opportunity to try push their way out. High Five essentially have to give up some kind of map control.
Oh, what? Was that an assist? I'm gonna pray it wasn't an assist, was it?
I don't think so. I think that went down on Eros, who had the flak jacket in hand.
That was right underneath his feet.
Yeah, well, smart play from the lads from High Five. Credit there. Picking up the flak jacket, deciding to switch over classes and essentially counter that HCXD.
Now though, High Five not looking too hot in this round. 2 versus 3. Will be Blizzard. A key play to watch out for. Tank to shut down Eros with that XR2, and that XR2 is so good on land. It really is a very, very dominant weapon, and Era, he's going to respond with a pick of his own, forcing a 1 versus 2 now. Of course, this was a 1 versus 3. Era, I feel like if he's quick, may be able to make some magic happen. Has a weapon which is definitely capable of doing that, but doesn't really have time to kind of check as many corners as he would probably like to here. Meanwhile, time, of course, ticking down. 30 seconds left. Era's going to challenge one.
Comes out with 1.
1 versus 1.
25 seconds left on the clock for Era. He needs to make a move, and he needs to do something here quickly.
Oh, and I think Era has just played this one absolutely perfectly, potentially. We'll see. 15 seconds, time ticking. He's got to go quickly. 11 seconds.
Oh, you gotta feel at this point in time, it's gonna be Era. Oh, and just like that, it's gonna be Insane Gaming taking the 2-0 lead here on Search and Destroy.
I thought when Era went top bar, he was actually gonna see the play across mid-street.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he just didn't get that lucky Call of Duty timing, which is just so prevalent in competitive Call of Duty, it seems, in Search and Destroy. Just wasn't able to find that angle.
Also, if he just by those fences, if he just stood there for one more second, one Mississippi, like you pointed out yesterday, he would have been able to spot that play.
It begs the question, would it have been better if he just hopped on bomb? Because if you think about what happened, that was a full wrap. If he just jumps on bomb there, yes, it's high risk, but it can also at times be high reward. We already saw in the very first S&D a ninja defuse. So I'm thinking going into this, if there's ever a situation like that, just hop on bomb, stick it, and pray.
All right, so we jump on board with Era, trying to do some damage of his own through that wallbang. Unfortunately, not being able to connect. So things held up tight between both of these teams.
Looking at Eros, Eros really could make some noise.
Making a brave play here.
We'll
be able to come up with 1. Tries to dive his way out of there, and we'll be able to do exactly that. Fatal Shot comes up with a kill of his own. Now High Five with a great opportunity, 4v2, and I like this rogue play from Fatal Shot.
And again, we've seen Insane clutch these. You go back to the first Search and Destroy, they clutched up on a 2 versus 4, so High Five have to make sure they win this next gunfight. They do. There should be no way on this earth Tank clutches a 1 versus 4. He's going to be able to pick up 1, but surely, please don't let him get a second, because then it gets scary for High Five. Oh my god, he's going to do it. There's 2. 27 seconds. He has time to play with it. This is definitely now doable. Era and Drewski have to set up in a position to trade. And looking at that mini-map, I don't know if they've done that. 1v1 potentially. Oh my god, he has
gosh.
13 seconds left.
Just going to play for time here.
I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Drewski, very, very experienced Call of Duty player. He's not going to let him. Please don't use that. Okay.
All right.
Okay,
fair enough. Well played,
Drewski, very, very experienced player, but once again, this is like the 3rd time I've seen that this tournament. You cannot let a 1 versus 4 situation get close to a 1 versus 2. That is poor positioning and just not trading kills. It's one No circumstance should that ever become a 1 versus 1. You need to do the buddy system. Flood the bomb, flood something, stay as a team. Do not allow someone to pick off players one by one, because he made that look easy. Under no situation that really did he look like he was going to lose a gunfight.
All right, but some little bit of information crossing over to the lads from I-5. As they should from that reject. It's on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
You know
They know he has it, 100%. If they don't know that he has it, they should probably put some glasses on, because it was pretty prevalent. A little puff of smoke comes out, but...
Of course, it will reset a quarter of that, so not exactly right now. So they'll keep an eye on him for sure on things going forward here. As we jump on board with Flames, currently going to be throwing, I believe that is an EMP.
Yep. I like that, changing stuff up. We haven't really seen many EMPs. Can be very, very dominant in search and destroy. Kind of lose that movement, your ability to call in specialists.
Both teams showing each other a lot of respect at the moment in this opening few minutes.
This is a big hold from I-5. They need to win this defensive round and go 2-2 tied up. You don't want to allow Insane to go 3-1 up and then have a defensive round where they should be able to hold and go 4-1 up. That's absolutely catastrophic. They cannot allow that to happen. Meanwhile, Drewski's going to spot one, does get the bump, but he's going to charge the second. Maybe a little bit greedy there. He could have run away and played his life and kept the 4 versus 3 advantage, but he's got a lot of information for his team. They're going to know that the A bomb site was exactly where Insane were roaming around, so you expect to see a little bit of repositioning coming from I-5 potentially, and there's that overkill you talked about. PO6 thermal coming in from Fatal Shot.
From bullets.
Insane bullets just behind Eros once again, getting an easy pick. He should be able to find another one.
Picks up 2.
And the bullets. He's going for the 3 piece.
Will he go for the 3rd?
No, he doesn't want it. Oh, he does. He wants it. Challenge it. Go for it. Do it. There you go. A little bit later than we expected, but still gets the 3-piece. Nice play for coming in for bullets. And honestly, I-5 are in a spot of trouble right now, in my opinion.
Definitely a spot of trouble at the moment, especially considering that they just found themselves with a numerical advantage. Bomb went down. They had all the knowledge there. And not being able to come on top of that one, I mean, I-5 really not grouping it together. And this is something I'm not used to seeing from them. They usually trade kills so well in S&D.
I feel like... Again, I hate to point the finger, but Drewski, he got the kill on the bomb planter. He had an out. He had an exit route. He could have just gone through dark. Instead, he went for the flashy play. He went for the 2-piece. If he stays alive there and keeps that numerical advantage, that round is completely different. Instead, it's traded as a 3 versus 3. All Insane need to do is hop on that bomb.
And here we go. I-5 with the opportunity to try to push this one out.
He just... Okay, he did.
Yes, there we go.
he just drove straight past someone, and luckily enough, Bullets actually turned around to look at the HC, and his teammate was able to easily trade that one out. So nice use of the HC there coming in from Drewski. He may actually spot another one, but unfortunately that's going to be blown up. But they do have in fact, they don't have the numerical advantage. Flames actually cleans up Eros, so 3 versus 3 for now.
Got a feel that they didn't protect their player well enough there. It's going to be Blizzard coming up with a big kill. Now Aaron left in a 1v2, giving away his position. 3v1 situation. Reject still in hand. Will chase the second kill here. And there we go. Goes and gets taken out. And you got a feel for the lads from Hi-5 Gaming that they just, I don't know if it's the temperament, I don't know if it's the nerves. They weren't protecting their HCXD carrier. The man was essentially on top of him. He had no support and he just got taken out.
I mean, you have 2 players pushing over towards Junk. Then you have 1 player on the other side of the map pushing Train. What is the game plan there? You're never going to be able to get the bomb down like that. You're at a numerical disadvantage when pushing towards the bomb site. You need to stay together and trade those kills, something that we just haven't seen Hi-5 do. And to Insane's credit here, they're winning those 1v1 gunfights every single time. And now this is going to be a massive mountain to climb for Hi-5 to try and come back into this one. Flames, meanwhile, he's already going to be a little tagged up. Should be A-okay for now. And yep, he's just going to dip and slide. Nice play.
That's all you need to do right now as the lads from Hi-5 Gaming. It's going to be Fatal Shot picking up a big early kill here. It's going to be Aerith following through with one of his own. Drewski comes up big. Flames now left in a 1v3.
And look at the difference. Look at the difference. When Hi-5 are grouped together and they have team shooting going on and the ability to trade, surprise, they win those rounds. That was so simple for Hi-5. They allowed Insane to put the pressure on. And look at that. Eros, his teammate's in a gunfight. He jumps out. Flames has absolutely no chance whatsoever. If you can replicate that on the attacking side, you'll bring yourself back into this game.
Exactly that. Now, let's see. Maybe the Hi-5 games have learned a lesson from that. Maybe they can group up a little bit more together.
You can't continuously play that game style. It just does not work. Trying to win those 1v1s is the most unreliable way of playing Call of Duty.
Aaron now has the opportunity, ace up his sleeve. As we jump on board, let's see what he's going to be able to do here.
I like this. This is a nice little play, but unfortunately not really going to get much reward, but there is one. That's going to be Tank. Should be able to trade that kill. That's going to be 2. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 1. And Bullets is in complete no man's land. Unfortunately, his defensive position wasn't over towards the B-bomb site. But
Was reject pop? Yeah, it was pop there. I'm not too sure if I agree with that play from Fatal Shot. As Bullet says, cheers, I'm out of here.
Why? Why have you jumped out the map? Bomb hasn't gone down. It's a 1 versus 3. You could maybe make something happen there. You can't just give away a free round like that. You know exactly where the enemy are. You've lost those initial gunfights over towards the B bomb site. You know they're there. They're going to do one of two things. Wrap all the way around Barn and go into A. Or they're just going to plant at B. The bomb hadn't even gone down yet and you've jumped off the map. That's just so crazy. Yeah, okay, you're not going to give them the 100 points for planting. Great, wonderful. But you're in a game 5
with
to progress through to a winner's bracket final with the lead. Play with some confidence, like challenge, like you need to really take it to High Five. You don't want to allow High Five to do this comeback. They've won 2 rounds back to back now, and the second one with complete ease.
All right, now Flames with the opportunity in hand. As the lads from High Five Gaming trying to pick up a player, trying to find their way around here. Bomb does get put down, so good position here from the Insane Gaming team.
We'll see if High Five can try and retake that site.
38 seconds left on the clock.
I mean, they have time, but they're going to have to go quick. Drewski really a key player to keep your eye out for here. Could be the difference maker. That's a teammate. See a couple of love taps. It's okay. He's just letting his teammate know he loves him. It's good. It's team bonding is what it is. But you can't just hop the bomb in a 4 versus 4. You have to try and play for kills.
And he jumps out. He's not going to be able to trade. It's all for High Five players falling down in quick succession. Eros now left in a 1v3.
It's all on you. Bring this home.
Comes up with 1. And unfortunately, Bomb will explode, and so do a little bit of High Five's hopes, as Insane Gaming now only 1 round away from taking it.
So many things went wrong in that round for High Five. They were very, very slow to rotate. They allowed the bomb to blow up. Like, that's the time where you just recklessly challenge. In a 4 versus 4 with bomb down, and especially on this map, if it's planted for 10, you cannot hop the bomb. That is just, you cannot. You need to flood out, get control of junk, then have a teammate jump on, because several things could happen. You could have an enemy wrap over towards mid, or someone just sat in junk window, just ready and waiting. Now pressure on High Five. It's going to be so difficult for them to win this aggressive round that realistically, Insane should be able to close this one down, especially when you look at the specialists available. It's going to be relatively equal going into round number 9, but High Five, they need to play close, and again, they've separated on the attack, and I hate to see it, I really do.
All right, High Five Gaming trying to find a way in here. Huge amount of pressure being felt by the lads. Feel like they need to try and make a move.
Drewski's in a great position. He's in a fantastic position to try and make a play here for High Five. We'll wait and see if he's able to do so. The bomb has gone down, so now Insane, they're going to have to concave in. We'll wait and see. Flames trying to get sneaky with it, but Tank and Bullets were able to secure kills. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 2 in favor of Insane. Drewski has fallen. He was not able to use his specialist, so now we'll have to wait and see. Era all by himself makes it a 1 versus 2. This was a 1 versus 3. Time, of course, ticking. We'll see if Era's going to be able to clutch it. He looks as if he's going to challenge, maybe 22 seconds left. He's going to challenge the bomb. He's going to be able to pick it up now. Can he manage to play his life? How is this happening? This is absolutely insane. 15 seconds left.
15 seconds left on the clock. What is going to be able to happen here from the ladies from Insane Gaming?
Bullets and Era. What? What is going on? That was just like the 1 versus 3. That was just a complete lack of composure.
What just happened,
How is this happening? Can you get me a PowerPoint presentation at Blackboard? I'm going to kind of explain how to play 1v3s. This is insane. So many 1v3s being forced into 1 versus 1s. Bullets could have jumped on the bomb, then panicked, got off the bomb, and then he was just stood there in no man's land, and he's allowed High Five to win another round. 5-4 now in favor of Insane. High Five are going to build up that momentum as well. Drewski is so key. He fell before he had a chance to use a specialist, so realistically, when you look at this, High Five actually had the advantage in this round. And they're on defense.
On defense with advantage. That's a huge opportunity from the lad from High Five as Fatal Shot comes in with the first kill. Insane Gaming have to be feeling the pressure. They need to try turn things around here for their team, as they are only 1 round away. They don't want to take this to round 11, but it's looking slowly against their favor at the moment. Some shots will be fired.
If you're Insane, you have to just play this one slowly, and that's what they're going to do. They force a 3 versus 2. Another kill comes in from Tank. Now you have Drewski still alive with Fatal Shot. 2 versus 3. has a tactical at his disposal. Not going to use it. That's going to be one, but that's going to be reject. He's going to kill the bomb carrier shortly. Heat wave. He's going to miss the heat wave. Misses all of the bullets. How is he still alive? Turns around. He does fall. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 2. Fatal Shot all by himself. Drewski did his absolute best to try and help his teammate out here, but Fatal Shot is not really in a fantastic position to try and make something happen. We'll have to wait and see if Insane can try and get this bomb down. 30 seconds and time is ticking. We've seen clutches before. Fatal Shot's going to make it a 1 versus 1. Surely not. High five trying to force a round 11 here in the winners bracket semi-final.
Oh my gosh,
you see
Blizzard.
Blizzard's perspective. This is absolutely insane.
30 seconds left on the clock. 1v1. Mano e mano. This is where legends are made, ladies and gentlemen. 25 seconds. Who is going to be able to come up with a kill here?
This is truly where you see a test of nerves. 20 seconds left. Fatal Shot versus Blizzard. Blizzard desperately just trying to check things.
Oh, let's see what's going to be able to happen here. Only a couple of seconds left on the clock. Not enough time on board. It's Insane Gaming taking the winners bracket. And they're going to be going on to face Energy Esports. Kudos to the lads from High Five Gaming.
Whew. What a game.
What a game, ladies and
What a
gentlemen.
game. I feel like you're looking at that 1 versus 1.
I feel
Doing a full wrap towards train bled way too much time.
Yeah.
Way too much time off the clock there, and that's time you don't have in a 1 versus 1. Realistically, you want to see him wrap back towards back barn, keep control of the bomb site. By losing full control, he had no idea where the opposition player went, but that was a fantastic play from Insane, because he did, Blizzard, he did the pretty much exact same thing.
Yeah.
He checked bomb, he wrapped, he ran away, played time, exactly how you want to play 1v1, so massive, massive props to those guys.
huge plays there from Insane Gaming, coming up clutch exactly when they needed to. Great S&D. Didn't go all the way to round 11, unfortunately, but we got all the way to round number 10. So for now, that is going to be it for our first round. We are going to be crossing over to Mr. Gareth in just a second, who's going to be closing things off with the team captains.
We're going to... Okay, guys are lining up for interviews here. They just want to talk about how awesome that game was. I'm here with Tanker, winning team from Insane Gaming. Wow, you guys must have felt like that reverse sweep was on the cards at one stage.
Yeah, all the momentum was with High Five. We're really nervous going to last map, especially since map 3 and 4 uplink and CTF are our strongest game modes. So it is a bit weird, but we clutched it out.
And some really, really clutch 1v3s there. Eros put a couple on the board there. At that point, I mean, you must feel like the momentum's slipping.
Yeah, it was. They caught us a lot with the ban and protects, which affected our gameplay, especially mine in maps 3 and 4. But luckily in the last map, we protected XR2, so it's a burst gun, which I'm a lot better with, and that helped quite a bit.
Let's talk about those ban and protects for a second. That one map where that's just absolute hatred for ARs. Like,
it was literally impossible. I think only 2 ARs were left out of the 8. So they played really aggressive, and we made one small mistake at the end, a bad call out. But it was a really close game and really intense.
so you guys are obviously guaranteed a third place finish, so a little bit of swag, some cash in the bank already, but obviously you're going to rest up and get ready for that final.
Yeah, we're just going to stay calm. Yesterday was a long day, so we'll just relax, get some practice in, and look forward to tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, best of luck for that final. Cheers. Next up, I've got Drewski, unfortunately from the losing team, High Five. Congratulations on a good series. Really, at one stage, you must have thought that, I was just saying to Tanker now, that momentum's starting to build as you guys work towards that final map.
Yeah, I mean, going into the third map, we knew we had to do something different. We knew Bullets was good at the M8 as well as Tanker, and then, you know, they banned the Man of War. That works in our favor, so we knew that the next, and I mean, CTF's our best mode. So, I mean, going into the S&D, we knew we just had to try and clutch up, and you know, at the end of the day, it didn't work in our favor.
Tell me when that reset happened, so the disconnect. How does that affect really? Because it felt like you guys were building momentum against Insane at that stage. Then that reset sort of happened. It almost felt like it worked in their favor. Luckily, you guys managed to turn around. But how much does a disconnect really affect momentum?
Oh, it affects it greatly because we had some streaks. We nearly had a kinetic armor as well. And normally what happens is if you win 2, attack and a defense, you kind of try and take that momentum through. So, I mean, the disconnect kind of works against us, but I mean, at the end of the day, what happens, happens.
Obviously, you guys now are going to be fighting for your life at double elim. You'll be in the basement trying to claw your way up. How do you guys reset and get ready for that?
Just take it map by map. Today we proved that we can make a comeback, so I'm just really proud of the guys, individually, especially Ethan. He played his mind today, played crazy today, sorry. So I'm excited, for our match today, and let's just hope we can pull it through.
Well, best of luck trying to claw your way up, and hopefully we'll see you in the finals. Awesome. We've had a great first match. I mean, absolutely packed crowd. They're going to take a break now, and we are also going to take a break from the stream. We will be back in a couple of minutes' time. We've got some interesting stuff to show you during the break, so just hang around. Also, the details on their competition and how you can win an A50 Astra headset, as well as some awesome prizes from Control Freak. So just stay tuned for those details.
Call of Duty is pretty important to me. I've spent the last 7 years of my life playing Call of Duty regularly.
And then he became quite serious about it, and that's when we started to get a little bit worried that it was all consuming and he had no time for anything else.
Because I've been in the community for so long, I feel as one of the older players I should be at the forefront of the growth in terms of growing the competitive scene in South Africa, especially since competitive Call of Duty in South Africa is not large compared to the scale that it is overseas.
We were concerned that he wasn't interacting socially with other children of his own age. And then as the time went on, and it's been a number of years, we suddenly realized that he was interacting.
And I want to make South African gaming something that we can look to as a potential work opportunity for kids who are interested, who want to play Call of Duty or any other esport for that matter.
We're very hands-on parents, so we kind of make sure that he's safe as far as safe can go. And I was initially totally against this whole competition gaming because of the impact it would have on his schoolwork. But we've managed to kind of put things in place that he couldn't do it unless he had achieved certain things. And that was very, very good for him as well.
I think it's fantastic that CWL has taken an interest in South African gaming. I think it's important for the growth of this country because we've been pretty stagnated in our growth. We've just had minor tournaments, minor prize pools, not enough viewership. The last time we had international interest was in 2013 with the Call of Duty Championships, and there hasn't been interest until now from the international scene, and I think it's a fantastic opportunity for the scene to grow.
He has not gone out clubbing and staying out all hours of the night. His interactions are happening in the house. And I think he's a well-rounded young man as a result of it, which is pleasing for us. He goes when he needs to, but it's not that he has to go there every weekend. He's got a goal with his gaming. He knows where he wants to go with it, and yeah, I can only hope that it's going to go to some really good place for him.
Peggy 18.
So the thing about this thing is that they phoned me up and they said, do you want to do it? And I realized that part of me, my personality is I say yes without thinking. So then I said yes. And then it was a celebrity challenge. So I always think when I get invited to that sort of thing that it's like my level of celebrity, you know? So it's like comedians, maybe C-list celebrities. And then next thing I see the team, and I'm like, I'm on a team with AKA. Now it was like, now it's on the main stage at Rage. Now my little brother, who's really into gaming, told me that like how many people are here, and I suddenly realized that this is a lot more serious, and the stakes are much higher than I thought that they were. So I thought this would be like a fun little walk in the park, whereas what I've noticed is people take gaming very seriously, and I've always been the one member of my circle of friends who's not that into gaming. I've never really understood what the fuss is all about, so I feel like this is that part of me that wants to like make peace with all of my friends and see what it's all about, you know. So I really want to like throw myself in there. I've been doing it so far. Consensus seems to be that I'm pretty bad. The first one that I did, I killed 2 people in 5 minutes, and I was really proud of myself, and then everyone laughed at me because apparently that's not that good. But if it was a real war, then that would be quite impressive, I think. But I've noticed that people take gaming really seriously, and it's not like it was back in the day when I was in high school. If you were into gaming, you were considered like weird and out of it, and an alternative or whatever. And if you now, I kind of see that it's the opposite. It's like gaming has gone very mainstream, so it's almost like I feel like I'm the one who's a little bit out by not being into it. And it's one of those things that, like, especially with men, and not only men, but especially with men, it's like kind of like people are like, it's like saying that you don't get sport, you know. It's like people are like, but why? It's like there's a part of me missing. So I really hope that I can find that part of me today. And I also just hope that I don't embarrass Keegan and Pippa too much, because I know that they're into it. For all I know, the Rugby Lions player who's playing with us as well is also going to be incredibly good at gaming. So I just intend to hang back, and I'll pick, what is it called? You like pick on the stragglers who like fall off at the end, you know? What do they call it in gaming? Camping. I'm going to camp a lot. I'm going to camp a lot, and I'm going to pwn some noobs. I'm going to pwn some noobs, and then I'm going to say get wrecked, and then I'm going to shoot them. But I don't know, I might actually say get wrecked after I shoot, because I don't want to have to concentrate on the slogan before I shoot. That's half of my problem, is that I can't multitask. So if I can just overcome that, I think it's going to be a good day. But I will say this, considering the fact that I'm just coming in here cold, everyone's been really nice and quite gentle in explaining to me what to do and what not to do. So I'm glad, yeah.
And now I'm content knowing that I'm here with you. Right here, you got me where you want me. Now I'm right here, waiting for your call. And now I'm right here, you got me where you want me. Now I'm right here, right here. Infatuation took a hold of my mind. I wouldn't change it for the world. Now that you're mine, you played me hard to get for a while. Still got me deeper every day with your smile. See, I ain't been one for wishing, not at all. When you least expect it's creeping up on you. No confiding nor biting, soon I rose. And now I'm content knowing that I'm there with you. Oh, right here, you got me where you want me. Now I'm right here, waiting for your call. And now I'm right here, you got me where you want me. Now I'm right here, right here. Finally I'm content. Oh yes, I found that thing. Right here is where I'll stay, but I'm not complacent. Finally I'm content. Oh yes, I found that thing. Right here is where I stay, but I'm not complaining. Right here, you got me where you want me, and I'm right here, right here. 1,000 miles from comfort. We have traveled land and sea. But as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Knowing the little heart, you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. 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 We set out on a mission to find our inner peace, make it everlasting, so nothing's incomplete. It's easy being with you, sacred simplicity. As long as we're together, there's no place I'd rather be. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Knowing the little heart, you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be. No place I'd rather be.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at Rage in Johannesburg, and it is still the MAG Cup. We just had an insane game featuring, obviously, Insane Gaming taking through and taking that position into the winners bracket final to face Energy Fear. We are now at almost the most exciting part. It's the lower bracket games where the guys, obviously it's a double elimination, and this is their last chance really to climb their way back into that prize pool. We have, of course, on my left here, Stone Age and Royal, who had a really, really exciting game yesterday, and obviously well rested and very much ready to go. The crowd's busy filling up in the stands, ready for another exciting game. But I'm going to throw over at this point to our very capable panel of Holden and Tiano. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Gareth. As we get set up for this game, it is going to be this lads from Stone Age Militia taking on Royal. Now, Tiano.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the stage, my man. How you doing?
I'm doing absolutely great, Nick. I am slightly heartbroken from what the final result was with regards to Insane Gaming and High Five, but it's fine. We've got two potent teams to our left and our right, respectively, and I cannot wait to get this game started.
Then let's start it. What's the point? Why wait? As we're getting ready to pick off with the pick and bans now, Stone Age and Royal.
Yeah.
Taking a look at the game, Stone Age clearly coming on as the underdogs into this one.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, we also say Royal respectively. However, Royal have had a lot of top 4 placings throughout the entirety of the Black Ops 3 season. Stone Age is a new face.
Yep.
A lot of familiar players individually, however, the team name in itself is new in its entirety.
Well, straight off the bat, VMP will get banned out as well as a Man of War. Clearly, Royal have got a strategy on their hands at the moment, and Misfit already a bit early to ban out that rapid fire. But one thing I did want to point out between these two teams, yes, Stone Age might be the underdogs here, but when it goes over to the lads from Royal, Clarity, he's been telling me he's not feeling well. He's not feeling good at the moment, and it's not necessarily game. I think the man's a little bit sick. So he's going to need to focus down. You know, when that just affects your mental game slightly, you don't know how it's going to be able to affect your game.
Yeah, always. That's extremely unfortunate being sick, especially on main stage with the hype that this tournament has brought. Just ending off the pick and ban phase, we obviously mandatory bans such as your rapid fire, high cal, and the HVK being the last one. So nothing too out of the ordinary, Nick.
HVK and Man of War getting banned out, I think that's a little bit of a surprise, meaning what? M4A7 is going to be pretty much in play when it comes down to these two teams.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. Are those target bans? As it looks like one of the players is joined into the lobby, unfortunately, on the one side. So we'll do the specialist draft. We'll keep bans the same, as it is pretty much standard. I think backstage. So backstage, what's happening? It's High Five Gaming fighting for their life in this tournament. I believe they're taking on the likes of... it's not Mythic.
No.
Stone Age is here.
Pain Gaming?
Pain Gaming. I think that's the game to watch. I mean, it's a big game for them as well. Currently one of the players joining on the wrong side. So we've got to start off again with the specialist draft as soon as we kick things off. So we're just going to allow the teams to edit their classes, change things up a bit. But when it comes down to what we've been seeing here, this is the MAG Cup. And these teams are competing for their life. And like Gareth touched on a bit earlier, they are playing for their life in the losers bracket final.
Yeah. So
it's absolutely huge. Well, taking a look at the specialist draft as well, we don't even need to take the break.
No.
Fatal Shot got himself out of the lobby. He said, cheers, guys. I'm leaving this one. You guys can play this one. I'm done on stage. Going to be kicking things off in the game behind stage in just a bit. So, specialist draft, let's take a look at what both teams have picked.
Yeah, basically, Nick, we obviously haven't seen anything new. We have mentioned Benson. He emphasized extremely a lot in terms of he doesn't understand why players are utilizing that recheck specialists. To be exact, so it's good to see the players obviously just preferring what they're usually used to. I mean, this comes just from basic grinding out in terms of their scrim practices and such. So yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. We do see Sight, Kineticon, and Hito having active camo.
And the biggest thing about this game, you're fighting for prize pool at this point, I feel like.
Currently, yeah.
I mean, they're trying to, with each tier that they work up, they're going to work their way up into a better prize, better pool, and basically, next time they can come down, they can buy themselves some nice little pretty things.
Why not? I think we'd potentially all do exactly the same thing, Nick. But yeah, besides that, as you said now, Nick, this is their last lifeline. It's now or never. The Fat Lady will sing for either one of these teams, and the boys got to go huge.
Yeah, got to go huge. Going over to Hardpoint, I think when we take a look at Royal, they've been so consistent. We've seen them 3-2 games against some of the best teams in South Africa.
Yeah.
They're going to find themselves and they've got to regroup here in the losers bracket. I feel like they can actually have a shot at the title. Stone Age, I'm going to be completely honest, I have not seen too much of them. Yes, individually, they've all been great. As a team, we know it's a completely different story. Is it that chemistry that is just connected the squad now? Are they going to be able to turn things into their favor? I think when we take a look at these two teams, they're going to have to look to Clarity especially. He has, like I said, he informed me a bit earlier, not feeling well. Is that going to affect his game? Let's stay on board and see if that is so after we just cross over a couple of the gun selections that the teams have been going over. So, Clarity going to be running with that M8A7. No surprise there. Kuda actually going to be picked up by Chara. Of course, that's a response to the VMP being banned out. M8A7. So, 2 M8A7s and Kudas on the other side. Stone Age Militia, they're going to be running 3 ARs and 1 SMG. Tiano, why do you think they're going with 3 ARs?
Not 3 ARs, Nick. I mean, it's always been told that French Hardpoint is a more long-range map. You do, however, have your short close quarter combat in terms of hardpoints there. But yeah, 3 ARs is always a great pick in terms of the middle hill. Perhaps they'll actually change it up going into the second rotation of Tin and thereafter Grannies.
Taking a look at the AR gameplay, it's coming out on top of Stone Age Militia, coming up with some big kills of their own. And now jump inside the hardpoint to earn some big points for their squad. Now, when it comes down to rotations, to that junk hill, do you think that's going to be important? Do you think the teams need to just basically play for hill time at the moment? Still 30 seconds left on the clock.
Well, yeah, Nick, I think the fundamental question is what hardpoint rotation is not extremely important. I mean, anyone in their own respect is extremely important. Nonetheless, there are ones that are slightly more important than the rest because it's more difficult to break. We do see Stone Age now, and they're currently 21-13. Nick, I have to be said, I was able to actually witness their game yesterday in Insane Gaming, and they did actually manage to take the hardpoint map off of them.
They took the hardpoint. That is huge. That's massive. Insane Gaming is essentially one of the best teams in South Africa when it comes down to hardpoint. Stone Age Militia, they've impressed me so far. It has to be said. They're really doing well. Misfit is coming up with some clutch kills with that M8 in hand. Now, as rotations happen towards that junk hardpoint hill, it's going to be Meepo throwing out a grenade. Unfortunately, not going to be able to connect with that one as Royal try to regain control. Yeah, one thing to spare in mind here, I feel like it's never too soon enough to try get those rotations toward Grannies, which is going to be the next hardpoint hill. And already we've seen Stone Age Militia trying to wrap things around such a crucial gunfight for Clarity to come out on top of.
Yeah, massive gunfight by Clarity. It has to be emphasized, Nick, because then obviously we do see Royal Gaming, however, they are spawning out. So I'm not entirely sure why they are doing that, because Clarity did get that huge kill on Misfit with only 20 seconds remaining on the clock. The scraps are being picked up by Stone Age Militia, and they have the essential spawns there for Granny's Hill.
Taking a look at Stone Age Militia, doing everything right essentially when it comes down to rotating defensively. Whether Royal is going to be able to come up with a break here is going to be so crucial. Currently, Misfit once again coming in with 2 big kills.
Oh, he gets the third. He managed to pick up the third, Nick. That leaving Misfit on actually a 4-kill streak. Unfortunately, gets taken down by Royal Chara, Commentator's Curse, and Royal Chara going absolutely massive for his team while they do have control of the Granny's Hill. Nick, we do know it's extremely hard to break this hill. There's only 3 avenues to come through, but if your team is well set up around it and getting the necessary cut, then good luck to breaking that hill.
Yeah, well, Misfit now coming off with Spawn, still in control of the Stone Age Gaming team. They're trying to find their way in. However, Vic will be able to shut down the door there, as we've got a game on our hands, it seems. Both teams contesting the hard point. Both teams tied up with 58 points apiece, essentially 55 points in favor of Royal.
Yeah, we do see obviously Misfit once again with the massive 2-piece. Nick currently 15 and 10 with 11 seconds on the clock. We do see Oreo, obviously the objective player for Stone Age Gaming. On the other side, Royal Banshee, it has to be said. The gent, he definitely has to pick up some kills, Nick. 3 and 11, that's not acceptable, eh?
It's not acceptable for him at this point. He needs to turn things around. And if anything, Banshee has been an air of consistency in the team. So I'm quite shocked that he hasn't been able to stabilize himself, especially at this point. I mean, we're already going into what? It's the 4th hill. And still sitting 3 and 12. You have to feel it could be the stage, it could be the nerves. Something's playing into factor there.
Yeah, but if we're taking a look at the kill feed, Nick, and we see Stone Age Militia once again rotating through the feed of kills. These guys are absolutely dominant. Currently, basically double the points of Royal Gaming, and Porter's going absolutely massive. Unfortunately, gets taken up by Banshee, and there's currently pandemonium in the ring, Nick, if I have to say myself.
Where has Stone Age Militia come out of? I mean, these guys are performing so well as a team. I'm just shocked at the moment. I didn't see this happening. I saw Royal Gaming with comfortable favorites going into this one. Stone Age proving exactly how strong they are. And if we just keep quiet for a second, you can hear exactly how loud they're getting. Their communication is so good.
No, they are very loud, Nick. And it's something that we've pointed on in numerous times throughout the Call of Duty scene. Small talk.
Yeah.
Small talk is so significant, Nick, when it comes to these teams, obviously in terms of rotating in any game mode respectively. But we do hear Stone Age Gaming Militia, my apologies. Currently, the small talk is on key, Nick, and that just shows they're right on the score points.
All right, Misfit currently 22 for 15. Will get taken out. So Meepo trying to control things with their Aeon, getting some little room to work with. It looks like Clarity comes up with a solid 2-piece of his own. Banshee going to be able to follow up with a kill. And Banshee slowly but surely earning his way back into this game. I mean, he was what, 3 and 11 just now?
Yeah, the stage, yeah.
Yeah, and now coming back into it. That being said, Pora, oh my gosh, you're raining down fire on your teammates, and unfortunately that's just going to give favor over to the lad from
that
Royal
just basically
Gaming.
comes down to, the small talk, as we mentioned, Nick. Give out those necessary, guys. My lightning strike, I'm about to call it in. Just sit up properly, perhaps take some cover. Once we've taken out the entirety of the other team, then push forward to get those necessary points remaining on the hard point. While there are actually 5 seconds remaining, and it seems like Royal are setting up for the Junkyard Hill.
Here we go. It's time to set up for Junkyard Hill. It's going to be so crucial. Looks like the man right at the back, Clarity, just going to hold spawns on that side. Very crucial for his team as the hill looks to get flooded. Meepo whips up the site of death.
There we go.
Let's see how he's going to be able to connect with a couple of shots.
It's the one.
Oh, and we'll get traded out there, and it's going to be Banshee turning things around. And I've got to give the man, I feel like, a round of applause because he is just coming up so clutch for his team.
Yeah. Managed to pick up a 1. Unfortunately, has to reload, Nick. And Nick, we actually emphasized yesterday on Banshee specifically as a player while they will take on the Energy Esports side. We said, everyone knows Banshee for being the guy that camps around corners. He's a nuisance of a player. He can actually get into the mental game of the opponents and, make them have a dismal game and not play to the best of their abilities.
Well, I feel like the lad from Stone Age Gaming a huge risk, especially when they've got the lead at the moment. They're giving over, well, the hill giving over almost 30 seconds of heal time to Royal Gaming, opting for those rotations, which we all know is really, really crucial. It's going to come down to Royal, and it's going to probably come down to Banshee here.
Yeah, exactly that. But we do see now Stone Age Militia with current control of Granny's Hill. 2 players just flying directly in front of Banshee. Nick, if you actually just point points, especially, I'd rather give up those couple of seconds of scrap time on the Junkard Hill and set up properly for the Granny's Hill.
Big play there by Banshee. Just turns around and says, "Get out of my face, son," as he puts him down, and now the dart of death starts to rain down. Will he hit a bullseye? Gets one. Will he be able to get the second? No, he says, hold on. And unfortunately not going to be able to connect there. And we jump on board with Mr. Vic, going to be trying to hold things down tight. Royal actually jumping back in here, need to try and hold things down tight for the team, but yes, I guess in a lot of ways, should I say, Stone Age Gaming holding down the points here and proving exactly how vital those rotations are.
Definitely so, Nick. As we do see, with only 10 seconds remaining on the current clock, Royal are spawning out of back alley. That's definitely not a preferred spawn that the players want. They are then pushing through the back of red.
I am so impressed with Misfit at the moment. Just knows exactly when to rotate, seemingly. And he's been doing such good work with that AR in hand. Clearly, we understand now why these guys are running 3 ARs here. I just want to take a look at the guns from the Royal team and see if they've switched things up here.
Banshee with the side.
Still.
Oh,
Banshee. Banshee's going huge. Eventually does get shut down, unfortunately. But taking a look, the Royal guys have not adapted their gameplay here. Still 2 SMGs, 2 still ARs, and they're clearly losing out on those AR gunfights.
Yeah, perhaps this is the time when the leader of Royal Gaming, specifically probably Clarity or Banshee, say, guys, we need to change up our strategy going to this game. We are currently 60 points down with only 50 points remaining. Let's change it up slightly and perhaps we can get the better of the other team.
Once again, Misfit so close to that 40 bomb, will be able to pick up yet another kill. Now only 3 kills away from dropping those big numbers. 207 to 131. Meepo getting loud, getting big, getting hard as he's about to go crazy. Oh, unfortunately he gets taken out there, does Misfit, as we jump on board with Mr. Vic. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Royal need to try come up clutch here, and that's exactly what they do. 4 players down from the lad from Stone Age Gaming. Royal trying to reassert some kind of control.
Yeah, that sure does. Now we do see Royal Vic currently the objective player for the team with 1 minute 30 seconds. Still getting the necessary picks, managing to take out Meepo, and the boys from Stone Age Gaming are currently, it seems like they are spawning out. Huge plays by Royal. Nick, it has to be said. Dart equipped, only 50 points off of his lightning strike. Gets naded, still managed to stay alive. And come on, convict.
I think that was a bit of a team shot. Was that an opposition running into the hard point? I'm not too sure. As it's all about rotations. Soon enough, as the hard point is not being contested by either team, does eventually get picked up. Royal have a chance to get back into this one.
They sure do, Nick. We do see Clarity going huge in the hill with 14. Oh, that's so unfortunate, Misfit. We do see now Stone Age. They have set up Nick. However, Banshee is becoming a nuisance. Inton manages to pick up 1, picks up the second on Pora, and huge plays by the lad, respectively.
Here we go. This has got to be such a crucial position here for Misfit to try come up with some solid kills. As now holding things out tight. Chara and Clarity comes up with kills of their own. It's got to be Misfit taken out. Somehow Royal staying on top and coming back in this one.
Royal Gaming not going out without a bang, Nick.
Look at Banshee, 32 for 28. The man was 3 for 11 earlier. Turning things around. Absolutely great play from Royal Gaming. Just shows what great temperament they do have. Now Stone Age Gaming is going to need to try hold on tight. Unfortunately, all we've seen, purple all across that left-hand side kill feed. And if I was Stone Age, I'd be pretty worried.
This 3 down again, Nick. Vic actually managed to come up clutch, taking out the player who activated kinetic arm on the Stone Age Militia team. We do see now, Nick, Royal with the necessary spawns going into the granny rotation with only 15 seconds remaining of this Junkard Hill. Oh my gosh, we a big one.
Right now is so crucial though.
Yeah,
I feel by not contesting it at all, at least send 1 player, I feel, just to do something. Maybe throw a smoke grenade, throw some confusion. 235, they're only 16 points away from taking this. It's going to have to be the biggest hold that Royal has ever pulled off in their life.
It's possible. There we go. Chara with the huge. That's 2 down now for Royal Gaming. However, there are more. They're spawning up, Nick. That's what it is.
Here we go. It's the lads from Stone Age Gaming working their way in. They have control of the hill. Banshee comes up with a huge 2-piece. Chara, however, jumps in. Royal trying to fight for every second that they can. Now inside the hard point, it's going to be up to Clarity. He does see the hard point is contested. Will he fight for it? Calls for support. Here we go. Gets taken out. It's the lads from Stone Age Gaming getting control here.
Jeez, Charge is going
almost a premature
Okay, with 18 seconds remaining, Nick, you ask yourself the question, does Stone Age Militia push or at least contest this last 13 seconds, or do they set up for the next HP on the train hill? We do see that they are doing that, so unfortunately, Hardpoint still being contested.
Huge plays there by Vic.
Wow.
Currently 226 and counting. Gave up 2 seconds.
Indeed.
That could be crucial. And right now, we holding things down tight with Royal. Once again have control of Train. And now it's just going to be able to do some damage here as he spots out the player. It's all about trading kills. This is going to be so big for either one of these teams. It looks like the lads from Royal are coming up clutch, bringing things back. 239 apiece. All things are tied up. Only 10 seconds left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be massive as Royal Gaming are slowly but surely walking away with this one.
Actually,
Coming up with clutch kills. It's Royal Gaming turning things around.
No. Wow.
What play there from Royal?
They came back from absolutely out of nothing and they managed to secure the victory. Wow. Do you know what the key factor was? Banshee turning up.
Banshee turned up and he turned up huge, dropping a 41
bomb, Nick. Wow, Banshee. Absolutely fantastic.
47 kills. Huge plays there from Royal Gaming. I gotta take a breather. I gotta take a rest, ladies and gentlemen, as that is pretty much it for map number 1. They're going to take 1-0 on the map series. Remember, it is best out of 5 first to 3, so we're going to be crossing to a quick ad break, getting things set up for the search and destroy. It should calm things down a little bit, and we'll be back with that in just a bit. Welcome back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. It is Royal taking on Stone Age Gaming, and if game 1 is anything to go by, Tiano, we're going to have a great search and destroy.
Yeah, Nick, I basically felt like day 1 was sort of a snowball effect coming into day 2. Day 3 is obviously undecided yet as is, but day 2 we are having such a spectacular showcase. Beautiful premium Call of Duty plays all around. I'm absolutely loving it.
Can't put it any better. Beautiful Call of Duty. Rapid fire gets banned out almost immediately. High caliber.
Spoke about that earlier.
Not too sure. Benson also spoke about, we don't like that. Nah. We don't like it. It just, what it essentially does, it completely removes you from having any strategy, any counterplay to your opposition. You don't take control of the pick and bans. You really want to give that over to your opposition. And at the moment, flashbang concussion, I don't know. At the moment, it is such a close game that I would actually be relatively happy with just the basic pick and bans.
All right.
I want to see these teams still feel each other out. I feel like both teams could still take this game. We might see yet another map 5. When it comes down to Search and Destroy, Tiana, have you seen anything in particular from either one of these teams that stands out?
Essentially speaking, Nick, I know I'm quite sure from the time that I was actually playing, a lot of the players enjoyed the sniping regime. So why not then ban your thermos or obviously your SVG, which we know is such a prolific sniper, throughout the rest of the snipers as opposed to your Locust. We have been seeing a lot of PS6 picks in terms of sniper rifle. Rejack being banned was extremely massive. We've seen that that's an extremely favored specialist throughout the entirety of this whole competition, and Overkill, always great ban, thus eliminating the player allowing to be used a primary
Kinetic
weapon.
armor.
And yeah, that's the first. Is that actually a first?
Yeah, I have not seen kinetic armor banned out in so long.
No, we haven't.
So I'm not too sure what the idea is behind that. And straight off the bat, when it comes down to specialists, Psychosis.
Oh, that's interesting.
How old school are these guys? They're going to be whipping it all the way back. Psychosis across the board. I guess that's just the favor of the kinetic armor and reject ban. They got to double back on something else. And I'm really happy. I mean, Tiana, take us through exactly what Psychosis does to some of our more unfamiliar viewers.
Okay, the fundamental of the Reaper and his defensive specialist ability is called Psychosis, Nick. It basically allows you to activate and thus conducive to 3 drones basically coming out of your primary player. And what I really thoroughly enjoy about a player activating Psychosis is that they try to mimic the bots, and then you just usually see them warming, and then that obviously allowing the other player to try and pick up one of them.
Some really funny plays.
Yeah.
But what I've been seeing it primarily used as is almost like a baiting tool.
Baiting, yeah.
So when the time crunch is upon the teams and they need to try and make a defusal on the bomb side, send out a couple of Psychosis.
Why not?
And when you're in those 1v1 with bomb down situations, if you got Psychosis and you pop it, you give away the position of your opposition if they decide to pull that trigger. It takes a lot of discipline not to. Take a look at the rest of the specialist draft. Active camo gets picked up on either side, Heatwave as well as Glitch. So considering that kinetic armor as well as the likes of Rejack was removed from the system, I feel like this is pretty much your next go-tos.
No, definitely, Nick. I mean, obviously, the playing field is now even out, I would have to say. I mean, Rejack, it allows you to get that second life. So they've whipped that out of the equation. They do not have to worry about the nuisance of the Rejack specialist ability, kinetic armor. Also eliminated out of the specialist drafts. So now, there's going to be interesting plays. I mean, we do have the introduction of Glitch as well. We did see Glitch being utilized slightly earlier, but we're always keen for those huge Glitch plays. I hope we see some fantastic uses of it.
Well, one of the things, interestingly enough, I think both teams are pretty worried about that sniper rifle gameplay. We see from porta potties jumping over, trying to get those cross ledge snipes, essentially. What happens there a lot, and maybe this is why Rejack was banned out, players, you like to use Rejack and keep jumping up there. Who knows, you might get a kill. If you die, you fall down and you can Rejack quite comfortably behind a brick wall, essentially. So maybe they're going to be banning that out because they're worried about that sniper rifle gameplay. That said, if snipers do come into play here, it means that they don't have that secondary VMP or a submachine gun. They only have the RK5 to work with. We've seen some players use it really effectively. When it comes down to these two teams, who do you think is the players to watch out if there is any possibility at a sniper?
Well, sniper rifle, Nick, that's going to be quite a tricky one. I think Vic actually played extremely well yesterday.
Yeah.
In terms of his Search and Destroy gameplay. I know Banshee, I called out actually to Ben that, Banshee is the go-to player when it comes to Search and Destroy. The lad dropped double digits going into the, he faced the #1 seed team. And he was extremely confident throughout the entirety of their Search and Destroy game mode. So Banshee a player to look to, definitely Vic. On the other side, I would have to say potentially Misfit and Meepo.
Yeah, Misfit was doing pretty damn well with
47
that
kills.
assault rifle in hand. So, when it comes down to the attacking team, it is going to be Stone Age Militia. Just a reminder once again, ladies and gentlemen, we can't be too descriptive because the players can hear us. So, we're going to try just give you a kind of feeler of exactly what is going to happen between both of these squads. So, at the moment, Stone Age Militia on attack. It is Lad from Royal on defense.
Currently on board with Stone Age Oreo. Does have bomb in hand. The team decides to actually stick together, Nick. They are pushing a specific route. Great place. This is an unorthodox play. We'd never really see teams actually pushing this lane.
I love this though.
Whoa. Okay.
I mean, mixing things up straight away, if it does pay off, it's just going to make Royal keep on thinking, well, that's a possibility if it worked out. So, At the moment, currently 3 apiece, as it looks like the lads from, should I say, Stone Age are trying to make a rotation. I hear a sniper rifle in play, and that's Mr. Clarity. Oh, will narrowly miss out on one. I feel like, and I feel so close, but yet so far as he will get taken out there.
Okay.
Stone Age Militia looking good on attack.
No, Stone Age absolutely matched. Banshee now, Nick, he is left in a 1v3. Shots have been taken. However, the player decides to actually, here we go. The trade is coming in. Potentially so, 2 players hunting him down. Banshee, so prolific for camping his corners. And Call of Duty timing at its finest as the players narrowly miss each other.
I mean, Stone Age, just let's consolidate. I'm not too sure about Meepo's position here. That's very dangerous. I'm not too sure if I agree with Meepo. Why would you challenge that gunfight when you can just back off and make sure that you can trade your kills? He had no backup. They essentially made it a 1v1. And that's something we pointed out. There's been almost too many clutches this tournament so far, and that just maybe it's nerves. Maybe it's just not a good communication. In Search and Destroy, you really want to be a collective unit. You want to be able to trade out those kills. And at the moment, yes, Stone Age are 1-0 up, but I'm concerned that they don't hold on to those clutch moments when they don't need to be clutch moments.
Exactly, yes. So we actually see now basically a mirror image in terms of the current push from the previous round. Royal Gaming and Stone Age doing exactly the same in terms of the offensive side. And Royal just playing their corners. Shots are being fired directly into the palace structure.
Stone Age trying to make a move here. Seems like they've got themselves started. As you can see, all those arrows facing one direction.
Great setup by Stone Age, it has to be said.
I really like it.
Players are watching each other's backs. We do see one player directly on the far left.
Playing with cover.
SVG very excited. This could be extremely interesting.
With the Varix as well.
Yeah. We do enjoy the back sights. It does actually allow you to zoom in. Oh, Banshee.
Oh no! Banshee falls off the map, unfortunately. Does not time his war run there, and that, I mean, that's so unnecessary, that mistake.
It has to be said, Nick. We do see now Royal actually deciding to double back. Vic with a huge kill on Meepo, bringing it back to a 3v3 situation. Bomb has still not been planted. Oreo, a huge kill on Clarity. And Vic and Chara, just looks like they're slightly confused in terms of which running route they're going to push.
Oh, goodbye, good sir, as he falls down. Chara now left in a 1v2 situation.
And not enough time for Clarity. That's it. 2-0 up for the boys from Stone Age Militia.
Yeah, Stone Age been very disciplined, and I like to see that at the moment, cleaning things up, making sure that they move as a unit, and just that response to the call-out saying they all at Palace, and you just saw them swarm, rotate, make sure they covered their angles, and just made it really difficult for Royal to do anything from that position.
But I kind of feel that it was slightly, Banshee perhaps. That was extremely unfortunate in terms of him. He put his team on the back foot, making it into a 3v4 situation, Nick. So hopefully he betters his wall running attributes. I mean, Afterburner is still there as a perk. You've got the time to make the necessary parkour wall running moves.
All right, so we stay on board with Pora, who has a... Clarity got to shut him down as Vic picks up a big kill there on Oreo.
So,
that's it. Misfit's going to be able to trade something out there as brings things back to a 2v3 situation. So we jump on board with Misfit. Ooh, ducking and diving. He's fully tagged up. One shot away, and Chara's going to be able to clean it up. Meepo picked up 2 big kills so far.
He sure did. Meepo left in a 1v2. Does spot out one player. Decides to actually double back Nick. And Bomb is down in Palace to say so. Meepo, he still has time on the clock. He can do this. He does have the potential to do so, Nick. And yeah, but we do see now Royal. They are well set up, it has to be said.
All right, so we still stay on board here with Meepo.
Oh no! What is going on here? I have absolutely no idea.
No.
I think let's use the scapegoat of the nerves, perhaps.
I feel like it has to be nerves. I don't know. I just feel bad for him at this point. Yeah. That is really a facepalm for the lad from Stone Age Gaming, essentially pulling a Royal, exactly what Banshee did. Maybe just trying to even things out, say, you know what, you guys fall off the map, we'll give you this one, we'll give you this one. So we cross on board with the attacking team once again, and it is Royal.
Okay.
And let's stay on board with Mr. Chara himself, currently 3-1 for his team.
Yeah.
Got a VMP in hand as well.
Okay. Royal obviously deciding to change up their primary push. Great positioning that they are in. Obviously, there we go.
Kobe! Woo! Comes out with the nade of death. I like that. Clearly something that's been strategized in terms of their nade spots. Poor is, however, going to be able to come up with the kill here. Royal left in a tough situation, 3v3, with the lads from Stone Age
They're all
trying
decided
to hunt them down.
Yeah, check, Nick. If you actually notice, they've all decided to then rotate. Clarity, obviously waiting for that specific rotation to come in hand. 2 players of Stone Age Militia together. Clarity simply just waiting for them with the SVG thermal. We're going to see some. Oh my gosh, Nicholas! Woo! That was
Sit
crazy.
down. That's absolutely massive there from Clarity as he does pick up the kill. Now Meepo left on the 1v1. Will be able to come up with one. Turns around, shuts down the second. 11 seconds left of the clock.
1v1.
It's all about playing for time here as it looks like Clarity finds himself in a position. 1v1. He decided to hold it away. And I don't know. I think maybe the defuse there was the better option, but Royal do tie things up. Didn't have enough time to defuse the bomb there. What a great play there from Clarity with the snipes. That being said, I feel like it was a misplay not going for the bomb defuse. You have no option at that point, and Clarity probably wasn't even in a good position to try defend that.
Yeah, because I mean the player was basically crouched behind the bomb site. That was a sturdy, dirty snipe by Clarity. And yeah, so I think Nick, as you mentioned, he should have definitely stayed on the bomb, going for that defuse. Why jump off of it with such little time remaining on the clock?
Meepo, currently 6-2. Really has been leading from the front here, has Meepo for his team. Been predominantly using that M8A7 to come up with a couple of first bloods of his own. Misfit, however, and Oreo says, you know what, we'll raise our hands, we'll take those first bloods for you, take the pressure off a bit. As now, yeah, you can see it in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, something does come up there for Meepo. Probably not going to need it in the numerical advantage at the moment. That being said, Clarity, let's see what he's going to be able to do.
Yeah, silver lining in the hands of Clarity. He does have his Psychosis ready and waiting to be utilized. However, bomb has been planted. Now we do wonder, 2 versus 4, not really a favorite position. Perhaps keep it for the next round.
I mean, I don't like this play from Royal. They 2 versus 4. You need to make something happen, and you're playing so conservatively. I mean, the numerical advantage, they might as well just send one person to the bomb every 10 seconds, and by that time, you're going to just run out of time to defuse the bomb anyway. So, I don't know. I don't agree with that from Royal. Maybe some nerves once again showing through, but it's got to reach a point soon enough where you can't blame nerves. It's got to just come down to strategy. You guys have been playing this for so long. You need to make sure that you get those kills. At least just throw everything you have at it. I'm not necessarily talking about specialists, but just go find those 1v1 gunfights. That being said, taking a look at Banshee, the man that we look to for search and destroy, which might be a good reason why the team hasn't turned up. We've seen him pick up his game.
Yeah,
especially in that hard point. I mean, he was down essentially almost triple negative, and now in the search and destroy, I wouldn't put it past him picking up again. Charo, what? You have been practicing your throws, son, practicing your 3-pointers, and they have been landing. So far, it seems like Stone Age Militia with 2 players down.
And yeah, definitely advantage in terms of Royal. There are 4 players up, trophy systems being thrown down. Nick, I think this is a perfect time for the bomb to be planted. And we actually do see one of the players doing so. Misfit and
Oh, Misfit missing out on an important snipe there. Will get taken out. Meepo now, no last left alive. Oh, misses some important shots there. Now, oh, wow. Psychosis got popped. Maybe just to try to distract, but they had the numerical advantage. Once again, you got to question that as a misplay from the lads from Royal. Popping your Psychosis once the bomb was down and with the numerical advantage. I mean, Clarity showed us his hands a bit earlier. I don't know if that's across all the rest of the players.
So yeah, Nick, it definitely has to be said. I mean, poor plays coming into both teams. I'm not entirely sure if communication is points. It's always nice, I've always mentioned this to the guys. If players have been taken out, just reiterate that they are out so that we know that they have been taken out and that we do know who is left alive so that we don't have to waste the time actually popping up the scoreboard and taking our vision off of our gunfights.
All right, currently. Oh, there we go. Oreo trying to find a great Psychosis use there off the bat. Knew that Vic was going to be in the middle of the map and using that so well. Stone Age now with that numerical advantage.
Yeah, perfect plays by Oreo. There's a prime example of how to activate your Psychosis and utilize it to its maximum potential. Bomb has been planted, Nick. 40 seconds remaining. Clarity left in a 1v4.
Combat asset. Complete the mission.
Gonna need to come up big here. Oh, does get spotted out. Gonna have to double back.
at this
And
stage.
you know, completely understandable. They're
Yes,
jumping off of the map. It's tied up 3 apiece. Every second you keep it going is just going to count those specialists into the favor of your opposition. Plus, bomb is down. If that explodes, you get an additional 150 points. I completely understand that move. And out of the sometimes that does need to happen, that was pretty much the perfect play, even though it ended up making them lose that one round.
Yeah, I mean, he only had an SPG and Ox or RK5 respectively at hand, Nick. I think there would definitely be a tough feat for him to take out all 4 players on the opposite team. So
we've got 007 on the pitch.
Oh, the agency. Banshee has actually the map hasn't ended yet, so he could potentially get out of the 007.
He might be able to work his way out of there.
Yeah. Nades coming in again. Unfortunately, nothing being picked out.
Ooh.
Misfit. Huge kill on Banshee, making him a 008. And
I got a feel for Banshee here. Just in your perspective, what would you advise just to turn things around? Mix it up, maybe be the last man back, first man forward for your team. What would you advise?
I think in Banshee's consideration, I entirely think I would then... Oh, jeez. Sorry. They're just being slayed out. Bomb has been planted. Banshee needs to pick it up. Perhaps slightly change his gameplay. Be more aggressive. We do see that he's extremely passive. And
well played here to Stone Age Gaming, taking yet another round. And what you'll see more than likely from these teams is just, all right, interestingly enough. Well, I don't want to give it away, but what teams usually do in those scenarios when it is a 30 seconds lead, you'll just play down the clock until the last second that you need to defuse the bomb. That's going to allow your specialists to earn a little bit more. Maybe once again, Stone Age Gaming, they just want to end things now while they've got the momentum.
Exactly. Why not Sydney? But I guess in hindsight, it's a 50-50 situational. That obviously just comes down to the knowledge of the game, allowing the clock to run down. But we do see Stone Age Gaming only 1 round away, Nick, from obviously securing this. Search and destroy on Breach, and they definitely have momentum on the clock. However, silver lining in hands of Royal. Specialists all round. It has to be said. We have to keep note of this.
All right, so we jump on board with Misfit here. As you can see, a clear push coming out here from the lads from Stone Age Gaming. Oh, dangerous. Playing a dangerous game there is Misfit, as it looks like Banshee having the game, clearly the worst game of his life. Currently just essentially thrown himself off the map twice, and you know what, as a teammate, that's frustrating.
Yeah, definitely those plays made by Banshee must be essentially irritating the life out of his teammates, Nick, it has to be said. But right now, Stone Age Gaming definitely in the miracle advantage. Shots have been fired down.
And here we go, Stone Age Gaming pick up their first kill of the game. Oreo comes up with yet another, and now it is up to Royal Vic to come up with a kill of his own. And now trying to hold things down tight. It is a 1v4 situation. It's going to be very, very difficult to come out on top of this one. Picks up 1 kill, gets straight out. Stone Age Gaming tying things up on 1-1 all on map count. I got to feel that the Royal team just threw that away. Essentially 2 rounds just by killing yourself, throwing yourself off the map. It's unfortunate, and I don't know. I've got no words. That might be nerves.
You lost words,
yeah, I'm just lost
That's
for words.
the very first time Sir Nicholas Holland has lost words, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so 6-3 to Stone Age Gaming. So that's got to give them some confidence. I mean, how close that game on Hardpoint was. The strategic element of search and destroy, they clearly came out on top of that one. Then we're going to be crossing over to some uplink. Now, when it comes down to uplink, I've seen Royal, quite a confident team. I mean, Royal versus Pain, what a game. I keep on bringing it up, and if we have anything like that, I might have a heart attack. Find out if I do after the break, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be crossing into just a bit.
access to the multiplayer beta.
Welcome back to the action. It is tied up at 1 apiece between the lads from Royal on our right and Stone Age Gaming on our left. It's been a great game so far, my man Tiana. Uplink, though, I think it's a different ball game, excuse the pun. And I think the lads from Royal Gaming, I feel that they're losing momentum here.
Yeah, they're slightly on it. It has to be said. I'm just going to say it bluntly. I mean, Banshee obviously being the Achilles heel for his own team. It has to be said. Unfortunately, Nick, what slightly upsets me is that he played so well against the most dominant team throughout South Africa, in Fear, with regards to yesterday's series on day 1. So what's the problem coming into day 2? I'm not entirely sure.
It was backstage. I think that's the problem. Maybe front stage, just a completely different scene, a completely different ball game here for the lads. As now we take a look at the bigger band phase. Straight off the bat, Royal Vic getting rid of that M8A7. An immediate protect there from Oreo of the Man of War.
Yeah, Man of War, great protection in terms of that gunning. As we've mentioned numerous times, the Man of War is a more mobile assault rifle, while you do see the players enjoying the more passive play of the M8A7. So the Royal Gaming definitely trying to eliminate one of the purpose. I actually think it's Banshee. So they're constantly picking on the poor lad in terms of obviously his preferred guns, Nick. And nothing new.
You know what?
With regards to the
when it comes down to competitive, you kick a man when he's down in a lot of ways, and that's exactly what the lads from Stone Age Gaming. And I can't be against that. I mean, it's a strategic advantage.
Definitely.
Where when he's down, you don't give him his comfort picks. You stay away from that. Crossing over to specialist draft, I don't think we're going to see anything too different between both of these teams. Of course, kinetic armor still back in here. We've got rejack as a possibility, but I don't think that's really advisable when it comes down to uplink. That said, let's see how both these teams come up on top of this one.
Sure has to be said. Nothing out of the ordinary where we do see now coming into the specialist draft. Perhaps something slight. No.
Yeah, pretty much a mirror.
Yeah, mirror should just be patented throughout the specialist draft picnic, because it's always usually the same.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you just join us, this is the MAG Cup. This is the losers bracket, or should I say, sort of like a quarterfinal between all of these teams. As now they are playing for their lives. They're playing for their shot at 120,000 Rand in cash prizes. It's huge money. There's huge pressure on the line here. And both teams locked up at 1 apiece. You have to feel that this is where we keep on mentioning it, BMT. Big match temperament comes into play. And between both of these teams, I've been so impressed by Stone Age. I've been so impressed by them. I really thought this was going to, excuse me for saying this, I thought this was going to be a 3-0 walkover for Royal. I really did. I mean, I just have not seen enough from the team from Stone Age Gaming, clearly proving me wrong. And I'm glad that they have, because we've got a game on our hands. And no matter what, I think when we go over the CTF, that is where Stone Age Gaming are really going to need to be put up to the press, because we know CTF, we know it's one of the game modes that maybe the community doesn't practice too much. They don't put too much time into it, because it's one of those, you know what, we might not even reach that game mode, so what's the point of playing it? If they have done their homework, I think this is going in favor of Stone Age.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one, Nick. I do know Stone Age Militia have actually been deemed online warriors. So that being said, now the boys have obviously come to LAN. I'm not entirely sure if it's their first LAN for each respective player, but they are playing phenomenally well. They essentially actually threw away that hard point on Fringe. Thus, obviously, Banshee, credit where it's due to him, he did pick up his game, and then they'll be coming the victors in that one. But Stone Age, fantastic.
You've got to love that, though. Coming into a tournament, people calling you, yeah, you're online warriors. You guys can't play against us on LAN. We'll destroy you. We've got more practice than you. And they standing up and saying, you know what? We can take on the best in South Africa. Taking a hard point. Against one of the best teams in South Africa a bit earlier. Dust off your shoulders, son. Stone Age Gaming, one of the best teams in South Africa, and standing up to the test. And that's exactly what's going to happen now in the game against Royal. It's going to come down to uplink. And this is going to be so crucial for either one of these teams.
Definitely, Nick. I honestly think we should jump on board with Misfit. I mean, the man has shown his skills, Nick. He's definitely an assault rifle preferred player, but he dropped 47 kills in that HP. So therefore, essentially saying he's extremely comfortable with regards to his respawn game modes, and I'm sure he's going to give us a dominant showcase right now.
All right, well, you put in your bets on Misfit. I feel like Banshees, you got to just look towards them and say, if you lift up your team, they're going to follow through with a couple of solid kills and lift a lot of pressure off of their shoulders and allow them to essentially shine through. That being said, it looks like Clarity's going to be able to pick himself a two-piece up quite early on here. Immediately he's putting Stone Age on the back foot.
Yeah, Stone Age currently the back foot, Nick, it has to be said. Misfit, huge two-piece by him. However, Turret does still have ball in hand. Extremely undecisive in terms of his own running route. He should be able to get a one-point throw.
Throws it up.
Intercepted.
And gets intercepted there from Stone Age. Militia. Great play there from Stone Age, it has to be said. Jumping up in front of his net and shutting him down. Essentially putting Royal on the back foot as a couple of their players get taken out as the ball gets reset into the middle of the map.
Yeah, huge plays by Pora. We do not actually see a lot of interceptions throughout the Call of Duty community scene. Meepo with the XR2 in hand, getting those necessary kills and basically just waiting for his team to push up the map brick as they do have progression.
All right, so now that's a big moment for Oreo. Got to connect with the grenade. You call out to your teammates, they don't have flak jackets. This is where you can make advantage of just lobbing grenades, lobbing a lot of pressure into your opposite number. As Misfit comes up with a kill there now, Oreo, let's see how he's going to be able to work with the ball in hand. As he jumps up, will he connect? And that is Stone Age Gaming with the lead here on this first half. As just like that, ball gets reset once again. Now Royal need to fight their way out of the base, and Misfit is going to be such a nuisance here.
To be able to pick up the second, unfortunately gets taken up by Banshee. Huge kills by Banshee. We do, however, still see Stone Age Militia with control on mid-map. Clarity about to get into a gunfight, but gets taken out by Meepo with the trade.
So when it comes down to uplink on Infection, what do you think I mean, we keep on stressing how important those one-pointers are. Is it that easy to get one-pointers on this map? Would you say it's one of the two-pointer maps? As far as I'm concerned, when you're playing with the goal line at Churchside, it's probably your best opportunity to go for your 2 pointers.
Yeah.
So I have to think that Stone Age Gaming are on the better side at the moment, and they really need to make advantage of it. 3 players down from Royal Gaming. What do you think Royal need to do? Do they just play this half, say, let's just conserve as many points as possible? Or do we keep going, full out attack? And at the moment, I mean, Royal now with ball in hand.
Yeah, Nick, essentially, I think it's easier said than done. We always see the players wanting to opt for those 2-point dunks. However, they do have the chance to go for just the easy one-pointer. It has to be said, we do not know if the South African community as a whole practices those necessary one-point throws. I actually heard some information that you can get a one-point throw directly off of that monument from the middle of the map, and you can lob it all the way directly over the back grannies and get an easy one-point throw. So
I wouldn't call that easy. I would say that is a very difficult goal, or should I say throw to achieve. But if you have done the necessary practice and if you put in enough time, taking a look now, Misfit pops the kinetic armor, will be able to come up with a big kill. Now Stone Age with an opportunity to try push through. Ball in the hands of Pora. He still has that heat wave if he does run into trouble. The player's coming up with spawn right now. Will he pop it? No, doesn't even need to. And good, calm, collective play there from Stone Age Militia.
Cool, calm, and collective. That is exactly what it is. However, we do see now Royal Gaming with control over the middle of the map. I'm loving these nades, Nick. They actually just come out of nowhere. Oreo with the huge 2-piece, thus leaving Stone Age Gaming in a numerical advantage. And seems like they basically are having a good time.
Well, I mean, this comes down to that initial grenade that got thrown in the beginning of the game. Let's see how the lads from Royal have reacted. Not too well in my point of view, because at the moment it looks like nobody has really picked up flak jacket.
No, flak jacket.
So, I mean, grenades are just going to be another little thorn in the sides of Royal.
Have we actually seen Royal Gaming manage to progress over the halfway line of the map?
Not really.
I do not think so.
This has been the Stone Age show, as the ball does get picked up by Oreo, gets passed to his teammate.
Active Camo.
Thank you, Active Camo does get popped. Cheers, I'm out of here. Scores yet another 2-pointer. Stone Age Gaming running away with this one.
They sure are, Nick, and essentially so, perhaps not on the favored side of this map. Some players actually opt to be on the favored side of Grannies. Stone Age deciding to actually take a different route this time, pushing the B long. However, Royal Gaming awaiting their arrival. Ball unfortunately does not connect, and there is one sneaky player coming out of barn. But I think Royal will go for the reset.
Yeah, Royal
Just
do
play it
decide to
safe.
go for the reset. 23 seconds left on the clock. Still, Stone Age Gaming continuously dominating that map control, as you can see on your screen. Misfit with ball in hand. 15 seconds left on the clock. Will he go for the 2.0? Will he go for the 1? Says thank you very much. Too easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
As at half time, it is going to be the lad from Stone Age Gaming, or should I say Stone Age Militia, running away with this one. Once again, Royal Banshee not having a great game at the moment.
No, it has to be said, definitely 8-0 down. That is not a nice score, knowing that you are currently 8-0 down going into the second half, Nick. But I felt like Royal just could not get past that middle of the map.
They couldn't. I mean, biggest problem there, you've got to really rely on your AR gameplay working to get you those kills, get you moving into those areas, and then working around your SMGs to make sure that they rush those gaps. And at the moment, they're not even getting the first step right. So what is happening here is that we need to cross over to Royal Banshee, and I feel like his teammates, as well as Clarity, they're just lagging behind.
Yeah, we do obviously see Nick. I mean, he's just put Royal Gaming onto his back. I think the scythe is currently rolling up. Unfortunately, no player is able to be picked out by that. And Vic, once again, putting the team on his back. Nick, it has to be said, 19-2, currently on a 2-kill streak. But he needs the support from his boys.
And there we go. Once again, still no flak jacket in hands of Vic, so has to dodge those grenades and pushes himself into a really, really tough position, as he will be able to turn on Oreo and will be able to come up with a kill there, as the scythe has been pulled up by, I believe, one of the players here from yeah, that was Meepo. Holding things down tight on top of Church, making sure he could come up with a couple of big kills there. Now pushing forward for the lads from Stone Age Militia.
Yeah, great players by Stone Age Militia. I mean, if we look across the scoreboard, Nick, everyone coming to the party, everyone carrying their weight.
Oh, turned
Oreo got
around.
turned on by Chara. That is extremely unfortunate.
And there we go. Now the thing is here with Royal, they have the favored side of uplink. They have opportunity to try push forward, just about asserting that map control. And it has to be said, players like Misfit, players like, I believe it's Meepo as well as Pora, coming up with the huge AR kills just to put so much pressure on their opposition. And now Oreo with ball in hand jumps bottom grannies, now going to walk his way forward, throws and says thank you very much. I'll take an easy 1 pointer, ladies and gentlemen.
Great players by Oreos, Nick. We always see the team members making the mistake of not going for those necessary 1 points. Once again, 2-3 down for Royal Gaming. Royal Vic last alive. Misfit cleaning up the scraps. He also has Kinetic Arm in hand, decides to activate it. He's going to go absolutely massive for his team right now, Nick. He gets another, he gets the second. Oh, shots on the third. 11-0 up.
Misfit just going huge at the moment and proving exactly how much map knowledge the man has. I mean, 25 for 14 eventually does get shut down. You got to feel bad for Vic on the other side of things.
No, you definitely have to be feel. We do perhaps, if we look in hindsight, Nick, Misfit should in potentially saying so, two positions that he was 125 points off of his score streak, perhaps slightly taking it slightly slower and playing for those necessary score streaks to definitely help his team out. However, it doesn't seem like they need much help while they're 11-0 up.
Just from Royal's perspective, is it just in terms of kills? Is it placement? Is it just poor management of what you have chosen? I mean, one thing that we keep on mentioning is no flak jacket. They seem to have no counter to the grenades. And those are easy kills. That just allows them to push through into the open spaces and get these constant runner uplink captures. And you can look across to the Royal guys, just communication has dropped, silence has gone, and you know what, if anything, this is the one thing about teams sometimes I feel that is terrible, is that, oh, we're losing. I'm not going to tell you about call-outs. Don't need to tell you anything. They need to keep that They need to keep that communication up to standard, and they need to keep it going. You know what? Let's just keep talking. I don't care if you tell me where you die. Just keep it going. That will slowly bring momentum back into it.
No, it has to be said. The beauty about uplink in this whole entirety of a game, Nick, it doesn't matter how many seconds are remaining on the clock. We've seen so many clutch plays. Last 10 seconds of the map remaining. Last 5 seconds of the map remaining. There's 2 pointing dunks or there's 1 pointing throws coming into play. So it's never over in the terms of uplink game mode. Unfortunately, it just seems like the gents from Royal Gaming have given up.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's exactly it. And just play for kills, play for communication. That's all they have to do at the moment. But Misfit, that is going to hurt, son, as he puts him down. 30 kills currently going over to him. Pora currently going big for his team as he picks up 2 kills of his own. The ball does get passed back. Stone Age, I've been very, very impressed with them. I mean, that pass play back, says, I'm going to protect you. As now Oreo comes up, ball does drop in the net and still gets the 2-pointer there.
Wow, that's the beauty of Uplink. I absolutely love the game mode. Essentially can be fast-paced. Unfortunately, yeah, it's definitely the Stone Age Militia show currently at the moment with only 40 seconds remaining on the clock. It has to be said, the boys from Royal Gaming take a step back perhaps, Nick.
Yeah.
We still have the potential to continue throughout the
We
series.
all know Royal Gaming is a top team in South Africa. Facing 50-0, it happens. I understand it. Momentum is such a big thing when it comes down to Uplink. You get those runner captures and almost immediately you're 8-0 up, you're 10-0 up. It takes a lot, and we saw it with the High Five team a bit earlier. They turned it around from an 8-0 down, I think, and then got, I think, 3 captures of their own, and immediately they were back in the game. It's that never give up attitude that they really need to try push through with, and at the moment not really coming up big for their team, unfortunately. So with that done, that is going to be Stone Age Militia taking the Uplink 15-0. Tiano, how much does that hurt you as a confidence going into that capture flag?
Yeah, that absolutely smashes your confidence, it has to be said. 15-0 is not a great score going into the CTF. Primarily because of the fact that CTF and Uplink are similar game modes in terms of, you have to play more strategic. You can't necessarily be ruthless as in your hard points, but yeah, I don't know. These guys from Royal Gaming definitely have to gut wrench the experience.
Kudos to Royal Gaming though. Misfit, huge with their AR, and maybe that's something they need to target for the next pick and bans. Misfit has been so strong with their AR.
He sure is.
Let's maybe try eliminate him from the game here. He's their standout player, but that being said, Pora coming out with 29 for 20 as well, so going big for his team. We're going to be crossing over to some capture the flag in map number 4. Currently, Stone Age Gaming, the underdogs, turning things around and turning odds into their favor. We're going to cross to a break, and we'll be back in just a bit.
The needs of our planet were greater than she could supply. So we sent men beyond the reaches of our atmosphere. But the open space gave way to an insurgency.
We will eradicate the authority of the Earth.
The Settlement Defense Front built an army.
Our world is just beginning.
A war machine.
Theirs is dying.
One day they'll come.
It is not enough to break free.
Try to take our homeland.
We will break that!
Vengeance, this is Raven 6. We're on final approach. Roger 6, you're clear to land.
The Aegis guns. They appear to be tracking our fleet.
STF destroyers inbound!
All stations, shots fired!
Hold up! Hold up! Captain's dead.
Went down with his ship.
So who has the con, Gator?
I believe you do, sir.
Today's attack was not limited to Geneva. SetDef launched a concurrent strike on the Moon Gateway port. Tigers and Retribution are the only operable ships we have. Lieutenant Reyes, you are now the acting captain of Retribution.
Salt, you with me?
Always.
Grounded, soldier. Captain's place is on the bridge.
Not this captain. Not today.
Good to go.
Let's get these bastards. This place isn't yours anymore. Kill them. Save the bullet.
Breathe us down!
Reyes, hang on!
Let's go give him hell.
Hey, should be a blast. Turn the ship around!
I'm the pilot of this ship. It's my job to make sure that we get back.
I gave you a direct order! Roll him out!
If you don't make that kind of choice, you have no place being in command.
Altitude's down!
It's time to raise the black flag and start cutting throats.
You lack what it takes to win this war.
Pre-order now and get access to the multiplayer beta.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the lads from Royal Gaming, currently 2-1 behind, and Stone Age Militia gunning ahead, and gunning they are. It is Misfit and the poorest show seemingly at the moment. When it comes down to Misfit, his AR gameplay has been faultless. I've been seeing such good play from him. His rotations in hardpoint, those slaying powers when it comes down to uplink. Now CTF, very similar game mode, but it's much more tactical, I feel. 7.5 seconds respawn delay, gonna add a huge different element into this game. You're gonna be able to be a little bit more calm, but if anything, Royal Gaming need to turn things around, and they need to look to their pick and ban phase to mix things up and try remove that AR power potentially from the Stone Age Militia team.
Yeah, if Royal Gaming, Nick, were obviously keeping tabs on the game preceding this with regards to High Five and Insane Gaming, then they would actually then take some notes from that. I mean, High Five, throwing the curveball out, eliminating potentially, yeah, 3/4 of what ARs were actually remaining, thus making obviously Insane Gaming be in an awkward position. They're not usually favored to submachine guns. So
now one of those things, fastest hands first, Man of War almost immediately gets protected. Clearly a comfort pick here for Misfit. They are making sure that they protect their biggest slayer in the team, and that's exactly why they're holding on to the Man of War. Afterburner, I get it, I understand it. When it comes down to evac CTF, there's so much running down the side of the map. I feel like that's a ban you can almost leave to your opponents to try do. Put some pressure on now. You guys are down 2-1. You need to try change things up. Rapid fire does get banned out here. Frag will get removed as well. High caliber does get removed. I feel like that's a wasted opportunity for Royal.
Yeah, I do agree. Like I have to reiterate this, Nick. I mean, High Five Gaming did so well in terms of just curveballing Insane. We were hoping that Royal Gaming would do exactly the same. They know what Stone Age Militia prefer. It's definitely the more dominant AR assault rifle team. So throw the curveball in. Unfortunately, what's done is done. Ban and Protect is gone. It won't come back. And yeah, currently on the specialist draft, we do see nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, pretty much a mirror matchup once again. Will the Scythe get picked up by me? But that's exactly what happened. So yeah, Heat Wave, Kinetic Armor, as well as Active Camo, and the Scythe, as just mentioned, does get picked up. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, this is the Call of Duty World League. This is the MAG Cup, the Monster Astro Gaming Cup, where teams are going to be competing for this amazing trophy, basically in front of us on stage.
Beautiful.
And 120,000 Rand in cash prizes. This is day number 2, the business end of the tournament, as we do like to point out. And now when it comes down to what these two teams can expect, well, they're going to expect a tough game, especially if you're the lads from Royal Gaming at the moment. But they're not the only ones that are going to be able to win some stuff. You guys at home, as well as on stage, are going to be able to win some great prizes of your own. We're giving away, I think it's an Astro Gaming hamper. There's some great prizes in there. You get an Astro headset. All you have to do, hashtag MAG Cup ZA.
It's as easy as that.
All right, so crossing back to the map, let's take a look at what we're going to be able to do on evac. Tiana, can you take us through?
Evac specifically. We do know this game is definitely prolific for its submachine gun gameplay. However, the assault rifles will also come into play, especially in terms of those. I think I would have to say the Glass Hill. Glass Hill is definitely the most favored side of assault rifle players, just basically holding down the lane. We do not essentially see a lot of the players holding the overextension. OE per se is when players obviously do not push the preferred route. So yeah, interesting place to be said, Nick, but we have to take note, Afterburner has been banned.
Afterburner has been banned. Can you take us through to the layman's terms of why that is so important?
Okay. Afterburner, as we've mentioned in the past, with the implementation of the thruster packs into the Black Ops 3 scene, it allows you to, boost, recharge your boost. Afterburner is that go-to, to just recharge your boost, I think possibly 2 times the speed of rate in terms of the recharge. So yeah, it's extremely essential knowing that the mobility of this game and the movement of the game relies on those thruster packs oh so much.
Yeah, it's going to be so important. If you want to take that war run, it's going to be so much more riskier than it has ever been. So who knows, maybe they've been practicing their time trial war runs. Remember those ones. As now, on evac CTF, clearly momentum in favor of the lads from Stone Age Gaming. I want to find out from you guys, hit us up. Once again, hashtag MAG Cup ZA, and you might find yourself winning a prize. But I want to find out your predictions as well going into this one. Tiana, CTF, whose game is it?
CTF. Nick, coming off the momentum train, as we like to say, I'm going to have to go for Stone Age Militia. in terms of this one. However, I do know that there are a couple of Royal fans in the stand, so I'm hoping they will, there we go, they're getting loud for their team, hopefully giving them some momentum going into the CTF. They do have the potential to turn this one around, Nick.
All right, remember when it comes down to CTF, it's all about that map control. You're going to see teams fighting for map position straight down the middle. The teams that do get the kills are going to maybe work their way up on the map and try pull that flag. It's all about trying to get kills and trying to work your way up and trying to make the most out of that map control. So let's see what these two teams are going to be able to do. Looks like Royal going for a conventional spread here, whereas the lads from Stone Age, Militia, maybe a little bit more of a confident push.
Yeah, Misfit obviously opening the kill with regards to this evac on CTF. However, Royal Vic coming with the trade. Trade is currently happening down on the side. Okay, we do see flag has been obtained on either end. It's Oreo versus Chara.
All right, it looks like there is a man essentially waiting for him, and he will be able to pick him up there. Clarity falls down as Oreo picks up the kill. On the other side of things, Chara has that flag in hand. Currently a stalemate between both these teams. Flag will get dropped. Now it's up to Stone Age Oreo. Try and run this one home, will get shut down. I'm not too sure why he didn't move up there.
Yeah, Nick, I think potentially so. He knew that there was no support for him to do so. However, we have witnessed teams basically just making the most out of this situation, utilizing the thruster packs. I think the G slide is sort of still in this game. There we go. Pora obviously not used to not having the afterburner perk.
Yeah, really, it does play against you with no afterburner as Clarity does pick up a kill. I just want to touch down on Banshee, getting a good start to the game so far.
About time.
This is exactly what Royal need, 2 for 1. Has an opportunity to try push forward here. We'll be able to spot out a play on top AC. We'll be able to pick up the kill. One person. Great aim being showed there by Banshee. And now spots out yet another. Oh, Misfit will be able to take him out. So Royal still trying to push their way forward. You see that one purple player inside the opposition base. No real support to work with, and just once again, things will get reset. And now it's up to Stone Age Militia to try to take control.
Yeah, I do feel that Royal Banshee is actually their go-to play in terms of the whole Royal Gaming lineup, Nick. If Banshee performs, the entirety of the team performs. He is their key significant factor in terms of leadership as well. So Banshee needs to go huge for his team in order for Royal Gaming to have a chance going, obviously becoming the victors of this game and going into that game 5. Yes, indeed.
Right. It's so, I mean, you look to your team captain.
Always.
And you try to look to your most influential players, and he's definitely one of those. And so far, if you see your most influential player going quiet, it's just going to have such a hurt of the mental game on you. I mean, you're going to look to him and you'll be like, bro, come on, bro, we need to get some kills.
Yeah.
So far, I mean, that's a good start for Royal, but that being said, it currently looks like the Stone Age Militia team trying to push forward, and we'll be able to spot out. This is an important gunfight for Pora to win. Comes out on top of that one.
As we said, now we do see Meepo on a sneaky flank. I'm absolutely loving the play. Picks up Banshee, which is also important, and manages to actually get the second nick. So we do see now Stone Age Militia with flag in hand. Meepo managing to get out of that gunfight, decides to slightly double back, but continues his running route.
Well, comes up with a huge kill there. And now it's going to be up to Vic. He's furthest forward. He will get taken out. Meepo now with some running room. It's going to be up to Banshee. Now, sir, if there was a time to clutch, the time is now. Will he choose the right running route? Comes up huge.
Wow. That's all Banshee needs to do. However, on the other side of the map, we do see Misfit and Oreo respectively going huge for the team. Currently left in a 1v1 contestation with Vic. Pops kinetic armor. However, Vic managed to get out of their gunfights.
Now the use of the kinetic armor not really playing into his favor at all there. Some players actually like to get into the gunfight already, then pop it, and then just give yourself the advantage. Because I mean, the amount of time that you have to react to kinetic armor to go, oh, I need to now completely change my aim and basically shoot at their head. It doesn't give you enough time to do that, so that's why you see a lot of players pop that in the gunfight as opposed to popping it a bit too early there. Currently at the moment, the lad from Stone Age Militia surprisingly on the back foot. Misfit, however, shuts down 2, says Banshee and Clarity, get out of my face. As now he's going to be able to push up on this right-hand side.
Misfit has been an outstanding player, Nick, throughout this entirety of the series. Currently 11-6, another 2 kill streak. The man is just on fire. 3, slaying down the Royal Gaming lineup. Unfortunately,
I wouldn't challenge that. I mean, why do you need to challenge that? You have the advantage, but Misfit proves me wrong. Says, you know what? I'm going to be able to challenge with a VMP nonetheless. Picks up the kill, turns around, gets shut down by Vic. Big plays being made from Vic, and I can't stress enough, Vic has been consistent. Yeah, he's been the consistent goalkeeper that's been making the saves for Team Royal. And I feel like, if anything, the focus has now moved to one of their lesser-known players.
That's exactly what it is. Obviously, a lesser-known player in Vicky is coming into the scene, Nick. However, he has actually been dominating throughout the entirety of this day 1, coming into day 2. However, with only 29 seconds remaining of round 1, there could possibly be a potential flag capture.
Ooh, Banshee trying to come up big on the other side of things. Oreo will get shut down on the opposite side of the map. I don't think we're going to be able to see a flag capture with only 15 seconds left on the clock. Banshee, you can. This is not the Banshee I'm used to seeing.
No.
This is not the same Banshee. I mean, I don't know what's happened. I don't know if it's nerves. I don't know if it's the main stage. It is just not the same one. Misfit does pick up the flag, but it's not going to mean much. As we close off at half time, it is a very tight game. Stone Age Militia and Royal tied up 0-0.
Stalemate.
So in the second half, what do these teams need to do differently? I mean, maybe we can go through a little bit of a browse of what weapons are being used. I'm expecting a lot of long-range engagements defensively, maybe having a player rotate between using an AR and an SMG on the defensive attack. As soon as you get those numbers going forward, pull out the SMG, or just use the AR to lock down your defense. Okay. Let's just take a look at who's running what. As, yeah, we got 2 VMPs, 2 Man of Wars from the lads from Stone Age Gaming. On the other side of things, we got, wow, Royal opting with 3 SMGs.
I think Royal definitely decided to change the shift in their strategy, Nick. VMPs, submachine guns per se, it's obviously a more mobile gun, weapon at hand. However, now.
It's paying off for them at the moment. It's going to be Oreo holding things down tight in defense. Will be able to duck his way out of there. And it looks like his teammate Poro comes to clean things up, essentially being the broom for the squad. As Misfit currently 15-9, going quite solid for his team. This is going to be Stone Age Militia's opportunity to try push forward.
Yeah, Chara on the other side. Ooh, Misfit. Absolutely massive. He does have kinetic armor. He does have the potential now to make a play for his team. However, there's 2 Royal players hunting him down. That's so unfortunate. He just needed to get around that corner.
Once again, Stone Age Militia sending one at a time, and I mean, they really need that support. And to be honest, this is not the traditional game. And remember, we were talking about a bit earlier, the homework that was done from Stone Age Militia. I don't know if it's good enough at this point. I mean, only sending one flag runner, you are relying on them to do so much.
Yeah, I mean, we did, however, see in terms of the online qualifier of the MAG Cup, Flames managed to do that overextension one-player pool extremely well. So perhaps Stone Age Militia trying to replicate that insane gaming strategy, but unfortunately just not going into effect. It has to be said. Chara, now.
Royal has a huge opportunity to capture this flag now, but it's going to be up to Stone Age to shut them down. Keep an eye on the bottom left-hand side of your screen as Stone Age are going to be able to pick up some kills of their own. And now it looks like Banshee comes up with a huge defense. Meepo now furthest forward. He will get shut down. This should be Royal's opportunity. However, flag does get dropped. Misfit trying to chase it out. Poro gets shut down. Royal Clarity runs this one home. Royal Gaming takes the lead.
Go. Royal Gaming now currently 1 flag cap in advantage, Nick. However, Vic, sneakiest play.
I love this play from Vic.
Easy pull. He does realize all players down for Stone Age Militia, decides to go for the flag pull, and he slightly has a not really clear running route, but he does have support with Clarity directly underneath him.
Oh, huge support from Clarity. Comes up with 2. Now, furthest forward is Misfit. We've seen him come up clutch before. Takes out. Oh no, he will fall down, and that is Royal Gaming with the 2nd flag cap. And just a new Royal, a reignited Royal, and that is probably due Banshee going huge.
Wow, Nick, that's exactly what we mentioned. All Royal needed was for Banshee to turn up. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do so in the games preceding this, but he does have a Cerberus being called out. It is round 2. Great plays by him, Howlstorm and Dart respectively, waiting to be utilized.
I mean, talk about a time to turn up.
Beautiful.
It's the best time possible for his team. They're saying, where were you all of this time? Suddenly shows himself up, and now just going to hold things down tight on defense. As on the opposite side of things, Chara says, thank you very much. I'm going to take this flag. As Misfits now on the chase, will be able to pick up 1. Let's see if he's going to be able to chase for the 2nd. Spots out the flag runner, and connects with so many. Not enough. And there we go. Chara now with the opportunity to run back. And just like that, Royal Gaming 3-0 up. Some would call it domination.
Domination is. We do see the Cerberus still active in terms of Banshee just controlling it. Amazing plays all around. The lad is 20-11. Chara 5-11, but it doesn't matter because they're still 3-0 up with only 1 minute 30 seconds remaining of this capture.
1 minute 30 seconds. I mean, Stone Age Gaming have the possibility, but as long as they keep on overextending, they're going to leave themselves vulnerable at the back. And this is exactly what we're seeing from Clarity, just going to be taking advantage of it. I mean, 3 players there forward from Stone Age Militia. They're trying to do some damage. Clarity says, thank you very much. Oreo will get taken out on the other side of things. You feel like they're throwing everything at it, but maybe it's a little bit too late from the team.
That's it. Banshee once again coming clutch for his side, Nick, just clearing out his base, not allowing any
Where's this Royal been? Where have they been hiding?
slightly sleeping, Nick, but they definitely have woken up and they've turned up 4-0 with regards to CTF on evac. Dominant performance, it has to be said.
Dominant performance. Yeah, exactly that. And I mean,
Hellstorm and Dot.
And we keep on calling out Banshee.
Where's the EMPs?
Yeah, where's the EMP? It's so difficult though. You need to get across the map, then you still need to get there and then throw EMPs against the Cerberus. So he's just going to be able to put this down and essentially be the sentry gun of death as the Stone Age Militia team tries to roll through. Falling now behind, and map is going to go over to the lad from Royal, and we are going over to map number 5.
Let's
Search
go.
and Destroys, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, another 5-map series. These guys are giving us a spectacle, it has to be said. I feel like going into the next map, we have to keep an eye on Banshee. This is the exact time that he needs to build up that confidence, and the man is just running away with it. That is Royal Gaming picking things up 4-0. And Search and Destroy now just only 1 map away, and I still think it's anybody's game.
It has to be said, definitely anybody's game. We have to keep note that it's the Banshee versus Misfit show. And let's see who can actually opt out the victor between these two stellar players.
There's no winning.
All right, so remember, map number 5, Search and Destroy, Tiana. Yes, Stone Age kind of been let down, but Misfit still going strong with that AR. That pick and ban phase, we keep on reiterating how important it's going to be. That protection of the Man of War, which is his go-to. I mean, some players prefer the M8, some players prefer the fire rate of the Man of War.
HVK also.
And also HVK's in hand, but I mean, Misfit has been dominating with that Man of War, even in this game. Still 24-18 on the losing side of things, still going up strong. So we're going to be crossing it over to that Search and Destroy in just a bit. Make sure, ladies and gentlemen, you stay tuned as we go crossing over to map number 5. It's going to be a good one.
What do you mean? Oh, when you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no. What do you mean? Hey, yeah, when you don't want me to move, but you tell me to go. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Said you're running out of time. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Better make up your mind. What do you mean? You're so indecisive. What I'm saying. Trying to catch the beat, make up your heart. Don't know if you're happy or complaining. Don't want for us to win. Where do I start? First you wanna go to the left, then you wanna turn right. Wanna argue all day, making love all night.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is map number 5 yet again. We are being treated on day 2 to some of the best Call of Duty action that I've pretty much seen for the entirety of the tournament.
Yeah.
Day 1 was intense, day 2 is even more so. Now when it crosses over to these Search and Destroy, we kept on mentioning pick and bans. It's going to be so crucial. Are they going to mix things up? I did see Clarity moving over to the opposition saying, Are we going to do gentleman's agreement? I think I saw a head nod.
An agreement, yeah.
Tiana, can you take us through what gentleman's agreement is?
Okay, basically plain and simple. Gentleman's agreement, two teams come up to one another and they obviously pose for specific, whether it's regard to weapons, attachments, perks, specialists, to obviously not have to worry about banning or protecting them essentially. So they're eliminating those various elements coming into the game.
The thing is, I'm not too sure if they're actually going to use that gentleman's agreement. You never know, and to be honest, they don't need to enforce it. So, I mean, that comes down, you know, you can say what you want to your opposition, whether you enforce it or not, that's not up to them. I mean, that's going to come down to exactly what these two teams do. At the moment, it looks like Flashbang, Concussion will get removed, High Caliber and Rapid Fire. Overclock is also going to be removed out of here. And so far, nothing to order. Oh, Frag Grenade will get banned out, so we're clearly afraid after that first search and destroy. But that being said, Chara was the man on fire with the grenades.
No, he sure was. Chara, respectively, we did however see Stone Age Gaming utilizing those frag grenades and Semtexes coming into the uplink game mode, Nick. So I would have to say, Frag, a little bit more dominant in terms of a Semtex. It's baby brother.
Yeah, it's a little baby brother indeed.
Much more power.
It does pack that sticky power, does the Semtex, however. So maybe just throwing that into corner is going to give you a little bit more reliability.
True.
Who knows, we might see that sticky grenade actually come up and connect with somebody, which is always amazing to see. As now we take a look at the specialist draft. Psychosis, once again, being picked up by both of these teams. We saw it used really, really well by Stone Age Militia, I believe, on earlier. As Oreo did pop that out and got that kill in mid-map, essentially gave them a little bit of running room to work with. Active camo, gets picked up on the side, Heatwave as well, and kinetic armor. So far from each one of these teams, pretty much a mirror matchup, which has been the key word to go to. And fighting for your life. I mean, this is when nerves start to kick in on the biggest level. I mean, this is your last chance, your last round. There's only 11 rounds to play with here. Each one that you win will take you closer to a bigger prize pool and a bigger opposition, essentially. Each round that you lose is going to add so much pressure.
So much pressure, yeah.
Really comes down to exactly how these two teams are going to feel. Tiana, have you ever found yourself in... I don't want to say comparison because we know that this is the biggest console African esports event, 120K on the line. But I mean, just playing on the main stage, does that really affect your game?
Yeah, of course it does, Nick. I mean, I've had the opportunity to play at the very first MGMS hosted back in 2014 for the Call of Duty Ghost season, and I don't know, I think in terms of situational players, everyone could possibly then, we've heard a lot of nerves coming into play, a lot of tingling feelings. However, I have heard a lot of the players saying they feed off the crowd. They feed off the hype that the crowd brings, the atmosphere. It just adds so much more in terms of beneficial to their overall performance as a player. So
this is one of those things, I feel like every round is going to be so important. And going into this, I'm hoping for a round 11. I'm not too fussed about who wins. I just want a great show
round
for
11,
everybody.
oh, we love those round 11s.
All right, so round 11 potentially on the cards. Remember, it is first to 6 when it comes down to search and destroy. I don't know which way this one is going to go. I really don't. Once again, we have to look over to Banshee. We have to say, are you going to pick things up on your side? Are you going to let it down? I feel like the pick and ban phase it didn't go into anybody's favor. We saw M8 got protected off the bat. You know what? Still sniper rifles. I don't know if there was an overkill. I don't think there was.
No.
I don't think that wasn't banned. So when it comes down to what these two teams are going to be able to do, it's going to be very, very important to make sure that these first few rounds, you kind of get a feeler for what they're doing, and that's really when the mental game comes into play.
Yeah, it sure is, Nick. We obviously saw, looking back, preceding the S&D on Breach, the teams decided to actually opt for the same push on either or round in terms of offensive plays, so perhaps being able to do so. In hindsight, looking at it, Banshee, I'm sure he feels extremely comfortable because there's no wall runs that he could be falling to his death with.
I guess that's a really good point. I mean, Banshee now will not have an opportunity to fall off the map. If he does, I don't know how he's going to be able to do it. Maybe there's just a magnet at the bottom of the map, essentially just waiting for Banshee. But for now, we cross over to the attacking team, which is going to be Stone Age Gaming, or should I say Stone Age Militia, picking things off, or should I say kicking things off instead, as VMP will be picked up, as well as 2 M8s and yet another VMP there. So pretty much a standard build. We're not going to be seeing any sniper rifle gameplay just yet.
No sniper rifle gameplay. We do see Stone Age Militia hard off the blocks. However, they've actually decided just to stay cool, calm, and collective where they are currently positioned on the map. Misfit checking his surroundings, playing his corners. And yeah, it seems like Royal Gaming are set up, Nick, and this is going to be an extremely difficult situation to break through.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is all about trying to break lines aside as a team, as a couple of shots will get traded. Players are going to be working their way in. It's going to be Misfit with the first one. We'll be able to get a couple of hit markers on his opposition. And now going to be able to set Stone Age Militia up with a really, really comfortable, much more comfortable push here.
It has to be said, however, Stone Age Militia currently Miracle advantage. Big use, big with the massive two-piece. Wow, taking out, eliminating Oreo and Misfit, Nick, leaving now. Royal Gaming, but it's just Pura managing to take out Banshee. So, stuck in a 1v2, Chara coming in clutch for his team.
Beautiful play there from Vic, just spotting out both of those players and basically getting the rundown on them. Chara now just, this is all he needed to do.
That's all he needed to do.
I'm just going to sit back with cover. You have to challenge me. And wow. Get out of here, as connects with that shot and puts him on the back foot. That is Stone Age Gaming.
First blood, essentially. First blood always is conducive to you
away.
obviously taking the round as a victory, Nick. However, Vic has to be mentioned once again. Credit where it's due. Coming up absolutely huge for the boys from Royal Gaming.
All right, so we hold things down tight with Mr. Chara himself. So let's see what he's going to be able to do here. 1 minute 15 seconds. Remember, we can't be too descriptive of the action that is in front of our screens. We can't tell you which bomb site they're going to. All we can tell you is that no matter what, I think we're going to go to round 11, to be honest. I'm putting that down.
I hope so. I'm putting it down right on top of your sentiment, Nick. I sure hope it goes to round 11. These teams we know do have the potential to do so. Royal Gaming, the time is ticking. They haven't really decided. Here we go. Vic making a play.
Looks like both of these teams giving a lot of respect to one another at the moment, especially when it comes down to map control. I gotta think that Stone Age Gaming currently
slightly far back, eh?
Yeah, they're just giving up essentially that entire B bomb site now with the B bomb down. It's really Royal's game to lose at the moment. Misfit, however, will shut down the first kill. Will he be able to come up with the second? COD timing at its finest, ladies and gentlemen, as he does get picked up. As there we go, Banshee now sitting from behind, just going to be able to pick up that kill. As now, here we go, Meepo comes up with one of his own, brings things back to a 1v2 situation. Will be able to spot out the player. Will he go for the challenge or not? That is the question, as he will spot out one. Both of them decide to just duck their way out of there. Now it's all just about to change, as Meepo will get shut down. Royal Gaming double their lead here on Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
So now, as you saw, both players just bucking it, getting out of there, making sure that they didn't get tagged up. But when it has to be said, I think the lad from Royal giving away that first blood.
Switching sides.
They were with an initial disadvantage, but Stone Age Militia completely to blame here. They gave up the B bomb site. They gave over control. They didn't even challenge once it was planted. Even with that play, you know that tentative moment, you plant down the bomb and you try to get up and you try to reorientate yourself. Not taking full advantage of that, unfortunately, as Vic comes up with a clutch kill, gets taken out by Clarity. Vic doing oh so well for his team at the moment.
Yeah, it has to be said, Nick. We do see Royal Gaming, the definition of trading, it has to be said. Players baiting out one another, however, they are coming clutch with regards to those necessary kills. Pora, once again, left in a 1v4 situation.
And look at this lineup here from Royal. Just all solid, relatively close to one another, especially, you can see on your screens, especially where. But getting themselves set up in good position now. Pora, he needs to make the play. He needs to make the move. And at the moment, just holding things down tight. The Royal team don't need to do anything there. That's perfectly played. You just need to keep an eye on the bomb side, give out informational call. I don't need to challenge you. You need to make the move. And playing that so well. I really like this from Royal Esports.
Yeah, Royal playing absolutely well. We just see once players have been taken out, they reset their structure, stay in their necessary positions, obviously after they've communicated via the small talk. And Nick, they're currently 3-0 up in the Search and Destroy on Stronghold. And currently on the momentum train, Chara, 4-0. I know this was one of Ben's favorite guys to watch yesterday. He's coming to the plates, coming to the plays, and Royal Gaming going for a push.
Yeah, definitely Chara. I mean, he did have a difficult game preceding this. And now, when it comes down to Search and Destroy, 4-0 with only 100 points left off of exactly what you can see on the screen. He's setting himself up with a huge opportunity to be that clutch player for his squad.
Sure is, Nick. However, we do see now Banshee has been eliminated with a huge kill by Ori. No, definitely not Ori. Still on 0 kills. And players being spotted up top mansion. Chara decided to dip, duck, and dive his way out of top mansion.
Ooh, missing some important shots as Royal. Once again, Chara coming up big here. Unfortunately, does get shut down. Now Clarity left in a 1v3 situation. We've seen a couple of clutches preceding this, but maybe these teams learning from the preceding team's mistakes and keeping relatively tight.
That's exactly what it is. However, Clarity with a tough feed ahead of him. He does have 3 Stone Age Militia Gaming still remaining to eliminate. The players from Stone Age have set up well. He has been spotted up. Top match. He manages to take out Misfit. Will he be able to take out the second player who has actually decided to double back? Pre-firing. Unfortunately, no shots have been taken.
Trying to hunt down the player here. Will spot out one. Unfortunately, Meepo is going to be able to come out on top of that one. But fortunately for Stone Age Gaming, they take their first round of the Search and Destroy. Could this be the Resurgence team in this, the Search and Destroy?
Yeah, I do agree, Nick. I mean, we always... Search and Destroy is such a beautiful game mode where you can take each round one by one moments. You don't need to do anything out of the extraordinary. You've got the time, you've got the numerous rounds still remaining throughout the entirety of the game mode. So why not just take a back seat, chill out, continue throughout.
Now the thing is, these teams have had to feel, okay, this is what they do on attack, this is what we do on defense. How are we going to react to that? And I think that's what's going to be the most important thing here, is seeing how these two teams react to exactly how they play. Whoever is that team, I think is going to be able to take this. Let's see what Stone Age Gaming is going to be able to do on the attack.
That's correct. We do see Stone Age Gaming obviously replicating their preferred push into the building. And Royal Gaming, obviously a massive setup by the gents. They're just basically waiting out their opponent team. And here we go. We do see now Misfits on board, checking his corners. They do currently have control. We have seen obviously a replicating factor. Gets taken out.
He didn't need to check that corner. There's really no point. You've got someone putting the bomb down, protecting him. But looks like with bomb down, things will go to their advantage. Oro comes up with a big kill. Eventually will get traded out there. As now Meepo trying to hold things down tight for his team. Giving away his position. Turns left. Thank you very much, Meepo. Oh, and eventually does get shut down. So that's Royal Gaming. Now taking yet another round. They need somebody on the bomb, first of all. And this is what I like. Playing for time. Getting your specialist up.
You can see the specialist
slowly ticking up, slowly but surely.
Oh, silver lining for Chara. He does have a great specialist and score streak in hand.
Well, that will get picked up from the lads from Stone Age Gaming. They are able to see that, yeah, he's got active camo. Yeah, he has a dart. How are we going to react to that? So maybe that's one of those things as well. Royal know that they have the information now. Just holding back. You know what? You don't have to use your dart straight away. You don't always have to use it when it's in your back pocket. Knowing that they have to take flak jacket, they're going to have a compromise or something else. That means potentially they're not going to have grenades in hand. So Royal, depends how they play this one. If they're greedy and they're trying to get rounds, they're going to try rush it. But on the attacking side of things, they've got a couple of tools at hand.
Yeah, so we can see obviously clearly decided not to opt for their darts. There are 4-1 up in the Search and Destroy. Shots are being fired down mid-mapping, and I actually see Banshee being taken out. Sniper rifle shots also being activated there. However, definitely now Stone Age with the advantage. Oh, Clarity!
What a shot there by Clarity. I don't think he even had, let's just take a look here.
He's got an SVG thermal.
Yeah.
Exactly
there we go, Clarity coming up with a huge kill there.
Yeah, great players by Clarity. Obviously just careful of his surroundings, watching that no one actually flanks through bunker, but deciding to double back Nick, and then potentially actually regroup with his team, which is extremely essential.
Right, Oreo on the defensive side of things. Poro's going to be able to come up with a kill. Now Vic left in a 2v3 situation. Clarity, however, will reduce it to a 2v2. Vic spots on the player, and Oreo comes up huge with a massive two-piece.
More work to do.
Brings it back for his team here, and that was so important for Oreo.
Sure.
There we go, picks up the one, pre-aims the corner, and says thank you very much. And no, you can't have a seat at my dinner table, unfortunately, says Oreo, as we cross over to the attacking round, and it's going to be the lads from Stone Age Gaming. Royal on the defensive side of things, like we keep on mentioning, they've got tools to work with. That being said, we take a look at the lads from Stone Age. There we go. And also in the hands of Oreo. So yeah, it's still anybody's game.
It sure is, Nick. We do see, obviously, specialists have been obtained from either or team. Stone Age slightly more aggressive in their push with regards to the specific building that they're kind of going. Psychosis activated. Here is the time. Oh my word! Huge by Oreo. Actually spots out Chara. However, Meepo gets traded out by Banshee. Poro with the trade on Banshee himself. And definitely Stone Age Militia in a numerical advantage.
Yeah, Stone Age Militia current 3-2. Royal now on the defensive side of things. Clarity needs to try and make a clutch up play here. Vic, however, will do that for him as Oreo does get taken out. So now, does get spotted out, and now it's going to be Vic left 1v2. What's he going to be able to do? And just great play. I love that positioning there from the Stone Age Militia team. Just one on either side. Yes, he needs to now, he's got the knowledge that he needs to try push this player. Misfit says, yeah, he's going to chase you. Bait and switch. Pretty much simple.
Easy as that, Nick. They were in a numbers game, Nick. So basically, they had the time on their hands. They didn't have to do anything out of the extraordinary. No ruthless aggression plays. Just play the clock down. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. So we cross on board with attacking team. Let's go on board with Chara now. Maybe feeling a little bit more pressure. Maybe those now feeling more cumbersome than assets at the moment as Royal trying to push their way forward.
And we obviously Royal actually replicating the same push as Stone Age Militia. The round preceding this, I feel like nerves are coming into play. We do see the players extremely wary of their surroundings, Nick. However, watching each other's backs.
Watching their others' backs as trading has been pretty solid with both of these teams. Oh, Heat Wave used to counter. We'll shut it down. Great play there from Pora.
Wow. What a way to counter active camo.
Yeah. Using that Heat Wave stuns him out and essentially comes out on top of that gunfight. As in the battle of active camo versus Heat Wave wins.
That's exactly what it is, Psychosis. We do see Clarity obviously trying to replicate the movement of the Psychosis clones.
Love it.
And manages to actually get behind enemy lines.
Now, Stone Age with 4 players. Meepo comes up with a big kill there on Vic. Will Clarity be able to turn things around into his favor? Comes up with one. Now, RK5 in hand. Ducks and dives his way out of there. Misfit comes up with one of his own. Clarity. Pressure is on. Comes up with 1 kill. But is it a little too late? Only 6 seconds left on the clock. They shut him down. And there we go. Stone Age Militia back in the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Stone Age Militia are currently back in the game, Nick. They were numerical disadvantage. Now, 1 round at a time, as we've mentioned. That's the beauty of Search and Destroy. You have the ability to bring it back. You could obviously be 5-0 down and do an amazing reverse sweep.
I feel like Royal just with such a huge advantage and just throwing it away.
They definitely did throw it away.
At this late stage in Search and Destroy, it really, I don't know. Let's see what the tools of
cycle through
or in hand of Stone Age Militia.
I think the dart is still in hand, if I'm not mistaken. So
well, they got a couple of things to work with, and especially a great breaking tool here.
Okay, Meepo. Silver lining, active camo. The dart has been unleashed. We are currently on board with.
So let's jump on board with, I believe it's Chara Airlines.
Jinx.
As we go for a fly through, and let's see if he's going to be able to practice his flying skills. We'll be able to spot out one. Has a second opportunity. Ooh, will he come up with the next? Oh, misses out narrowly there. But we'll be able to pick up the first kill there. So now Royal with the opportunity to try and secure a round of their own. A couple of kills will get traded out. Chara coming up huge.
Wow.
Oh, Chara! Woo! What massive plays there from Chara, coming up with the 3 closing kills as well as the dart. Called that man the ace, as that's exactly what he managed to pull off. Now securing 1 round. So much closer for the lad from Royal to walk away with this one.
1 round away. That's exactly what it is, Nick. But huge plays to Chara, as we mentioned, he was absolutely massive for his team on day 1. Day 2, doing exactly what he replicated from yesterday. And 11-4.
Chara, take a bow, son, as looks like the lad from Royal currently. Well, I still think this is either one's game. I mean, we're taking a look at the lads from Stone Age Militia. Ooh, I like this, but I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to spot out anyone just yet.
Too soon, premature.
Oh, there we go. Meepo comes up with a kill. That's going to be so important here as Royal trying to find out somebody, trying to find a player of their own, trying to bring things back to at least a 3v3 situation. Here comes the break.
Here comes the break. We obviously see now Misfit. That leaves only 2 left for Royal Gaming. And Chara in a battle currently.
Oh no!
Team kill.
Meepo's got to be feeling the nerves there or something as Chara now. If there's a man that you're going to look to come up clutch, it is Chara in a 1v3 situation.
Chara left all alone in a 1v3 situation. We do sort of see Stone Age Militia. He gets the 1.
I don't have the separation play.
No, definitely not. They're currently hunting him out.
Oh, there we go. Stone Age Gaming. Round 11, ladies and gentlemen. Either one of these teams are going to be able to take it in the next round. And I don't feel like we've given enough time to Pora as well. He's been coming up so clutch. 11 kills to his name. It's all about the attacking team at the moment. It's kind of been flipped between both. I wouldn't say that there's been an attacking advantage, there's been a defensive. We've seen rounds being picked up from either team. It's all about how you feel getting comfortable into your attack and defense at the moment. Royal on the defensive side of things.
That's it. We do see obviously a specialist of one player. All on the line right now, Nick. Round 11. Everyone has to go huge for their respective teams.
This is the teams playing for their life. Life on the line.
Life on the line.
And here we are on board. Players must be feeling some kind of nerves. 1 minute, 12 seconds left on the clock. A lot of time to play with, whether they decide to get aggressive or get...
Misfit does have kinetic off. Silver Lining decides to activate the kinetic armor. Get these way!
Oh, don't get taken out.
Right. Okay.
And here we go. The lads from Stone Age will be able to pick up a kill over there and bring things back to a 3v3 situation. Gets a couple of bullets in the back. We'll be able to stay alive. However, that does get traded out. Now we're back to a 2v3. Royal Gaming currently in the lead. Making it a 2v2, ladies and gentlemen. It's still anybody's game. 44 seconds. Clock is counting down.
That's exactly what it is. We do see Pora now obviously playing quite calm, just checking his corners. Nerves are definitely thriving through the respective players who are currently alive. And
time's running out.
At the moment, Pora, the man that the team has looked to, is still alive. You got to feel Stone Age Gaming have the advantage here just in terms of consistency alone. And now Royal Gaming with the opportunity to shut them down. However, still anybody's game. Gets a big kill. Meepo jumps in. Will he be able to come up with one? Does exactly that. It's a 1v1 situation. Let's see what's going to be able to go down.
He decides.
You're the last man standing. Show me grace under pressure.
Oh, get shut down. It is Royal Gaming taking the W. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Royal progress through. And the lads from Stone Age fall down at the last. They saw his big, Pora fell down there. And I'm not too sure if he knew exactly what to do. What a game between both of these teams. What a treat all the way down to round 11. We're going to cut for a second after a bit. But, Tiana.
Yes, sir.
When it comes down to Royal, they're going to go on, I believe, to face High Five Gaming. And what another great game we have on our hands between those two teams. Royal are going to be staying on stage. High Five will be joining us on the other side of things. And I think we're going to once again have a great game. You're going to be joined by Mr. Benson himself. We'll be joining you here on the main stage in a couple of minutes, only 15 minutes. That game did go on to the last breath. So for now, we're going to cross to Mr. Gareth Woods, who's going to be speaking to our team captains in just a second, getting a little bit of a feel for exactly how the game was for either one of the squads. I believe one of the Royal players, they've just bolted. They need to get out of here. They need to make sure that they get things sorted out. Actually walking around stage, but never mind that. So I think Gareth Woods is getting ready to speak to one of the captains, so we're going to cross over to him, and we'll be back after a bit with the next game. It is Royal taking on High Five.
Someone here to talk to me. Clarity, yeah. Well, first of all, congratulations, making your way one step further. Obviously, it seemed like a game of 5 halves. Don't question my maths on that one. But you guys must have felt really good coming back from that over 100-point deficit on hard point. But then, getting smashed out in the, uplink, 15-0. But then to come back with an absolute drubbing in CTF and just building that momentum into this final.
You know what, we kind of realized after the uplink that their AR presence was amazing. So seeing evac as a CTF was a relief, because then we started playing with more SMGs and we slayed them out in just the relays. After the first cap, they kept pushing forward instead of going back, so we just kept relaying, which allowed us to push forward.
How important were the bands in those matches? You know, as you saw, like you said, they're very strong with the ARs, coming up with different bands to try and almost push them into a corner in a play style.
Yeah, trying to push them in a corner. We tried in uplink and it apparently didn't work, because Misfit is very good with that HVK. He just held down half the map and we couldn't move. We couldn't move out of our spawn. Every time we try to push him, he'd just push us back harder.
This is now the 4th or 5th 5-match game we've seen yet. What does that say about the Call of Duty community in South Africa and how closely matched the teams are?
It's really closely matched. We didn't expect such aggressive play from Stone Age, especially after the S&D. We thought we would take that first S&D quite well, and then they just pushed us harder and they won the game.
Well, congratulations. You guys are one step further. Obviously, you got another tight matchup, and it's quite tough, obviously, in the lower bracket. You know, kind of life's on the line. But best of luck, and look forward to seeing you in the next match. Next up, we've got Misfit. Welcome from Stone. I will do it this way, from Stone Age. How do you guys think that game went? I mean, obviously, a little disappointed to not go, you know, through to the next round, but you guys really put up a good fight.
Yeah, I think our main problem was we got a little bit too excited in the hard points. So we went for everything we could. We weren't slaying as a team at the end there, which allowed them just to slay us out one by one. And obviously, overconfidence, I think, took us a little bit in the beginning. But at the end, I mean, great bunch of lads, great bunch. Like, I can't say anything about them, and they played the hearts out, so they deserved the win today.
Well, I mean, you guys certainly played with heart. I don't think there's a more South African word than gees. You know, kind of at the end, you guys were like fist pumping and high-fiving and everything. It really felt like you guys kind of wanted this at the end. How cool is it playing in front of a crowd? You know, you guys play a lot of online tournaments, but obviously live, on LAN, how different is it? How much is the pressure factor?
Well, I must actually say I'm very pleased with Oreo. It was his first LAN ever today, and well, yesterday, and he performed extraordinarily well. He was struggling a little bit from the nerves, as we all do. But you know, at the end of the day, it's a screen, and you just try and block everybody out and just try and do your best.
Unfortunately, you guys are out. Obviously, learned a lot from the opportunity. But looking forward to seeing you guys in the next tournament. Obviously, you'll have an opportunity to like regroup as a team and look to see you there. Cheers. Best of luck. Awesome, guys. That was another really tight matchup. We've been running back-to-back with these 5-match games, so obviously the stream's running a little bit late. So we're going to take a short break. It's not going to be too long before we are up with our next matchup. Please stay tuned. We've got some fun stuff to show you during the break. And, of course, don't forget to enter that MAG Cup competition with your chance to win an A50 headset from Astro, as well as a chance to win some cool Control Freak stuff. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Pippa and you're watching ACGL.
How I got into casting. Basically, it was at a 2v2 tournament where obviously Clan Connection, prior to becoming ACGL, were hosting. Nicholas Holden, ZA, he was obviously having interviews, and then I had the opportunity where he had called me to come just basically explain how we started off the tournament with my partner, which was then Brutal ZA. He actually participated under the Astra brand this weekend, Astra Brutal. And then, yeah, Nick just asked me, hey, Tiana, you keen for a little interview just to see how the game was going and the tournament's going so far? So I said, why not? You know, it's always great to just be in the limelight and get media possibilities. So then myself and Nick were just speaking, and he actually then WhatsApped me, I think it was a day after, and he said, hey Tiana, plain and simple, I like the way we interacted with one another throughout that interview. What do you think about casting? So obviously I put no thoughts at all into casting as a whole. I thought, you know what, let me give it a try. Not to say I obviously did not want to stop playing competitive Call of Duty because I thoroughly enjoyed it. But I thought, you know, let me give it a try. I'm all about, you know, the growth and promoting the Call of Duty esports industry in South Africa, because that's what I'm all about, just the development as a whole. So let me give it a try. Anyway, so then one night we hopped on Skype, watched a YouTube video of a previous tournament, and then we interacted with each other, myself and Nick, and about, I think it was we didn't even get to the third rotation, and then he basically said, okay, cool, we're good, dude, we're ready to go. I want you to come cast the Astra Gaming Cup Invitational, which was held at Grand West Casino, and then obviously was then endorsed by Astro Gaming. So that was a huge event. And now Benson per se, I mean, he's a prolific caster throughout the world. Everyone knows he is. He's been casting Call of Duty for the past, I think for the very beginning. So just to get his obviously intelligence, to acknowledge his knowledge, and it's just going to be a spectacular event, and I cannot wait to do it. But besides that, I think in terms of just that aspect, we're obviously looking at it as a whole international growth for getting South Africa onto that international level and just promoting the country as a whole, because that's what it's all about. It's just the promotion of the industry, the promotion of the esports, and then the promotion of growth for competitive Call of Duty throughout the world, to see that we in South Africa can obviously hang with the big boys.
Peggy 18.
This one back, Payne's on the other side. I don't think they're going to have enough time. It is pretty much game, set, and match for the lad from Royal. They just need to hold on tight here, as it looks like Hans is going to be there.
No way! No way! Oh, is he waved? Did he get it? Oh, he got it! He got it! He gave it! I can't believe it! I can't believe it! That's insane! How does he return the flag? Oh my god! Oh my god! That could be the greatest ending to a game of Black Ops 3 I've ever seen in my life. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Can we get the man of give him the trophy. Give him the trophy.
Let's do this.
So, why are we here today? Call of Duty MAG Cup. Massive event, you know, an amazing opportunity. The last time we had something this big was the very first champs slot that we got. I mean, that was back in 2013. And yeah, so MAG Cup SA, or ACGL MAG Cup, I should say. What does it mean? Well, first of all, it's our inclusion back into international Call of Duty. It's sanctioned by the people that run the World League, or essentially COD XP. And it's almost as if you're coming back out of isolation. I mean, maybe your parents will be able to tell you what that means. It's like when we went to go play the Cricket World Cup back in 1992. It was the first international cricket we had for many years, because we weren't allowed to play and all those things. And it kind of feels like that in a way. At the end of the day, it's all about creating the exposure. It's us trying to get MAG Cup to trend when it's supposed to trend. It's us getting the amount of viewers into the streams, getting the people to see what we're doing, you know, creating an excitement around something that we are passionate about. Because if we don't guide people to what we want to see, they're never going to find it. And that is an important thing. It's supporting these tournaments, not just by tweeting out once and saying, watch the MAG Cup. Actually go and watch it. Interact with the people, interact with the streams. it doesn't have to be a fight about it, you know. If you look at it logically, this is setting up for the future. I know there's a lot of 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds that aren't really too keen about MAG Cup because they're just missing out. But that's a short-sighted view. If you look at the long play with regards to this tournament, why won't there be one next year for you to play? Why won't there be one the following year? 120k this year. What if it's 200k next year? You've got to look at all those things as it's not really your time right now. Even if we did get a COD XP slot, you would still not have been able to play in it. However, by the time you are eligible to play in it, it could be a much better thing, a much bigger thing. And this is where, be salty for a little bit now. In a few years' time, you will get your shot. And Vinco stands behind that. We want this to grow, we want it to be the best it can be, and we want to show the world, because CWL is watching. We want to show the world we can put on these events ourselves for them.
Peggy 18.
What you like, it's okay. I'm a little curious. Tell me if it's wrong, if it's right, I don't care. I can keep a secret, kid. Got my mind on your body and your body on my mind. Got a taste for the cherry, I just need to take a bite. Don't tell your mother, kiss one another, die for each other. We're cool for the summer. Take me down into your paradise. Don't be scared, 'cause I'm your body type. Just something that we wanna try. 'Cause you and we're cool for the summer. Tell me if I won, if I did, what's my prize? I just wanna play with you too. Even if they judge, get out, do the time. I just wanna have some fun with you. Got my mind on your body and your body on my mind. Got a taste for the cherry, I just need to take a bite. Don't tell your mother, kiss one another, die for each other. We're cool for the summer. Take me down into your paradise. Don't be scared, 'cause I'm your body type. Just something that we wanna try. 'Cause you and we're cool for the summer. We're cool for the summer. We're cool for the summer. Don't tell your mother. Got my mind on your body and your body on my mind. Got a taste for the cherry, I just need to take a bite. Take me down into your paradise. Don't be scared, 'cause I'm your body type. Just something that we wanna try. 'Cause you and we're cool for the summer. Me and we're cool for the summer. Don't be scared, 'cause I'm your body type. Just something that we wanna try. 'Cause you and we're cool for the summer. We're cool for the summer.
She got cherry lips, angel eyes. She knows exactly how to tantalize. She's out to get you, danger by design. Cold-blooded vixen, she don't compromise. She's something mystical in color lights. So far from typical, but take my advice. Before you play with fire, do think twice. And if you get burned, don't be surprised. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We had such a short break that I believe the guys from Royal haven't even had a chance for their seats to cool down. They are back in the hot seat. We are here with our semi-final on the losers bracket. I need you to understand how important this game is. Not only do these teams only have one more chance, if they lose, they are out. If they win, they go to the losers bracket finals, and that's pretty much a guaranteed place at third place, which is the money, that's the swag, that's obviously the kudos and the chance to go, obviously, to that final and win the MAG Cup. The players are obviously ready. Royal have just come off a really hard-fought five-match game, and of course the guys are high-five who played their game in the back room. But to give you a bit more details on what's going on, I'm going to throw over to our very capable casting desk of Benson and Tiano. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, guys. Obviously, I'm joined by the wonderful Tiano. So excited to get this losers bracket semi-final kicked off. Of course, as you heard, the winner of this guaranteed top 3.
Top 3.
Very, very stressful. I have to imagine both teams kind of looking a little bit nervous, maybe coming into this one. But speaking about it, obviously, High Five versus Royal. Any vague predictions, Tiano, for this one?
Well, I mean, coming from paper value, High Five should potentially take the win, Ben. However, Royal currently on the momentum train, hard off the blocks, still, like Gareth mentioned, their seat hasn't even had a chance to cool down.
True.
They definitely have the momentum on their side going into this one.
I'm going to be looking at Eros, I think, a lot from High Five. He was a player who's been making explosive plays throughout the day. He made one of the most clutch uplink saves, managed to win his team the game in the final couple of seconds. Over on the other side for Royal, though, my eyes on Chara. I heard you last game mention I spoke a lot about Chara yesterday. And this is what's going to be interesting for me. He's come off a fantastic performance last map. Obviously, he gets the ace in Search and Destroy as well. He's feeling confident. But yesterday, the last game of the night, he kind of disappeared a little bit for me. So for me, it's going to be key to keep up the momentum. He needs to come in strong. And first map is going to be a hard point on Breach.
Great map.
In terms of this, for both these two teams, does this favor anyone, Tiano?
Slightly. I mean, coming straight off the blocks, you'd have to say High Five Gaming slightly favored into Breach. They do have dominant submachine gun play. That being said, we have seen Vic, Chara, and Clarity dominating the playing field in terms of the slaying department. So, but I'm still going on board with High Five to win.
Okay, that's Chara basically saying, I'm protecting the VMP because I don't want it banned.
That's my baby.
I need my VMP first map. Let me have it. The HVK, I want to talk a little bit about that from Era. It's been so dominant this event. So many people picking up just a fantastic amount of kills with the HVK. Makes sense to get that banned. But rapid fire and high... Tiano, this stresses me out, man.
I heard about it.
Why? Leave it till last. Try and force the other team to ban it out twice. That doesn't make sense. That's just not how you should use this ban and protect system.
No, I agree, Ben. So many times I've stressed to numerous players, leave the last 2 bans for high cannon and rapid fire. You know it's mandatory. You know it's going to come. Why waste the first bans to take us such to basically mandatory?
And if you're quick as well, you can force the other team to ban them both out, and then you completely dominate the ban and protect, something you're going to want to try and do. I believe Flashbang has gone, Semtex has gone as well. Just waiting for the final 2 bans to come out. It's going to be Eros and Vic. Man of War is going to go.
All right.
Okay, so HVK, Man of War, 2 very, very powerful, fully automatic rifles. The last ban, this is basically down to Eros now. I mean, anything specific you think he goes for here?
Eros, I don't necessarily think so. I mean, Shiva's still in play. I don't understand why none of the teams use that gun specifically. Gentleman's Agreement could come to play. We do actually see the HXT with the last ban.
HC comes out.
I want to see some Shiva gameplay.
Some Shiva?
I absolutely love the noise it makes. It's like pop, pop, pop. It's like a popcorn maker. So hopefully we can see it come into the mix.
That's what your popcorn maker sounds like?
When it pops inside the microwave.
I want your popcorn maker then. That's pretty intense. But over at High Five, we'll look at the specialist draft. We'll go to Scythe, the Heatwave. On the other side, a Scythe Heatwave camo. So maybe Fatal Shot, he's going to keep the mirror image here with his pick. He's running out of time. He goes with, again, not a fan of Rejack and Hardpoint. It doesn't make sense. It's just not something which is extremely powerful. Your CTFs, great, use it. Your Search and Destroys, wonderful, go for it. Why not try something new? But for me, Rejack and Hardpoint just isn't viable. I don't know your thoughts, Tiano. Obviously, you're more experienced when it comes to playing on a high level than myself. So what are your thoughts on it?
Okay, I'm not entirely sure about that, but I do hope so. Ben, I think basically it just sums down to the player. I understand what you say. You do have that time you're stalling once you're waiting for the reject to obviously be activated. But I think in the player's mindset, it's the clinical moment that he allows his teammates to obviously push up, and then in the end, you know, then there's the support. The cavalry has been called. I've obviously allowed those 7 seconds of reject time activated, and then that's where
realistically, I've been thinking about this a lot today because I've had this conversation with so many of the South African pros. The only way I see reject being feasible in Hardpoint is if you're anchoring the spawns and you fall, because technically you're still alive when under reject, because if you're taking damage, for example, it'll still stay after you reject. So you'll still actually be blocking the spawn. So that's the the only way I realistically see it being valuable, but the odds of you being in that exact situation when you have reject is very, very minuscule. So to me, it's not really worth it. Looking at the rest of it, obviously Kinetic has been picked up by both teams. Big fan of that. So really, not that much difference. Obviously, both have Heat Wave. No camo, though, coming in from High Five. Is that going to be a big factor for you or no?
Oh, definitely. Active camo, we do know, is such an extremely important specialist pick. Ben, specifically being, you can use it on defense, you can use it on offense. We usually see a lot of players using it on offense while they do break the necessary hard points. So yeah, could work in the favor of High Five obtaining reject as opposed to the camo, but let's wait and see.
I'm curious to see if either of these two teams maybe have saved some hidden strats, some hidden, tactics that maybe they haven't used so far. Because at this point, right, you're playing for top 3. You're playing for prize money. Yeah. If there's a time to do it when your back's against the wall, it is right here in this game. Maybe I would love to see like a quad EMP start, especially on a map like Breach, right? Yeah. You spawn in, one player goes top AC, launch those EMPs across. The other team's coming into that first hard point completely and utterly blind. Yeah. Can give you a massive, massive advantage. But we'll have to wait and see, I guess, Tiano. In terms of your prediction, though, which way are you leaning for map number 1?
I'm slightly going to be biased on my opinion. I do think High Five will definitely take the HP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's my prediction. And yours?
Every part of me thinks that Royal should come out and take this simply because I feel like they've just come off a big, big win. But I'm leaning towards High Five as well. I don't know. I feel like there's just something about this High Five squad. I feel like, Drewski, I've been told by a lot of people he's a very emotional player. Yes. When his emotions are going, he'll play very, very well. And he told me this is the last event he's going to be competing at, so he's going to want to go out with a bang, right? He's going to want to... Yeah, you are, Drewski. Cheeky little man. He's smiling. So, I think realistically, he's going to be the player to look out for. He's been making some awesome plays all throughout the day, so I expect him to continue in the last game of the night.
Yeah. Obviously, as you mentioned, Drewski, his final land after 7-year tenure of competitive Call of Duty, the man is going to go absolutely massive. He did show us in the game preceding this with Insane Gaming. He went huge for the team in all respective game modes. However, let's get straight into this one.
Just having a quick flick through, 0 tacticals in the side of Royal. That doesn't make sense to me. Nothing, they're not going to be able to have any advantage going into the first hill. Love this from Eros, though. I feel like this EMP, if he uses it quickly, is going to be very beneficial. Love it. Absolutely love it. Now all that's going to happen is every time Royal try and break this hill, they're completely blind. But Royal had other ideas. Clearly, they're like, we don't need any vision. Don't worry about it. But meanwhile, almost had the 3. Clarity able to shut him down. And speaking of Clarity, he's now on a 3-streak himself. And pretty intense start, I feel.
Definitely insane. I mean, we have mentioned before, Eros is definitely the player to look up to in terms of the High Five lineup. Now, we do see Royal, obviously getting traded out in the hill. Fades the shot, getting the control of the hard point. Once again, getting traded out by Royal.
Looking at Banshee's perspective, he's going to drop. Let's go over to Chara, who had a fantastic last race. 1 point minus for 2. Nicely played from him, looking for more. And of course, now 325 points away from the dark. Could maybe consider hopping out the hill, trying to bait in an opposition player. But Chara more than happy at this point to just earn those points. You can see that lead on the top right of your screen. Chara still going to pre-fire, looking for more. 28 points to 7, 9 seconds left. At this point, Royal need to think about that rotation. But looking at that mini-map, High Five have complete control of the next hard point. And you can see Chara more than happy to just give away those last couple of seconds, get off the hill, and push it.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, being winning is such a numerical advantage in terms of points. However, silver lining in terms of the High Five game lineup, they do have control of this construction hill, which we know is extremely difficult to break in terms of there's only 2 entrances and 2 exits. Area going huge, AR inside the hill, actually 2 High Five players, Fatal Shot and Area respectively. This is theirs to break.
Oh, almost found 2. Unfortunately, not going to be able to. Fatal Shot on your screens right now. We'll see if he's going to be able to clean up anyone on the hotwood. You can see High Five slowly starting to come back into this one. What a time to reload.
Chara, massive Ben. As we do see, he picks up the 2-piece. Drewski coming in with the cleaning up kill.
Very impressed by Chara's start, 7 and 4. We're over on the side of High Five. You've got Eros at 7 and 5. We'll see if he's going to be able to clean up more, but Clarity says, I don't think so. The EMP is being continuously used. I love this. At this point, this is now where you need to see the players from the opposite team switch out their class, run hardwire, run some trophy systems, try and slow down those EMPs, because right now, they are having a little bit of an effect on this game.
No, that's sure. EMP basically just takes out all, well, interferes your viewpoint. So extremely essential to be using those hardwires. Trophy system as well coming into the play, and yeah, huge contest session going down right down on the Palace Hill.
And just looking through Royal, nobody has changed class. It's been 2 full hard points at this point. The EMPs are still connecting. It's just going to be a nuisance. It isn't necessarily going to win you a gunfight, but it's going to be a giant pain. You see Reject comes up and how's he still alive?
Team kill.
No idea what just happened. Team kill, yeah, correct. But again, that's the same point I talked about with Reject. If you die and you reject, guess what? He's probably still going to be in your face. You're probably going to die again.
Yeah, definitely so, as we do see now. High five getting extremely loud, as we can hear directly to our left. 87 to 36 points with only 20 seconds remaining on this current pass hill. Oh, Drewski, full sleeve streak.
I told
Let's
you,
go.
man. I told you.
Yeah.
He's going to want to go out with a bang, and what better way to go out with a bang than be fully streaked out? You see him doing work with the MA, looking for more mid-map, not going to be able to use it now. I have to ask you, Tiano, in your opinion, when is going to be the best time to call in that Cerberus?
Well, essentially so, Ben. I mean, you can even call it down right now inside the bottom green hill. However, there's going to be a lot of close quarter contestation with the grass side. If Drewski actually does decide to manually use the Cerberus, he could just basically sit in the hill and pick up the necessary kills. But he actually opts out not doing that, so he says, guys, it's fine, I do not need the Cerberus in order to obtain kills. Unfortunately, he does get heatwave with huge kills, cleaning up kills going into the hard points.
You see Eros, he's going to pick up his kinetics still with the EMP grenade class. It seems to be working for him, so why change? And you can see High Five starting to pull away in the game as well. 111 to 50. Fatal Shot still going to be in the hard point. Maybe able to trade this if someone drops down. Going to spin around, see if he can give him the business. Looks over towards bottom broken. There's going to be one. The assist comes in. Era picks up 3. Nicely done from him. But Drewski still has that Cerberus, and he's been kind of heating up a little bit. Like, you may think if he calls in a Cerberus, maybe he can start overlapping streaks, but for me, he cannot call in his Cerberus until his teammates pull out trophy system classes.
Yeah.
There is absolutely no point whatsoever. He's called it in, and now this is the question. Is he going to switch to trophies? No. Is Eros got trophies? No. No one has trophies, so all that's going to happen now is Royal are just going to throw EMPs and the Cerby's gone.
Yeah, exactly as easy as said. However, the question is, to Royal Gaming, did they actually equip EMP classes? I mean, that's a question we're going to have to wait and see.
They don't have EMPs.
They don't have EMPs. So, Achilles heel in terms of Royal Gaming, obviously not doing the necessary homework, thinking that perhaps the High Five Gaming lineup would not obtain those high score streaks. But as to be said, Cerberus currently doing work in and out around the hard points, and Chara just starting to back out.
I'm just going to keep flicking through to see if anyone is close to changing. I know Chara, he's at 125 off the dart. He's going to connect with the streak. He's going to fight too, surely. No, not going to happen. But still, no EMPs in the side of Royal. And honestly, High Five should be completely utilizing this opportunity. Their Cerberus is still up. They know it's going to be at full health. This is when you really amp the pressure. Hell, you can even take control of the Cerberus going into the next little middle hut. You're going to do so much work with the Cerby, and there's nothing Royal can do about it.
No, absolutely nothing. We do see now High Five currently basically double the points of Royal Gaming. They do, Royal, it has to be said, have current control of the middle monument hill. Error, huge 2-piece, unfortunately getting taken out. I think Juicy caught in his lightning strike, manages to unfortunately not pick up anyone.
Nicely played. Uses a little bit. Nice play from Drewski as he jumps in. And look how close to 60 is. Drewski really started to heat up, looking for more. One's going to be top AC. He's going to leave that. Doesn't need to necessarily challenge right now. Has the team support. At this point, maybe consider using in that Hellstorm. You're going to overlap streaks potentially, but he's more than happy to just stay on this hill. Drewski doing a phenomenal job. 1 minute 15 in the hill. Currently 17 and 11 on a 3 streak. Making that 4. So close right now to the line. And guess what? Serby's still alive. That's going to help towards a score streak. Royal, how do you not have EMPs? At this level of gameplay, you need to have a class to shut down a Cerberus.
Definitely so, but we do actually see now Drewski calling in his Hellstorm missile, manages to pick up Royal Banshee with 17 seconds remaining on the current
They're getting EMP'd as well. This is the beautiful part. High Five have a Cerberus and EMPs of their own. So there is absolutely nothing Royal can do.
No, absolutely not. And it's just absolutely fantastic how we do see now High Five Gaming currently set up perfectly with regards to the second hardpoint rotation. Ben, this is going to be an uphill struggle for the boys from Royal Gaming.
I wasn't counting, but I feel like that Cerberus was up for an extremely long time.
Very long.
And it was doing a massive amount of work. Because of that, Drewski just going on a massive streak. Banshee is able to pick up 1. Finally now with the Cerberus off, the map pressure is going to be relieved. You may see Royal get a little bit of control, but the damage has been done, Tiana. Like, look at the score. It's a 100-point lead. This is going to be so difficult now for Royal to come back.
Extremely difficult, it has to be said. With only 34 seconds remaining on the clock, Royal Gaming do tend to hold control of this current hill on the second hardpoint rotation. Okay, they're still pushing a dart has been used by Chara. Banshee with the sight. Let's see if he can make some huge plays with this attachment.
Really just trying to pre-fire that front door. He's anticipating the rush, but it's not going to come. Now it comes as soon as he stops. He is able to pick up 1, looking for more. He has the dart. 150 now away from his Hellstorm. Streaks here for Banshee could completely turn the tide in this game. It is crucial that he plays his life. Doesn't necessarily need to do anything crazy. Could consider using his dart now on the rotation over towards Palace.
Just to break it.
A little risky because you don't have the pressure and you kind of already know High Five is going to be set up. But it is very, very useful.
Definitely is. Dart obviously allowing you to fly basically an aeroplane with 3 missiles also attached to that score streak. However, Fatal Shot and Eros going absolutely massive in the Palace Hill. Points just accumulating for the gents from High Five Gaming.
Still on board with Fatal Shot. He's anticipating the Royal push. He's EMP'd. There's one. Can he find the second? Did they really just... They pull out EMPs when the Cerberus isn't on the map. Good job. Pro strats right there. Pro strats. Love it. Anyway, over to Banshee's perspective. He's going to pick up an assist. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to pick up much more, but this final 22 seconds of Palace should be looking good for Royal. I mean, I feel like the rotation now over towards Greenhouse has to be on point.
It sure does, but unfortunately we do actually see, well, fortunately for the High Five Gaming lineup, they are currently set by Greenhouse. Good idea by Banshee to pull out the start, going into next hard point. It should be an easy break for the player. Does spot out one. Here we go. Let's see. Banshee Airlines. Unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
All right, Banshee, you got some skills. I see. Okay, I spoke too soon.
Yeah,
Spoke too soon.
It's premature start deactivation there by Banshee. Extremely unfortunate. Oh, nice.
Drewski just on point. Unfortunately, he will fall. Arrow and Fatal Shot still on the hard point, no. Arrow just going to take his time to reload. Of course, you can see High Five now just shy of 10 seconds until they go ahead and take map number 1. Royal need to flood the hill. They don't have time to waste. You got to go, and you got to go now. Yeah. Finally, the hard point's going to be contested. Arrow's doing his best as one has to reload. He will fall. However, Drewski and the cavalry of Fatal Shot are going to be on the hard point. Doesn't finish up the couple. Fatal Shot is still there, and that is going to be the hard point under their control. And looking at that mini map, that is going to be game number 1.
GG.
Going to High Five.
Mark up another win.
Wow.
Tiano,
yeah.
I'm going to bring it up again.
Bring it up.
Why do you not have a set class with EMPs that you bring out when the enemy have a Cerberus? I just don't. I'm not following. And then the Cerberus dies, and you bring out your EMPs.
Yeah.
What goes wrong from a player's perspective? How does that actually happen?
I just think it's basically sums down to the poor communication by, obviously the players at hand. I would expect the leader of the team, I think, basically should be Banshee. Obviously just relaying the information. Guys, do you have your classes set up going into this hard point? We do know players are possible to get as high score streaks as your Cerb. We haven't seen any rates yet in terms of this tournament. So, yeah, make sure that you do have the necessary classes set up in order to take out those score streaks.
Well, High Five find themselves 1-0 up here in the losers bracket semi-final. For now, we're going to do a quick commercial break. When we return, though, we're heading to Search and Destroy.
First you put your arms around me, then you put your charms around me. We stare into each other's eyes, and what we see is no surprise. Got a feeling lost for treasure, and a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody
Welcome back to the Losers Bracket semi-final. Benson and Tiana bringing you all the action with High Five versus Royal. As it stands, High Five find themselves 1-0 up in the series thanks to a very, very convincing win in the hardpoint. Now heading over to Search and Destroy. It's going to be Fringe. Tiana, anything interesting going to come through in Ban and Protect here, do you think?
I sure hope that the boys from Royal Gaming obviously throw some curveballs into the Ban and Protect system. Ben saying so, I'm not entirely sure they are confident, perhaps changing up their playstyle and their meta going into this game, but yeah, it's always fun seeing a curveball thrown into any series.
For sure. The Overkill ban comes through. We've seen that pretty frequently throughout Search and Destroy in this tournament. Overclock as well makes some sense, but again, rapid fire, just don't get it. All right, well, at this point, I give up.
You're done.
I just give up. Yeah, whatever. You're going to get rid of it in your second ban. Doesn't make sense, but we'll go with it. Concussions, of course, they're going to go as well from High Five. Flashbangs as well. Final two bans, any kind of prediction here?
Potentially, I mean, Search and Destroy, we should be seeing some thermal, perhaps SVG bans. Highly, perhaps not.
Is it worth it when you've already got rid of Overkill, in your opinion?
It depends. I mean, RK5, we are well known of the gun managing to obviously, you could have sort of utilized it as a submachine gun. Sometimes players, getting that advantage of a one-shot burst. So yeah, but anyway, we do see HXE and Frag respectively being banned out.
Makes some sense. Now heading over towards the Specialist draft. Kinetic and Heatwave picked up almost instantly. We'll see what else High Five have in mind. I expect Reject to come through now. At this point, I've casted enough South African Call of Duty to know Reject is coming. So we'll just wait and see when it. And before it doesn't. And before now, they don't actually pick Reject. I've roasted enough times. Maybe they stopped using it. Oh no, there we go. Yay, Chara. Chara has Reject. Woohoo! I was right.
And yeah, Fatal Shot obviously used it in the hard point. So respectively, I think you should perhaps pull out the Reject in the Search and Destroy. Time
He's
is
not going to do it. Hey, there it is. He picks Reject as well. So a Reject, Heatwave, Camo, Kinetic. This is going to be a mirror matchup. Complete mirror. So both teams using the exact same specialists. In terms of Search and Destroy, though, Tiano, is there a preferred team, do you think, in your mind? High Five or Royal? Which way do you kind of lean when you look at Search?
Search and Destroy, I mean, Benson, I've noticed High Five Gaming throughout the entire season, they've been such a dominant Search and Destroy team. Slightly lackluster coming into the MAG Cup ZA. We did obviously them losing twice to the likes of Insane Gaming preceding this game. So potentially so, they should be able to come out victors in this game. Royal Gaming obviously coming off a huge Search and Destroy win, allowing them to come up into the third and fourth playoff. So let's see.
Chara was a little bit of an X factor in the last Search and Destroy we saw from Royal. Yeah. If you had to highlight one player from High Five for specifically Search and Destroy, who would that player be?
That's an extremely difficult question, Ben. I mean, we've got the likes of Eros, Era, and Drewski, obviously in their own respect, veterans at the Search and Destroy game mode. I'm going to have to go with let's try Eros on this one. I know he's such a clutch player, the youngest player obviously in the team.
Really? Okay.
So just to point that out, and he always makes those clutch necessary plays for the High Five game.
I've been super impressed with what I've seen from Eros, honestly. I feel like he's like a little bit of an unsung hero, if you will, from this squad. Like I said, won this whole team an uplink earlier on in fantastic fashion. It made a fantastic decision to overextend, got a kill, picked up the drone, and managed to get a 2-point dunk as well. So for me, I would agree with you from everything I've seen. Eros is really playing very well this event. I feel like 1-0 up, you're going to feel confident heading into the next map. So for me, a strong start here in the Search and Destroy is going to be absolutely everything. But we will see, of course, if we get another Game 5. It's been the day of Game 5s today, Tiana. I mean, I casted one at the start of the day, you casted the second one. Does this one maybe go to Game 5, do you think?
You know, Ben, I'm sure certain people in the crowd obviously do not want it to go to Game 5, but just in case of spectator viewership, we always love that Game 5, and specifically that round 11 on Search and Destroy. So yeah, let's go to Game 5.
Good. That was a very long-winded way of saying yes, I wanted to go to
try to beat around the bush and get straight to the point.
Be polite to the fans. I respect it. I respect it.
Shot, man.
Game loading up, of course, as we said, Search and Destroy Fringe. Are either of the teams known for talented snipers?
Yeah.
Could we see maybe some kind of snipes, silo snipes, potentially, back barn snipes? I haven't seen any yet. My whole time here in South Africa, not seen any amazing world-star snipes. Hopefully this is the time that we get to see them.
Yeah, well, we do know Clarity in his own respect, and we do know that he did whip out the SVG. Very excited coming into this game previously, so we could obviously see him utilize the sniper. Unfortunately, he actually decides not to, outing of that one. And in terms of High Five Gaming, perhaps we are in something in store for something exciting.
All right, well, just having a quick flick through a couple of plays.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, we even got a whistle from the crowd. I respect it. Someone's excited about a sniper rifle. Well, let's see if we'll get as excited as the wonderful person in the crowd. See if he's able to pick up a kill. I like this. This is aggressive.
Yep.
Locust as well. Oh, swing and a miss. Goes for round 2.
Oh,
there it is. Okay, Era. Oh,
let's go.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Calm down. Calm down. It's okay. We're
Sorry.
good. Breathe.
Slightly excited.
Take a deep breath.
Slightly
Everything is
stimulated.
okay. It's a 4 versus 2 situation. Already Banshee and Vic, they've fallen. Era, I mean,
Oh, let's go, Era!
I'm done.
Turn off the stream.
I'm done. Done. I'm out. Just bow down. Bow down before Era. Like, okay. It's funny because I was about to say, I'm not really used to seeing players rush with a sniper rifle because you have to be pretty accurate. Turns out Era's pretty accurate with a sniper rifle. I didn't know. I didn't get the memo. I'm sorry. But I do now. We're watching Era every single round.
Yeah.
Done. That was sick play from him. Is he using... Oh, boo. Boo this man. But I guess defense, if you're watching B...
You don't need to rush. You don't need
you don't need to massively rush. Just use the M8. Makes a lot of sense. I love the use of trophy systems there coming in as well from Era.
Yeah, he's actually basically, we do see Royal with actually quite an aggressive push. Trophy system, there we go, points have been accumulated. Once again, plus 25, obviously eliminating those tacticals coming into play. However, Royal seems like they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Shots being taken, players being traded out.
Oh, we win those. Nicely done. Oh, but just like that. High five coming out looking very, very good. A 2-0 lead early on. This is exactly what they want. Build from the momentum of map number 1 and take it into the search and destroy. Here you see Drewski looking good, doing what he does best with that M8. Beautiful. A little bit of one shot definitely there, but still, either way, finishing up the kill. Nicely done from him. Quickly the scoreboard, 2-0 Drewski to kick things off, and a 2-0 Eros as well. So a very, very good start coming in for the boys from High Five. Is he doing it again?
Yes, let's
All right,
go.
well, yeah, I think everyone knows what I'm going to do. We're watching Era. Is he going to do what he did last time, or is he going to change things up a little bit?
No, it seems like the boys from High Five Gaming, obviously with the ruthless aggression pushing up the train lane bin, and will we be able to witness another one?
Calm down. Era, come on, give some respect.
So close. Unfortunately, not.
I love that though. Era misses his shot and he's like, hey guys, there's one there.
Yeah.
All 3 players from High Five just bucket back rock. They're able to pick up the kill. That's exactly what you want to see in Search and Destroy. They're all in a position to potentially trade if something goes wrong. However, now Era, in a little bit of trouble, has to try and cover the bomb planter, but the bomb has gone down over at B. Royalty making a little bit of a comeback now. 2 versus 2 situation. Era left with Eros. We'll see if the 2 E's can try and clutch up here.
Yeah, we obviously do see Era just watching the flank coming from train. However, 2 Royal players actually decide to come up clutch in this situation. Eros left in a 1v2 situation with 23 seconds remaining on the clock. Oh my word. First blood for High Five Gaming, and they actually managed to not steal out the map.
That was a 2v4.
Yeah, that's
that
exactly
was a 2v4 situation. As I complimented High Five on their ability to trade the first kill, they just collapsed again. 4v2s, 4v1s, just out the window. I always feel like it's Royal as well that seem to manage to be the team to successfully do it. I've seen them clutch 2v4s several times actually this weekend, so I believe that's like the 4th time I've seen them 2v4 in S&D.
That's great.
So.
Credit to SU, to Royal Gaming. It's just unfortunate, Ben, because it's always so essential. Once you get that first blood, you are in an advantage.
I mean, they had first blood and bomb down.
Yes, what more do you want?
And second blood.
Yeah, what more would you want? So unfortunately,
3 down?
Yeah.
Like, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? Anyway, the score is going to be 2-1 in favor of High Five. They still do have that lead. Looking over at Erzi. No, he's gone with that. So we'll change team. We'll have a look at Royal on the attacking side. Of course, Chara has been an extremely, extremely impressive player in my perspective this weekend. I've been impressed, apart from late last night where he kind of fell off a little bit. But we were both actually catching that game as well, so we both kind of saw that happen. But so far, so good for Chara.
Yeah, Chara, obviously we can see it is the Clarity and Chara's show respectively. They do need Banshee and Vic definitely to pull up their games in terms of the search and destroy. Ben, what I've noticed coming from the Royal game in the Stone Age release. Okay, there we go.
Don't peek. No, just don't peek.
Why would you pick top grannies? I'm not entirely sure what was the mindset of that.
That was Era too as well.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, Clarity showing that he's got some sniping game within him.
He's got the potential to get some dirty
He's
snipes.
also 4-2 as well, leading the team with a sniper rifle on the attacking side. We'll see, though, if Royal are in a position to potentially try and get this bomb down. Of course, time is ticking down, 37 seconds left. A quick flick through of all the players will show you their locations. Having a look at Clarity, of course, doesn't have a secondary, just the pistol. Gonna have to try and pick that up off the ground, but Chara has just died. Bomb has gone down, though.
Yes. Banshee with the reply on Drew. However, I think Chara, yeah, he's taken out. So now Vic, Clarity, Banshee left in a situation against Eros and Fatal Shot.
Looking at Clarity's perspective, again, we know he has the sniper rifle and also a pistol. Fatal Shot's going to pick up Banshee. So now a 2 versus 2 situation. And Coyote just going to do what looks like
directly behind him. Fatal shot, huge with the kill on Vic. And Clarity does spot out.
1v1.
Yes.
1v1.
Oh my word.
Clarity. Is he going to be able to pick up this kill? 10 seconds, time's going.
Yes,
it's going to be a fatal shot.
It's basically a ring around the rosy bin, and that's definitely a... Oh, yeah.
Beautiful play. Did exactly what he needed to do. He really did. Coyote just burning the time. The bomb's going to explode. That's another plus 100 point. That's going to help towards the specialist. And now the game is tied at 2-2. I feel like in those situations, in those 1v1s, you can't really afford to take a lap of the bomb site with anything kind of less than 20 seconds left. Because as soon as you dedicate to that lap, if you don't find the kill within the lap, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
So in those situations, I feel it's almost better to just hop the bomb.
Hop the bomb, why not, yeah? Because usually then players essentially will then go around for a lap of rotation by themselves. So time is so critical in competitive Call of Duty. Sometimes it can be in your favor, and then obviously sometimes it just won't be in your favor at all.
I know,
but yeah, Clarity
has this.
Sniper.
Okay.
Ooh, here we go.
No.
Come on. So close.
Interesting choice of the Locust as well, by the way. I wanted to point that out. Obviously, it was buffed a while ago. Seen a couple of players transfer over towards the Locust. I personally prefer it as well over the SVG. I just think it's a little bit better, and it's fair to say. But I know Clarity is still going to have... Yep. He's just like, please don't push me, please don't push me. Sat in the corner with his pistol, but the push is going to come in.
Reject.
And now a 3 versus 3. Reject was available, and I believe was also used too.
Huge Patruski actually hip firing with the M8. Interesting play by him. Will he be able to pick up the second? Royal player actually decides just to double back.
I mean, they had the man advantage, but
I think to
be fair, they probably sat there going, well, last time we were 2v4 up, we threw it away. So let's really play this one a little slower, but Eros, of course, still going to be carrying that bomb. Still a 3 versus 2 in favor of the High Five squad. Chara are going to be a player to keep your eyes peeled for here. Of course, Vic as well, the Royal teammate, still alive in this clutch situation, but I think the player to watch really is going to be this man on your screens right now, who could potentially try and make a play, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, bomb does go down. There's only 2 plays right in front of him. Picks up one. Can he find the second? This could be an amazing clutch because Vic has also picked up Era. Now, of course, 2 versus 1. Era's by himself, and just like that, Royal again at a man disadvantage, able to clutch up. That is just so consistent from them. I'm not sure whether it's just phenomenal search from Royal or every other team is gifting them clutches at this point.
I basically think it's a combination of both, Ben. I mean, it's just it's unfortunate. I mean, first blood is always so essential once you get that extremely vital first pick, but players just seem to throw away those numerical advantages, and it's extremely sad. It's just heartbreaking in entirety.
Smart play there as well from Royal. For anyone wondering, hey, why are they not defusing the bomb? They should just defuse the bomb, just letting the time dwindle down, earn that specialist. Very smart play.
Good job, CDP. Do it again.
Well, 3-2 now in favor of Royal. I can't believe it. The last 2 attacking rounds for High Five, they've just gifted it straight back after, getting the early advantage. I mean, what did you notice that they're doing wrong?
Just Ben, I think once they get their first blood, the players actually decide to disperse from one another, which is all in its entirety, obviously not a great idea. Perhaps the small talk. We have mentioned this numerous times. The Call of Duty South African team lacks that small talk caliber. They tend to, basically get tunnel vision and play by themselves, which, they definitely have to change it up. We do see Clarity with the sniper in hand. I'm not entirely sure if he spotted out the player behind back. All right.
You got to clean that kill up. Okay, good. I was panicking there. You've used camo, you've gone for a rush, you have nothing but a pistol. You have to win that gunfight. You cannot lose it. And luckily, Royal able to win the first 2. 4 versus 2 now. It's going to be Era and Fatal Shot last alive for High Five. Can they now turn the tides? Can they clutch 2 versus 4? It's happened to them several times. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it because Era is now left in a 1 versus 3 situation. 50 seconds left. And of course, Vic has that bomb, and that bomb will be planted over towards the B site. So now Era left with not much time to spare.
No, yeah, Era, with only 38 seconds remaining on the clock, he definitely has a tough challenge ahead of him, coming up the likes of Clarity, Banshee, and Vic, respectively. However, he still actually opts to go for the challenge, not decide to jump out of the map, give them points. I don't know. I guess 50-50.
I mean, fair enough. You can see what Era was trying to do there. He's jumping in. He knows he needs to get a kill quickly, right? In a 1v3, you have to get those kills very fast. And he's trying to check a spot. He's expecting one of the Royal plays to be in, but unfortunately for him, Clarity not playing along, didn't get the memo himself, able to pick up a very simple kill. And Royal have just turned the tide on this search and destroy. High Five started off 2-0 up. Now 4 rounds back-to-back. Royal have been able to string together, and we'll see if the Clarity versus, was it Era battle with the sniper rifle is going to continue? I'm trying to see. No, he's actually pulled out VMP. Eros, what you got? M8. So no sniping action coming in from those lads, but it is going to be this man Clarity in action first. That's 1. Nice RK5 shot, but High Five, the bomb site once again has been opened up, and it's worth mentioning again, High Five on attack every single time, religiously heading over towards this B bomb site.
Yeah, B bomb site, definitely the preferred push from the High Five Gaming lineup. Perhaps if they... Okay, there we go. It has been paid off for them. Now they are with 3v2 situation. Bomb is currently being partnered by Drewski. We do see Royal Gaming players flooding into the bomb site.
What?
Oh! Was going to go for ninja.
I love
there was
that.
a potential ninja.
he saw two players. They obviously both just checked bomb. That is the absolute perfect time if you want to try and go for a ninja to go for it. Unfortunately for him, one more corner he did not check. And Era saves the day for a massive embarrassment there for High Five. And also manages to get High Five's first round and 4 on the board. Of course, it is still 4-3 in favor of Royal here in the Search and Destroy, though. As now Royal go back on towards the attacking side. Keep your eye out for Drewski, though, this round. He, of course, has earned his specialist, as has Era. You can see those on your screens now. But Royal, maybe mixing things up a little bit?
Yeah, seems like it, Ben. There is actually one High Five player basically waiting their rival, Drewski, with the huge Drewski with the 2-piece. Shots have been
Drewski,
taken.
don't do it. Don't do it to him, Drewski.
Yeah, Drewski actually decided to double back. Only 2 Royal Gaming members remaining. And 1 left.
Banshee now left. 1v4. No. Banshee.
Oh.
Okay, we're good.
Okay.
For a minute, I thought Banshee was going to get world style, then I thought Banshee was about to world style. That will happen very quickly, but Era able to clean that one up for High Five, and just like that, it's all tied up. 4 rounds apiece now.
Yeah, exactly as you call it, Ben. This is the resurgence that High Five Gaming need going into the last, potentially 2 remaining rounds of the Search and Destroy on French. I think they got what it takes. Drew did actually activate his heat wave, so that is being eliminated obviously from the player himself.
And Camo was also used as well. So that was a very expensive round there for High Five. But
definitely expensive.
It did tie up the game, so it's definitely worth it. I mean, Drew popping a 2-piece with his heat wave is 100% going to be worth. But now, though, of course, the High Five guys, surprise! Guess which bomb site they're going to? They've done it every round. Era with 2. He will be traded out there, so 2 versus 2. Now looking over at Drewski's perspective. Drew having a fantastic match, by the way, 8-4 currently.
Yeah, Drew, obviously the veteran in the Call of Duty community, currently double positive for his team, as well as Eros, slightly slacking in the kill department, but it is a 2v2 situation. Bomb has not been planted.
They've done the same thing every single round.
Yeah.
At what point does Royal say, hey, should we stack the bomb site?
Why not? Yeah.
Like, why not, right? Take the gamble. I feel like it may actually be worthwhile, but for now, High Five, just playing time, waiting to see if anyone from Royal is going to take any form of bait, but doesn't look like it. Royal more than happy to just play solid defense, but nice vision from Drew. If you ever wondered about the man's eyesight, well, it's in tip-top shape. Don't worry about those glasses. He's more than okay. Vic, 1 versus 2, though, could potentially use something here to turn this round around.
Definitely a potential for Vic to come up huge. However, just deciding to go on a little bit of a run throughout the angles of the map.
Oh, just like that, Drewski cleans him up. Drewski once again playing extremely well in the Search and Destroy. He's had a fantastic day as a whole. Every time I've watched the young man, he's been putting up big digits, and the Search and Destroy is going to be no different at 10-4 already. Talk about playing with your heart on your sleeve. That's good old Drewski. 5-4 up, of course, is High Five. 1 round away now from going 2-0 up, and then, of course, when we get 2-0 up, we can start talking about the reverse sweep, which seems to happen every single series.
That's exactly what it's been happening. We do see now Drewski actually deciding to use his score streak. I wonder if we should stay on board with him, or actually the attacking team. We do see now Royal with a extremely aggressive push. However, Vic has been taken out.
And there's 2. Heroes with 2. And just like that, it looks like Royal are about to drop down, but Banshee and Chara both do respond. Reject the barrel, Chara with 2. Nicely done, and just like that, the blink of an eye is going to be on Drewski. And Drewski, he's spying his dart. He's going to spot 1. Can he pick up the kill? He needs to. He gets 1 now. It's a 1v1. Needs to get rid of it. Oh, but as you said, Reject came into play. Drewski's still in a 1 versus 2. This is basically a 1 versus 3. Drewski does make it a 1 versus 1. He has his Hellstorm. He has his Lightning Strike as well. Surely he's just going to use it. Drewski, no! Chara! Why? Jumps on it.
Bring your A game.
And just like that, not only is it a wasted Hellstorm, it's...
Can't help, I think that Drewski is currently kicking.
That is so unbelievably clutch from Chara. You hear the Hellstorm inbound, and you know you have either, 3 or 4 seconds to get the hell inside or find the kill. I can see what Drewski was going for, just simply because we haven't seen Royal in massively good trading positions all the time.
Yeah.
So maybe you get lucky with the Hellstorm, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to have that in this round 11. And ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Royal on the attacking side, but luckily for Drewski, he still does have his lightning. Now, if I'm Drewski, I use it now.
Yeah,
I use it immediately, get the intel early, and that is exactly what the young man is going to do. Eros with one, fatal shot with another one, and this is high fives to throw away. But now Drewski, it couldn't have gone worse. He's killed his teammate Eros, and he has given Royal a lifeline, admittedly a small one, but still, there is a possibility. Banshee and Vic, we've seen Royal clutch 2v3s, 2v4s all day long. This, of course, would be an important one for them, a round 11 here in the losers bracket semi-final.
That's exactly what it is. We do actually see Royal now. KSR closing proximity.
Oh no.
Fail shot, but just going
Banshee, he's reloading. He's going to have to go for the challenge. 1 versus 1.
It's a 1v1. Era versus Banshee.
Drewski!
How?
What? Drewski just flew off the map.
You're out of time.
He thought he had wings. What just... Really? Really?
You've been drinking too much Red Bull.
Drop my head too. Still, Banshee, Era, 1 versus 1. This has been the most insane search and destroy. Time ticking. 18 seconds left. Both players are going to be feeling the pressure. On board with Banshee. And he's going to fall and high five win. It's going to be Era picking it up, and Drewski with a big sigh of relief. Falling damage. Okay, I'll allow it, Drewski. Yeah. I'll allow it, but still. What an ending to that search and destroy, Tiana. Round 11 at 1 versus 1. I feel like you're the good luck charm.
I hope so.
I feel every time you're on stage, it's like round 11, 1 versus 1. Round 11, 1 versus 1. But high five, 2-0 up now. Do you see any way of Royal coming back into the series?
Royal, I do not think so, Ben. I mean, coming from the game preceding this, we saw Stone Age Militia clean sweep 15-0 them in the uplink game. So, uplink definitely not on the favor of Royal Gaming, but it's now or never. The fat lady will potentially sing. So, yeah, they got to go huge.
I feel like maybe another reverse sweep is on the board. I know wherever Holden is, he's probably tapping wood.
Okay.
That's been his go-to thing for these reverse sweeps, but for myself and Tiana, that's going to be everything for game number 2. For now, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, map number 3. gentlemen, welcome back to the Losers Bracket semi-final. Benson and Tiana guiding you through all the action here as High Five find themselves 2-0 up against Royal, and that's search and destroy. 1v1, round 11. It doesn't get better than this.
Definitely not. As we mentioned, Ben, it would have been obviously fantastic to see Drew come in clutch with that Hailstorm, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. However, High Five Gaming in a great position, currently 2-0 up going into this evac uplink, and yeah, it has to be said, definitely in the favor of High Five to potentially seal out the series right now.
So, Man and Protect is going to be... Okay, just get rid of it first. Like, why not? I'm being trolled. The players are trolling me, I'm convinced. Char's laughing. He's trolling me. It's troll. Okay, whatever. Waste your ban. I don't care. I don't care. Anyway, Overclock's gone as well. If Royal ban if Royal ban High Cal as well, I'm giving you the controller and I'm walking out.
Are you going to leave me?
I'm leaving you.
Leaving
You're
me?
solo.
Oh! Please don't leave me.
You're playing for money, man. Like, really?
Ben? All right. Please come back. Don't leave me all alone with no one beside me. All right, feeling extremely awkward at the moment, and I do hope Benson gives me a lifeline and actually decides to come back. What a lad. Thank you. Are you back? You good? You feeling all right?
I totally missed the ban and protect. What happened?
I don't think anything out of the ordinary. To be honest, I actually missed it myself.
I've lost full.
Okay, full.
I'm tilted. I'm at like a 90-degree angle right now. Anyway, specialists. Let's talk about the specialists. Eros, he's going to pick up active camo. Kinetic and Scythe is going to come through from Royal. Anything unusual you think here for this uplink?
No, definitely not. Oh, we do see... Okay, yeah. Obviously, Tempest actually thought the glitch was being chosen there by a fatal shot. But yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here. Your normal picks in terms of your specialist draft.
Heatwave comes in from both teams. And yeah, Kinetic from both teams as well. So pretty standard stuff there throughout that specialist draft.
Yeah.
So Royal, of course, backs against the wall. 2-0 down in the series. Simply because they trolled me, I hope High Five win. Am I allowed to say that? I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I said it anyway. So, High Five, sitting pretty though. Who's impressed you the most so far, Tiano?
In terms, I think the whole team as a collective unit, Ben. I mean, they've just been playing as well, fantastically, in each player in their own respect. But it has to be said, we have to point out the veteran of the community, Drewski. Yep. You've mentioned it numerous times. He's just been going absolutely massive throughout the entire series and the day in his own respect.
What's interesting to me is High Five today have found themselves down 0-2 at least once, I remember, because they did a reverse sweep, I'm pretty sure. So now ahead, I feel like their CTF was absolutely top-notch. So yeah. I feel like they have a big security blanket now within this series. Uplink, of course, a little different than CTF, but I was impressed with what I saw from them in Uplink as well. So Royal's back is truly now pushed against the wall. If there was one player, though, that you think could explode onto this and be the X factor for the squad, who would it be?
Royal Gaming, I mean, as I mentioned when I was obviously the map preceding this, when they took on Stone Age Militia, if Banshee goes big for his team, obviously being the leader of Royal Gaming, then the other three members perform. They just need him to get that leadership quality and attribute, and obviously then just filter through the remaining teammates. Then they come up clutch. Then that's when they play huge. That's when they go big. So Banshee, if you can hear me, you need to go huge, mate. Sorry.
No pressure, just Tiano called you out and said you have to play well. No pressure at all. Anyway, the map, as we said, is going to be evac. And talk to me a little bit about evac uplink in South Africa. Is there any kind of big differences you've seen from kind of the North American playstyle, the European playstyle? Anything that stands out to you?
Nothing in out of the ordinary, but what I have noticed, obviously taking from the Call of Duty World League Championships, we saw Team Envia specifically get that ball and obviously rotate back. I have noticed a lot of South African teams trying to introduce that strategy and method into their plays. So it's extremely exciting because essentially it actually causes quite a nuisance for the other team once you have the ball and you're obviously wasting so much time deciding to rotate all the way back around of the map. So yeah, great plays coming all around, and I think we're going to see a lot of those strategies coming into play.
I need to ask, because I obviously haven't seen too much of evac uplink. Have you seen in South Africa the 15-second reset right by the drone spawn?
Right by the drone spawn?
Yeah.
There possibly was a few of those. I haven't seen it myself.
You've not seen it?
Yeah.
Okay, because there is a 15-second reset, literally right by the drone spawn, but I don't want to say it if you haven't seen it.
No.
So, because then I know other teams listening may use it and potentially... End of the tournament, I'll tell you. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Cool.
Anyway, Uplink about to get underway. As we said, High Five find themselves 2-0 up in the series. I feel like we have to look over at Banshee. You put him under pressure.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure he heard you. So we'll see. Is he going to be shaking at the start of this uplink, or is he going to come out all guns firing? Currently going to be rocking the M8, of course, with the RK5 as his secondary.
Yeah, looks over to now. Banshee shots. There we go. That's 2 down for High Five Gaming. Royal obviously putting this on big. Royal, High Five, sorry. Eros with the strategy at hand. Actually decides to double back, going down with the wall riding route. Woo! Very close. Never be moments. After banning hasn't been banned, Ben, so he can do this. Ball has been dropped. Banshee.
Banshee did fall off the map as well there, so...
Seems like it's a rotating trend for Banshee to fall off the map throughout the entirety of the day.
Let him know, bro. Let him know. What's that, like 5 falling damage deaths for the day?
Oh, better shot.
Okay, yeah. Keep track of that. Anyway, looking over at Clarity's perspective, drone has been reset. We'll see exactly what he's going to be able to do. Shot from behind, though. Not really going to be able to do anything. Nimwachara looks as if he's going to go for a massive wrap all the way back. Smart play. He wants to get control of that drone. Kills currently just going down on the drone reset. Finally, Banshee able to get control.
There we go.
And he's going to pass that one over to Chara. But now, what is the game plan here from Royal, do you think, Tiano?
I don't know. It seems like they're slightly staggering in terms of their movement. They have ball at hand. However, players are filtering through mid-map and deciding to go for flanks, perhaps getting their sneaky, important flank kill. See, they're just not utilizing time that they have with the ball. Why pick up the ball if kills haven't been taken down?
Eros just absolutely destroyed everything.
With the RK5.
Oh, the RK5 is pretty powerful. Can Era drain the 1-point throw? Let's go! Connects.
Oh.
Nicely done from High Five as they now find themselves 1-0 up on what I definitely consider the unpreferred side here on evac uplink. I feel like when you're on the side that Royal is on, you need to immediately get control of the drone and push through. You need to slay out your opposition. You get one of the nastiest spawn traps in Black Ops 3 just by doing that.
Dirty.
And that's something that so far we haven't really seen. Every time Royals touch the drone, they seem to be backtracking. And yeah, okay, you want to keep control of the drone so the other team don't have it, and then you want to slay out. But why not just forget the drone, push straight past, then slay out, backtrack, get the drone, and then push forward?
Yeah, we actually saw Real Gaming actually pick up the ball, Ben, and they managed to push through the middle of the map, decided to go for that 1-point throw, now tying up the game with the 1-1. And Royal, once again, ball at hand, decided to go for another 1-point throw. Unfortunately, gets taken up by Eros with a huge 2-piece, cleaning up the kills.
Just gifting Eros a 2-piece right there, but unfortunately for Royal, they're not going to be able to put any more points on the board just yet. Fatal Shot does have control of the drone. Now let's see. What can Fatal Shot do? Just dancing around as Vic decides to fall off the map. Why not, right? Give Fatal Shot a chance at draining a 1-point throw. Is he going to go for it? Could maybe arguably push for a 2 here, but you want to see him just go for the 1 play. It's safe. And in actual fact, it looks like he's going to go for it. He has Drewski in support, jumps in, and that's going to be a 2-point play. Good decision making from Fatal Shot there. Had time, decided to use the time, recognized where his teammate was. Drewski fell, but luckily enough, Drewski acted as enough distraction that he could jump in and drain the 2.
Yeah, great plays obviously by High Five Gaming, the small talk coming into play. We do see now Eros with a dart and active kimmer at hand, so Fatal Shot decided to double back using the strategy that they've definitely watched from the COD World League team NBF specifically. But yeah, a lot of confusion, players doubling back, communication coming to play.
It's interesting, right? Because you see him start to backtrack, but then his teammates just flip straight past the drone. So he's like, well, I may as well run it with you guys then. And it could be pretty successful as Era managing to fight too. Eros, of course, does have the drone in hand, has a specialist that they're able to use. Love that, but don't let it roll off the map. Okay, he caught it. We're good. Don't worry, Era should be able to easily slide this one in for 2.
Doesn't even use it.
Doesn't even use it. Didn't need to use it. Really, really smart play from Eros. Still has that available and could honestly maybe do a little bit of spawn manipulation here if he continuously ADSing.
Yeah.
No spawns are going to happen, and High Five can start to rally as well. He can get a couple of kills. Beats the kill. Oh my god, I thought Eros was about to just get absolutely destroyed. Has managed to escape with his life. Of course, the drone is down. That's more like the crispy shots we're used to. Eros find another one. Not going to happen. Clarity able to clean up, and luckily for Royal, stop the relay.
Yeah, start the relay. Eros, great place. It has to be said by him. Obviously, just causing a nuisance in the Royal base. However, we do see now Royal with the forward push. Momentum in hand. Gets Heatwave by Heatwave versus Heatwave. No kills getting activated. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. However, ball has been dropped. Banshee still has it in hand. He should be able to get the 1-point throw.
Go for one. Go for one. Go for one. Good decision. Managed to throw it just before he died. He was definitely not going to be able to get that for a 2-point play. And unfortunately for Chara. Fatal shot with the temper. There's one. Looking for 2. And he's sleeping with the fishes. Let's have a look over at Clarity's perspective. 24 seconds left in the first round. 2 plays going to be pushing. Really nothing he can do, but Banshee does have the drone. Can Banshee try and make the hero play with 19 seconds left? Decides to drop down, go for the wall run. This is such a beautiful play, but he's going to be tagged up from the side and unfortunately could not release the drone in time. That is going to be reset. And for pretty much the whole of the game, that's actually been a 15-second reset. Ironically, not the reset I was talking about, but still, 15-second reset.
I'm still quite intrigued to actually see where that delay is. So I hope I get some
When the
inside
stream
intel.
stops, I'll show you.
Shot, buddy.
I got you, Tiano. I got you.
Looking
But just,
forward
you
to
can't tell anyone
No,
else.
I promise
That'll
I
be our
won't.
little secret.
I perhaps might be triggered by some of the other opposing teams in tomorrow's finals to be relayed the information.
Fair enough, fair enough. As it stands, of course, Drewski picking up that final kill. The pressure is going to be on Royal now as High Five have that lead 5-2. Of course, High Five win this, they confirm top 3. They make it to the losers bracket final. Guaranteed prize money. Of course, Royal sent packing.
Unfortunately, sent back home packing. Now we do see obviously High Five Gaming on the preferred side of the map. Chara, he does have a silver lining in hand, decides to wrap back. Active camo should come into play.
Okay, not sure how that just happened, but managed to dip and slide. Teammates able to pick up a couple of kills. Chara now in a great position because Aero, he just flew off the map as well. So at the beginning of these games, a couple of people getting maybe a little too overzealous with their wall running. But we'll see Chara should be good to maybe go for 2. Drops in with the camo. That's one. Turn around. Can he find the second? No, not going to happen. But Royal reduced the game down to just a 1-point game. We'll see, can Clarity try and make something happen here? Has the drone in hand. Just going to go for LeJukes. Beat him down. Surely hit him. Hit him, man. Eros just turns around and manages to pick up the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, wasn't able to hit down his opponent. We do see now Royal eliminating 3 players from the High Five Gaming lineup. Ben, it has to be said, they do have momentum. They do slightly have the support. Should be able to get an easy 1-point throw. Decides to go for the 2.
Good decision again. We're seeing those good decisions coming from Royal. Yesterday, we saw a little bit of greed players in that exact same position trying to force the 2-point play. You don't need to. Now you've tied up the game. All it is about is controlling that spawn zone for the drone, and that's exactly what Royal have done. You saw Clarity immediately on it, tries to pass the drone away, not going to happen. He will fall, drone down pretty much on his X. Chara there to trade that. So 2 versus 2, just momentarily. Chara looking to try and make something happen. He's going to grab the drone and run away, and that's perfect play. Keep possession of the drone. You don't need to necessarily always push up the map with the drone. You can take it back and go for a wrap, especially considering that left-hand side, how many wall run options are available.
Yeah, there's too many wall run options available to actually mention, Ben, but we do see now Clarity with ball in hand. Decides to go for that far left run. There's a spot side player. Actually decides to juke him. Would he be able to come back? Goes in the face, Drewski with the punch of death in his face. Gets
now
taken
the
out.
question though, can he get points? This, of course, for the lead for Royal.
Oh my gosh! All right. Coming in clutch.
I've never seen a more lucky play work out. Like, it turns from a fail to a 2-point play. That's just how it works if you're a Royal fan, apparently. But, Clarity, of course, he does have the drone, and interestingly enough, this match specifically, we've seen the unpreferred side be more beneficial for our teams.
Yeah, slightly
Not
strange.
really too sure how that's happening.
Yeah, definitely slightly strange. We do see Royal once again.
2 minutes 30 left, and I don't...
Interesting. Manages to stay alive. Shots being taken. Decides to continue with the running routes around this.
There's 2.5 minutes left. You can't possibly expect a low wall run for 2.5 minutes. You've got to make a play. It's a 1-possession game, Giano. And considering the fact that High Five is on the preferred side, the side that you can lock in a spawn trap, you can't give them drone control. Chara picks up 2. It's going to be Clarity left by himself momentarily. Needs to go big. Drone carrier's going to merge. He has the MPs. Is he going to spam them? No, he's not. The drone carrier dropped the drone, and luckily Clarity able to pick up Drewski. Drewski desperately trying to escape. Can he find 2? No, he can't. Clarity does go down. Meanwhile, Banshee has the drone. He's desperately just trying to get it out of his own side. But honestly, at this point, Banshee, stay still.
Yeah.
Stay still. You don't need to push up here. Just hold the drone. You have teammates. If you want, then you can drop down on low wall run. Then you can go for a little bit of a run. For now, he doesn't necessarily need to even make this play, but it looks like it may actually work out because luckily his teammates have picked up kills, and that's effective guys. And no one from either team is on the drone reset.
On the reset, yeah. So High Five obviously managing to take out 3 Royal Gaming players. Dart has been activated by one of the players from High Five Gaming. Don't try and shoot this is a great play. Tempest, fatal shot, huge with the Tempest. Managed to pick up 1. Picks up the second.
So good with the Tempest, man.
Oh, no.
There it is. Looking for more. Is Fatal Shot going to be able to do?
This is what they need.
He's taking the game into his own hands. He said, all right, I'm going to pull out the Tempest. I'm going to take down 3. Looking for more. His teammates have to pick up the drone. You just got 3 down. You have to play for drone control. You don't necessarily need to just push in spawn trap. And that's just gifted Royal the ability to push through mid-map and get drone control themselves. And now Fatal Shot's still in a good position, but he needs the drone, and it's not going to happen. They gifted Royal that opportunity to stay alive.
Yeah, poor communication, obviously coming from the boys from High Five Gaming. Failed shot, man. Wait, there we go. Eros
Finally.
Finally, Jesus, about time.
But think about that time period. That could have been 2, maybe even 3 caps there, which changed the game completely. Now, of course, though, it is tied up. And this is where this map can get very tricky. Royal are going to have to make the decision here when they spawn. Do they OE? Do they try and stop the dunk? Because Eros is coming in very fast in the final 30 seconds. This for High Five to see the win. They're coming comes in. Beat down. Oh, Banshee able to get 2. A huge clutch at the last second comes in from him. Now, does he try and go for the play? Doesn't look like it. And someone is calling the Cerberus as well. That's worth mentioning. The drone is with Fatal Shot. Fatal Shot to sneak in with 15 seconds left. He has the streak. Cerberus is in. Goes for 1. Connects with 10 seconds left. And that should be that, barring a huge clutch coming in from Royal. It's not gonna happen.
No.
High Five, a fantastic play from Fatal Shot towards the end.
That's all she wrote.
Luckily that Cerberus came in clutch and he was able to get the kill, because if he goes in the Cerberus and it goes to overtime, you just wasted the streak.
That's exactly what it is, but great plays there by Fatal Shot, has to be said. Actually, Ben managing to pick up 2 Royal players and the cap, which essentially secured the victory for his team.
A fantastic series of events there for Fatal Shot. Talk about clutching up when he needs to. Of course, got to give love to some Drewski at 20 and 21. Had a great series, but Fatal Shot, as we said, really the main man in that uplink, 29 and 18 with the final 1-point throw. And he played it smart as well. He didn't go for 2. He just stayed composed, threw for 1, knew he had teammates on the drone spawn, and honestly, perfect play from High Five. And that, of course, closes out the losers bracket semifinal 3-0, meaning we have 3 games to show you remaining in the tournament. That's going to be on Championship Sunday, starting, of course, with the winners bracket, the losers bracket, and then the grand final. But that's going to be everything from ourselves. We're going to throw over to the wonderful Gareth on the floor with an interview.
The wonderful Gareth. Yeah, I'm just picking up adjectives as we go along. I'm here with Drewski, victorious captain from High Five. Wow, it's good to finally see a game not go to 5 maps.
I mean, yeah, that's our first 3-0 of the tournament. You know, I think going into tomorrow, we're very, very confident. That last map was just too close. So, I mean, room for error. We've got to work on stuff. We really got to work on our mistakes going into tomorrow. And I guess we're just really excited.
Well, I mean, it's great to be guaranteed some of that prize money. And obviously some really, really stiff opponents coming up next. Talk about, for one, it's your last tournament. You say you're going to kind of move on to other things, but also kind of living in the basement of the lower bracket, that kind of like Lance Chance Saloon. How much does that play on your mind in terms of like, this could literally be the last map of COD I play for the longest time?
I mean, many commentators have said it, you know, if I play my best, the team, you know, they just get really confident. I think regarding stepping down and stopping, obviously it's tough, but you know, next year I've got to focus on other things in life, my studies and my future. So it's been good, you know, but you know, it's awesome to be able to play one more championship Sunday, which is an honor, especially in front of such an amazing crowd in this stage. So yeah, I'm really excited.
Well, hopefully you guys can go out with a bang and see you in the grand final tomorrow. Best of luck. Cheers. Next up, I'm joined with losing captain Clarity. Unfortunately, that's the end of what's been quite a decent run for you guys. But I suppose I have to ask, those long games start kind of taking their toll.
Yeah, of course, they do. But we both played 2 games today, you know. We both came on top of the first one, but of course, R5 obviously came on top of the second. So.
Well, it's pretty damn close there with that uplink, and then all of a sudden it kind of folded in the last 30 seconds.
That was a little problem. It was like a little bit of COD timing. I thought we had slayed them all out in spawn. So I said to Nick, okay, let's push forward. Let's get that 1. Let's win the game. And then Sean a Fatal Shot was just up top vents and killed us both. And then he got that easy 1. So that's what happens.
Unfortunately, you guys are out now, but obviously you're going to hang around and watch the rest of the tournament. Thoughts in terms of who's going to take it? We're down to our final 3.
I'll have to say Astra will take it. I mean, they did convincingly beat us yesterday. Yeah, so they'll take it. I think it'll be Astra and Sane in the grand final.
Well, there you have it from Clarity, his predictions on the final. We're going to close off the stream today. Those are our final matches. Don't forget to join us tomorrow, where we have our winner bracket final, our loser bracket final, and of course that grand final for the Astra Cup and 120,000 Rand prize pool. So please do join us tomorrow. It's going to be some great COD action. I've been Gareth, joined to you by the ACGL team. See you tomorrow.
I'm from the Golden Lions, and you watching ACGL.
I think one message I want to give to people, you know, who are watching, and I suppose I should lean in forward because this is serious, is that esports is more than just for the players and the casters. There's so much opportunity for everyone involved, everyone who's passionate about gaming, and there are so many millions of South Africans that are passionate about gaming. You just have to look around at Rage, the people who are going to sit and play games for 53 hours straight. They're barely going to sleep, they certainly aren't going to shower, unfortunately, and they're going to be playing games all weekend. They're going to be dressing up as their favorite game, you know, characters. They're going to be talking about games non-stop. How many times have you just bumped into someone, found out they're into games, and all of a sudden you've made a best friend? You've talked to a total stranger for hours because of that passion. And I think all of a sudden I've become aware that this esports thing is more than just for the players. This esports thing is whatever skill you have. If you're wanting to break into esports, yeah, cool, you might want to be a player. That is like cream of the crop. Very few people are ever going to be pro players, but you've got skills that could help build this industry. If you're a camera guy, go help find someone who's making content and help them film it and get involved from behind the camera. If you're into production, lighting, marketing, social media, I've used the example before, if you're an accountant, go get an internship at an esports firm, help them out, sort their books out. They're probably small and startup and can't afford a real accountant. Like, help them out. This is an awesome opportunity to marry your passion for gaming that we all share with whatever your skills are. Cool, we'd all love to be pro gamers, but I think for myself, I knew that my passion has always been about gaming, but my skill set has been communication, speaking in front of a camera, telling jokes sometimes, and a little bit of knowledge in terms of marketing. So my job really has been, even though I'd love to be a pro player, has been to help promote esports in whatever form that is, whether it's a little bit of marketing here or there, helping brands identify how to get involved in esports, or to just be in front of the camera, talking about esports, how I got into it, helping people understand what the industry is about, because there are a lot of people who don't know what this is about. And while we want to keep it secret and we want to keep it ours, we want to keep it this niche thing that no one gets to know about it because it's cool, we need people to know about esports for it to grow.
Peggy 18.
This one back, Payne's on the other side. I don't think they're going to have enough time. It is pretty much game, set, and match for the lads from Royal. They just need to hold on tight here, as it looks like Hans is going to be the last.
No way! No way! Oh, is he waved? Did he get it? Oh, he got it! He got it! He gave it! I can't believe it! I can't believe it! That's insane! How does he return the flag? Oh my god! Oh my god! That could be the greatest ending to a game of Black Ops 3 I've ever seen in my life. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Can we get the man? Give him the trophy. Give him the trophy.
Things about the way the South African industry has grown is that it hasn't just grown from a development side, which is actually quite phenomenal in itself. But we have a very well-developed indie gaming industry, indie game development industry, but also from an esports perspective, it's grown quite substantially since I first got into gaming, which I started playing games at about the age of 8. I actually have photographs of me playing video games in nappies, by the way, but sort of properly gaming from about the age of 8. And then since, when we started Verge, which was in 2008, and it's grown immensely, phenomenally actually since then. I mean, the fact that we actually have gaming leagues now, I think that there was maybe one, I think, when we first started. So to now have something like the MAG Cup is amazing. It's just, it puts us on a whole different level. I think also the fact that the spread of fiber and high-speed internet really has helped a lot, because it also means that we're no longer at a disadvantage from the perspective of lag in terms of international matches or anything like that. We can actually compete given the right environment. From a player perspective, the skill set and the competitive nature has improved substantially. It's something that it's really gratifying to see. It's really nice to see that not only as a gaming industry, but also I think as a nation, a South African gaming nation, the fact that it's growing so much really is quite amazing. It makes me very happy.
Get on my elevator, baby, we're going up. Give me that now and later. I can't get enough. There's so much to discover. Please don't stop me now. Every time I touch you, they're front off the ground. Let them go. All the ones trying to get in the door. I will go where they all couldn't go. Up a floor, up a floor, up a floor. Oh, I know we can get higher. There's levels to your love. Yeah, there's levels to your love. And I know we can get higher. There's levels to your love. And I keep on climbing up. Walking upon the ceiling, dancing upon the wall. You and that drug you're dealing should be against the law. All of this heat keep rising, make you stop, drop, and roll. I'm bottling up the lightning, so